Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, debate on an opposition motion entitled Documents on Economic Downturns in the name of Mr. Poilievre.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending March 26, 2020, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, the honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now. Agreed? Agreed. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Upal, moves that an order of the House do issue for any document prepared by any department, agency, and Crown Corporation since November 4th, 2015, discussing warnings or concern of economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice or recommendation on how to deal with them, and that the documents be provided to the House within 45 days following the adoption of the motion. L'honorable député de Carleton.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, today is an occasion for us to reflect upon the economic events that are unfolding before our eyes. To do so, I will be splitting my time with the honourable member for Edmonton Mill Woods. Let us begin with the grasshopper and the ants. One fine day in winter, some ants were busy drying their store of corn, which had gotten rather damp during the long spell of snow. Presently came up a grasshopper and begged them to spare a few grains. "For," he said, "I'm simply starving." The ants stopped work for a moment, though this was against their principles. "May we ask," said they, "what were you doing with yourself last summer? Why didn't you collect a store of food for the winter?" "The fact is," replied the grasshopper, "I was so busy singing, but I hadn't the time." "Well," they replied, "if you spent the summer singing, you can't do better than spend the winter dancing." And they chuckled and went on about the work. Now, the ants had been responsible. They knew that the sunshine of the summer would not last, that it was merely one season of the year. So they worked hard to accumulate and set aside the grains for the difficult times that they knew would be ahead. Now, what did the grasshopper do? Well, he assumed that the sun would always shine and that times would always be good, and therefore he needn't do anything but dance and sing and play. Well, it's not so long ago that the sun was shining on the global economy. In years 2016, 17, and 18, things were quite good. The U.S. economy was roaring, having some of the best growth that it had experienced in 2 decades. Commodity prices had recovered from their lows in 2014. Interest rates were as low as you could expect them to be. In fact, it was almost a perfect coincidence of events where growth was high and interest rates were low, all of which maximized the sunshine that blanketed the economic countryside. And we conservatives said, like the ants, now is the time to store away the grains, because the sun will not shine forever. And you remember what they told us? They said, "Oh, come on, let's dance and sing and spend. Let's spend the cupboard bare. We're not about the good times. We're not about the bad times, for the good times are here. And now is the time to squander those good times and to celebrate in a period of self-praise all the riches that now fall from the sky." Well, we warned that one day winter would come.
We did.
That trouble would arise. and that we would want then to open our covers and find them overflowing with a surplus of supply to get us through those cold, dark months and into the economic springtime down the calendar. And of course, across the way, the government said, no, we're going to continue to spend. And so what did they do, Madam Speaker? Well, in every single year since they formed government, their deficits have been bigger than they promised. They told us deficits would never exceed $10 billion a year. They reached $29 billion. They told us the budget would be balanced. 2019, that year came and went, and now they predict the budget will never be balanced. They put us on track to add $100 billion to our national debt. And they did this all while the sun was shining, convinced that the economic laws of the four seasons had been abolished, that bad times would never return, and that all we needed to do was sing and dance and spend. Well, it appears winter may have arrived. I look today at Bloomberg News, 9:30, and I quote, "Canadian markets were battered on all fronts as the collapse in oil sent shockwaves through a country with one of the biggest exposures to the commodity among the group of seven. Stocks cratered 10% with the biggest drop since October 1987. The loony weakened. Government bond yields plunged to fresh records as investor pessimism deepened for the economy that barely eked out any growth in the fourth quarter and is already grappling with the coronavirus." I emphasize again the last point in the Bloomberg article, Madam Speaker, that in the last 3 months of 2019, we had growth of 0.3%, and that was before the illegal blockades and before the coronavirus broke out and started to impact on global economic matters. I go back to Bloomberg. The slump in oil will exact another heavy toll on the natural resource-dependent country, which generates about 9% of its gross domestic product from energy and has the biggest exposure to the sector on its stock market at 15%. And remember, that is the sector the Prime Minister wanted to phase out altogether. And it looks like he is achieving some success. Now, not only would the ants be unhappy with the approach this government took to the good times, so too would Keynes, the great economist, who leftists these days try to appropriate for themselves, but in his great work he wrote in The General Theory of Employment, Interest, and Money, he explained that during good economic times, governments should run large surpluses and pay down debt in order to prepare a buffer and allow for economic stimulus when troubled times later come. And that is exactly the formula followed by the previous Conservative government. In the first 2 years it was in office, it paid off almost $40 billion of debt under Stephen Harper and Jim Flaherty. And to their credit, Chrétien Martin in the years prior did likewise. That decision to pay down debt prepared us for the winter ahead. And when the winter came, and it was a serious winter, we in Canada were more prepared than any other G7 country, weathering that grand winter storm better than anyone else. Why? Because our cupboards overflowed with the surplus of responsible planning and hard work that had happened in the summer months. This government, having done the opposite, now leaves us weak and vulnerable as we enter this winter period. So, having rendered us so weak and so vulnerable, what can we do now to get us through the winter? And we as Conservatives have a plan. That plan would reduce taxes on workers and entrepreneurs to stimulate hard work, enterprise, investment, and consumer activity. It would remove the anti-development barriers imposed by Bills C-69 and 48, which prevent us from shipping our resources from the Pacific coast and from building pipelines to deliver it there in the first place. We would require a 2-for-1 red tape reduction rule. That is to say, if the government brings in one new economic regulation, it needs to get rid of 2 of them in order to remove the red tape that is holding back our economy. And we would replace wasteful corporate welfare like the millions for Bombardier, Loblaws, MasterCard, BlackBerry with lower taxes for all entrepreneurs to unleash their power to generate wealth and get us through these hard times. In other words, we want to unleash the fierce and ferocious power of free enterprise, which is the only source of prosperity that will get us through these difficult times. Madam Speaker, we believe in responsible planning for trouble ahead. That planning did not occur. So now we as Conservatives step forward again with a responsible plan to get us through the hard times, to get us over the difficulties, and to allow Canadians to fulfill their potential so that anyone who works hard can achieve their dreams. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sackville-Preston, Cheska, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his speech. He touched on many topics of importance, some which I would agree on, and that's when he talks about lowering taxes for Canadians. We've lowered taxes when we came into government in 2015, 2016. The first introduction in this new Parliament, we're lowering taxes as well. So he's right when we talk about the importance of lowering taxes. Where I disagree with my colleague, however, is that he talks about spending money. We have not been spending money. We have been building a strong Canada by investing in Canadians. We added 1 million jobs, of course, which is important. We lowered the unemployment rate by the lowest in 40 years, which is very important to note. So he needs to look at, there's a big difference between spending money and investing in Canadians. We have been investing in Canadians now for 5 years. The economy has been very strong, and we're well prepared to weather any storm that we face as we move forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for for Carleton, yes.
The facts are these. Canada's unemployment rate is higher than the US, the UK, Japan, Germany. 4 out of the 7 G7 countries have lower unemployment. Our unemployment has been higher in Canada under this Prime Minister every single year he has been in office than in the G7 average. Our growth right now is 0.3%. It's projected to be 50% lower than in the United States of America. There is nothing to celebrate about the government's growth and employment numbers. What we are asking for in this motion, I have no doubt the government will support it, is the release of all documents in which officials foretold the potential of an economic downturn. Was this government at any point warned by its officials at finance or industry about the economic downturn that could eventually come and what impact such a downturn would have on the size of our deficit? Because we want to know if this government anticipated any of these problems. We surely did. We're on the record warning regularly that troubles like this could eventually appear. And it turns out winter has come just as we said it would. We want to know the government knew that these risks existed, if it ignored the warnings, and if it took any preparatory action to defend Canadians against its impact.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for, sorry, I have to get this right, Sturgeon River Parkway, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my honourable member for his excellent speech. I was just reading Budget 2019-2020 released by this Liberal government, and their economic assumptions were that oil would be $55 to $65 a barrel. That's for Western Texas Intermediate. We see this morning that it's currently sitting at just over $30 a barrel. Can the member comment on how he thinks this precipitous drop in oil, how could the government have better prepared for this, and what do you think the impact is going to be on the Canadian economy?
For Carleton.
Well, the member asks a very good question. And that assumption of a $55 a barrel of oil is another example of our Prime Minister Grasshopper, who thought the sun would always shine, that winter would never come. And he, as a result, spent the cupboard bare, squandered the good times, leaving us weak and vulnerable for the bad times. Well, those bad times may have arrived. The oil price the member mentions, I think, was West Texas Intermediate. That is the best possible price we could imagine, that and Brent. Of course, we don't get WTI in Canada because we don't have enough pipeline capacity, so we get the Western Canada Select price, which is lower still. The result, of course, Madam Speaker, is that Western Canadians will once again be devastated by this latest economic phenomenon, already hammered with anti-development laws, pipeline blockages, blockades of railroads that would otherwise deliver agricultural goods. Westerners are already suffering, and now another blow. This government has imposed austerity on Western Canadian workers with its anti-development agenda, and now they will suffer more. That is precisely why the Conservative plan would repeal anti-development legislation, approve major projects, unleash the fierce power of the free enterprise system that built the prairie economy over generations. That is how we get through this winter.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour for me to be speaking on behalf of my constituents to rise and speak on this very important motion, and one that I had the opportunity to second, a motion that my colleague from Carleton has brought forward. Madam Speaker, throughout my ongoing consultations and interactions with constituents, I hear about their concerns of the people right across Edmonton Millwoods. And one of the most repeated concerns I hear is that they cannot find work, especially those in the energy sector. Just this weekend, I heard the story of James, a constituent in my riding who was just starting out a young family. He had a great job, a well-paying job with benefits, and he worked for a company that had been in operation in Alberta for over 25 years. But unfortunately, he was laid off as the company was forced to shut down and move their operations to the United States. He hasn't been able to find work in over a year because of the economic situation in Alberta. He's seen firsthand the impacts that the stalling economy has had on his situation, and his living situation. It's situations like James's that are leading to the frustration, desperation, and hopelessness, which is at the root of this unity crisis that we are seeing in Western Canada. To make matters worse, Madam Speaker, there's an unprecedented number of small businesses claiming bankruptcy. Canadians have seen this government raise taxes, spend wastefully, and rack up massive deficits. Canadians are worried, and for good reason, Madam Speaker. As we're here today for this important debate, calling on the government to provide their plans discussing warnings or concerns of economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice or recommendations on how to deal with them, and that the documents be provided to the House within 45 days following the adoption of this motion. And Madam Speaker, we are requesting documents going back to November of 2015, because today's economic situation is not just something that happened overnight. Many experts have been warning about this situation for many years. The constituents in my riding of Edmonton Millwoods and right across Alberta have felt the effects that this Liberal government has had on the economy the hardest. Alberta saw 4 straight months of job losses to finish this last year, resulting in nearly 10,000 jobs lost in a 4-month span. That's 10,000 families receiving the devastating news of their family members coming home from work and having to tell their family that I just lost my job. Investment is fleeing Alberta as regulations are strangling the energy sector and making it almost impossible to build pipelines in Canada. Instead of reducing regulation and bringing in smart rules that make Canada an attractive place to invest, This government has brought in the most burdensome regulations on work that has resulted in nearly $200 billion in the oil and gas projects being cancelled, and 200,000 Canadian oil and gas workers losing their jobs over the last 5 years. Bills like C-69, the No More Pipelines Bill, and C-48, the tanker ban, have unfairly targeted Alberta and have crippled its economy. We've seen the effects that these bills and lack of confidence in this government has had, most recently highlighted by Teck's decision to pull its application from the Frontier Mine, a project that would have brought 7,000 jobs, construction jobs, and 2,500 long-term jobs, and billions of dollars in investment gone. Investment continues to flee Canada, while the demand for oil continues to climb right across the world. Madam Speaker, foreign investment in Canada is down over 50% since this Prime Minister took power. Most recently, highlighted by Warren Buffett's decision to pull out of a $9 billion liquefied natural gas project in Quebec over concerns about how this government is handling the illegal railway blockades and infrastructure disaster. This impact is worsened by the increased taxes as a result of this Liberal government. Since the Liberal government came into power in 2015, 81% of middle-income Canadians are seeing higher taxes, with the average income tax increase for middle-income families coming in at about $840. Madam Speaker, from the cancelled family tax cut to the cancelled art and fitness tax credit to the cancelled education and textbook credit, this government has found a way to target every Canadian with higher taxes. As a result of these policies, 48% of Canadians are within $200 of not being able to pay their bills and debt obligations. 1/3 of Canadians have no money left at the end of the month and are unable to cover their payments, falling further into debt. Adding to their growing concerns is that this government has mismanaged the economy completely. Businesses are experiencing the same harsh reality, Madam Speaker. Businesses are facing new carbon taxes and increased CPP and EI premiums. Thousands of local businesses across our great nation are no longer qualifying for the small business tax rate, or will see it reduced. While other G7 countries like the United States, United Kingdom, and France have all embarked on major tax reforms over the past few years, simplifying the tax code and lowering overall taxes, Canada continues to move in the opposite direction, increasing taxes and regulations, stifling our economy, and having taxpayer dollars go up in smoke. This, Madam Speaker, while also spending these increased tax dollars at unprecedented levels. During the first 4 years of this government, the Prime Minister added over $72 billion to the national debt, after the Prime Minister promised during the 2015 debates, and I quote, "I'm looking straight at Canadians and being honest the way I always have been. We've said we are committed to balanced budgets, and we are. We will balance that budget in 2019. Yet, here we are at the end of the 2019-20 fiscal year, and we're staring at the reality of another deficit and nearly $100 billion added to our debt. There is no evidence that there was any increase in economic growth as a result of the spending, and there is little to show for the frivolous spending. Whether we look at the $187 billion infrastructure program that the Parliamentary Budget Officer said resulted in zero increase in infrastructure built in Canada because of the infrastructure plan did not exist, or the $40 million to BlackBerry, where the CEO of the company candidly admitted he didn't need the money, the $12 million to Loblaws to buy new refrigerators, or for a company that turned hundreds of millions of dollars in profits last year, or the $50 million handout to MasterCard, priceless. Canadians are seeing their hard-earned tax dollars go to waste and turned into subsidies for these Liberal-favoured companies while getting the short end of the stick again. Contrast this, Madam Speaker, with the Conservative plan that my honourable colleague from Carleton laid out. Being the party of the taxpayer, we outlined our 5-step plan, focused on tax cuts for workers and entrepreneurs, a plan to phase out the deficit, the elimination of red tape to free businesses, ending corporate welfare for Liberal-favoured companies, and ending the wasteful Liberal spending that we have seen over the past 4 years. These are the types of actions needed to ensure our economy continues to function, Madam Speaker. And this is why we bring forward this motion. This, Madam Speaker, is why I'm proud to support this motion in the House today. Canadians have seen this government raise taxes, spend wastefully, and rack up massive deficits. Canadians are worried about the state of the economy, and for good reason, especially given the bleak reality that our stock markets reflect today. The Liberals have squandered the good times, leaving us weak and vulnerable for economic turmoil. As opposed to paying down the debt this government has racked up when the world was stable and prosperous, it instead spent at unprecedented levels. Now Canada's economic growth has slowed to 0.3% in the fourth quarter, the worst performance in almost 4 years. And this was all before the impact of the illegal blockades and the coronavirus. The blockades that have stifled our economy for weeks and have had effects on small businesses right across the country. The Prime Minister's sky-high taxes, wasteful spending, and massive deficits have put Canada in an incredibly weak and vulnerable position, with the possibility of a made-in-Canada recession rapidly approaching. And as we continue to see the effects that these illegal blockades have had on our economy and the increased concern of the effects of COVID-19, now is the time for this government to finally be transparent with Canadians, to provide us with their plans discussing warnings or concerns, the economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice recommendations on how to deal with them. Because, Madam Speaker, Canadians are worried about what's next. The people in my riding of Edmonton Mill Woods and right across Alberta and across this country as a whole can't handle more weakness and vulnerability from this government. Canada's Conservatives have a plan to unleash our economy, reward hard work, eliminate waste, and allow Canadians to fulfill their potential. We will continue to be the voice of hardworking entrepreneurs, hardworking Canadians today, and demand that Liberals get our economy back on track so Canadians can get back to work. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks. I take issue with a number of the different points he's made, but I'll focus my question on one. He, in a very brief way, passed over his objection to the improvements that we've made to the Canada Pension Plan. Madam Speaker, when I talk to constituents in the communities that I represent, one of the top things that I hear from the seniors who live in these communities is that they have real trouble affording the increase in cost of living. I'm curious, did I hear correctly? Is it the Conservative Party of Canada's plan to actually undo improvements that will result in fewer dollars going to seniors in retirement? And if that's the case, why does he want to cut benefits for seniors in order to pay for whatever this Conservative plan is shaping up to be?
Member for Edmonton Mill Woods.
No, Madam Speaker. Actually, what I have talked about is providing a plan for businesses right across this country and to be able to help and support workers to get back to work, Madam Speaker. We want to take the burden away from businesses, especially small businesses, those businesses that help to run this country. This Liberal government, they have created so much red tape, have burdened some of these businesses that they're not able to do what they do best, which is to grow the economy, to help support workers. And so those workers can provide for their families, Madam Speaker.
Where's the money?
Commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My Conservatives colleagues, well, in some respect, we understand the impacts of the slowdown in the energy sector and in Western Canada. It essentially hinges on energy, but I'm not sure if my colleague is aware that there are three key factors that mean that today oil is not competitive in the international market. First, at the very root of the barrel, we have to spend 4 barrels to produce 1. So that means it's less than $50 a barrel. And since 2012, Saudi Arabia has literally cut its oil prices by increasing taxes within its own country to guarantee international dumping. So these are two components. That means that right now Canadian oil is not competitive, and it won't be so for quite some time. That's a business and not a political reality. So I understand the concerns that this could concern, particularly with respect to our economy. But my colleague talked about solutions could he suggest some transitions for his province?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my colleague mentions the price of oil being a part of the factor here. Madam Speaker, yes, that's true that the world price of oil does make a difference. But at the end of the day, I have seen companies in Alberta that have now shut down from Alberta and are moving south to Texas. Overall, and with where there's less regulation, there's more support for the industry there, where they are able to flourish. And I'm talking about burdensome regulation like C-69, bills that this Liberal government has brought in that are actually hurting our industry, bills like C-48 that is hurting the possibility of taking oil from Alberta and taken to international markets. That is what the problem here is. It is actually mismanagement from this government. Now, I would hope that my honourable colleague from the bloc, they would support this motion so we could see documents what type of warnings were given to this government. Let's see what those documents say. Let's see how they have reacted to this, because I think it's important. It's about transparency to this House and for members of Parliament to be able to do our work, to know what type of warnings were given to the government well before this economic situation has come up now.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member's colleague rose to regale us with tales of Aesop's fable. And he acknowledged the variations of these stories, but he didn't express the compassion and the charity of Aesop's fables. Nor did he acknowledge that the variation of this story is with the dung beetle, Madam Speaker, which is an improvident insect that fails in the winter to wash away the dung in which it feeds. So the Conservatives have always maintained the billions in subsidies of the rich oil and gas companies. Will the Honourable Member finally acknowledge that the billions of taxpayer subsidies to the oil and gas sector is in no way keeping with a free market, nor is it in keeping with his colleague's fable?
Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods.
We don't subsidize it.
Madam Speaker, there are no subsidies to the oil and gas sector. The fact of the matter is that we're talking about taking off the burdensome regulations, the unnecessary regulations that are strangling the energy sector, and that's the result of what's happening in Alberta and with so many job losses, Madam Speaker.
Debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As always, it's a pleasure to rise in this chamber, in this instance, to contribute to the debate, which largely revolves around the fiscal and economic health of our nation in, frankly, uncertain and challenging times globally. Now, the sponsor of this bill went to great lengths to talk down the Canadian economy in an effort to score political points. I disagree with the vast majority of the points that he raised during his debate. So it's somewhat ironic, and I'm happy to share with the honourable member that, in fact, I plan on supporting the motion, frankly, because the documents that may exist are not something that we have any interest in keeping from the opposition nor the Canadian public. Madam Speaker, over the course of my remarks, there's a few key themes that I hope to touch on. One is to provide an overview of the current economic and fiscal context in which we find ourselves, to highlight some of the emerging challenges that face the Canadian economy, and then to introduce some of the measures that we put forward in these past few years that have yielded, frankly, results that were far beyond what I thought possible when I was a candidate in the 2015 federal election campaign. So first, by way of background, I think it's helpful to describe the context within which we find ourselves. First, Canada is in a very healthy fiscal position compared to other developed economies in the global community. We are positioned very well to respond to the kinds of challenges that are now making themselves present. Frankly, the narrative that somehow overspending has put us in a position where we can't afford to deal with the challenges we're now facing is based on false pretenses, and I honestly believe that it is designed purely to score political points based on misinformation rather than actually making substantive points that contribute to the health of our democratic discourse in Canada. The fundamentals of our economy are very strong. We've seen extraordinary job growth in the past few years. We have seen, as importantly, that growth translate into benefits for middle class and low income Canadians. We've seen certain measures improve the competitiveness of our nation's economy. And importantly, we've seen an overall improvement to the fiscal health of our nation's economy. Now, the fact is, responsible management of the economy is at the fore for our government. I note in particular the mandate letter to the finance minister from the prime minister specifically mandates him to continue to see our national debt shrink as a function of our economy, and also that we preserve enough economic firepower to respond in the event that an economic downturn does come to pass. The fact is, we've been planning to invest in Canadians to create growth, but making sure that we're having enough fiscal room to operate should the circumstances demand any kind of a change in course. Sometimes it just so happens that the fiscally prudent thing to do is to take advantage of opportunities to invest that may exist. If I actually look at the status of Canada's economy right now, what I see is a debt to GDP ratio that's actually been shrinking and projected to continue to go down. What I see is the healthiest debt to GDP ratio of any G7 economy. Madam Speaker, Canada, in fact, is one of only 2 countries within the G7 to have a AAA credit rating, the highest possible rating with all of the major credit agencies. And in fact, we are one of only about 10 countries on the planet today that have a credit rating of this strength. In addition, Madam Speaker, in our federal budgets that we table, we do prepare for contingencies to deal with events that we may not have been able to foresee at the time of its crafting, specifically to deal with challenges that may present themselves that may not be apparent on the day the budget's tabled. Having that contingency in place is precisely the kind of thing we do to deal with emerging challenges, and I'll deal with a few of them now. Of course, the spread of COVID-19, or as most Canadian households would be referring to it, coronavirus, in recent weeks, may not have been something that could have been apparent months and months ago. But when we became aware that this actually was an issue that needed to be dealt with, we've been responding professionally every step of the way. When it comes to something like the coronavirus, I do want to make clear that while it's also an economic issue, our #1 priority is protecting the health of Canadians. I've been blown away by the leadership of the Public Health Agency of Canada, the level of cooperation with our international partners, whether it's the G7 or IMF on the economic side, or the World Health Organization on the public health side, the level of coordination between the federal departments through the Canadian Operations Centre, which was triggered by public safety in recent weeks, as well as the Public Health Agency's coordination of the efforts between the provinces and territories with federal measures that have been put in place. To those frontline workers who are diligently protecting the health of Canadians, so myself and my family can sleep soundly knowing that we're in good hands, I want to say thank you for your professionalism and excellence throughout. I do want to recognize, though, that despite the fact that it's primarily a public health issue, there's also economic challenges that obviously arise when we see threats of this nature. You don't have to have a crystal ball to see that there's an impact on commodity prices when a particular region of the world has such a dramatic drop in demand that it suddenly has an impact on countries that produce those commodities. This is having a particular impact on the metals and oil and gas sector, of course, which Canada's economy has depended on for a very long time. We also see that the travel and tourism sectors can be significantly impacted whenever there's affected regions of the world that have new travel advisories, but it also can come back to have an economic impact at home. I know my home province of Nova Scotia was set to host the International Women's Hockey Championship in the coming months, and unfortunately, for concern of public health and safety, that event had to be cancelled, and that will have an unfortunate economic impact on the communities who were so looking forward to hosting that tournament. But Madam Speaker, there's also an impact on global supply chains. Canadian businesses that may not be able to secure the products they rely on for their manufacturing process, for example, may not be able to provide their product to their typical end customer, or they may have to pay a higher price. So it's not lost on us that these events that are global in nature can have a very serious impact on us at home, and they can also impact the general business and consumer sentiment that can cause them to change course in the spending decisions they otherwise would have made. So some of the things we're actually doing to monitor the economic impact of this outbreak is to make sure that we have the resources in place so that Canada can maintain a world-class public health response. We also want to continue to monitor the impact on businesses and on workers and ensure the measures that we're putting in place are going to serve the interests of keeping the Canadian economy operating at capacity. And we do have a plan to increase our risk adjustment in the upcoming federal budget to make sure that we're planning for the potential impact that this illness could have on our nation's economy. We can look recently at the blockades that were canvassed in a number of debates in this House in response to the protests tied to the land rights issue in the Wet'suwet'en Territory in Western Canada. Nous avons également pris des mesures.
We've also taken steps to deal with the economic repercussions of the rail blockades. If there's any lesson to learn from the last few weeks, it's that reconciliation with Indigenous people is not a straight line. What we have to do is work tirelessly. We also have to acknowledge that there's still much to be done. This is a process that will have good days and bad days, and we have to continue to be determined. Canada is a trading country, and it's important that commodities reach markets. Now, even though it's too soon to know what the full impact of the blockades will be, we do know that it was a challenge and that it was causing considerable frustration for people and businesses. We must keep in mind that many Canadians depend on rail transportation in order to get commodities and necessary staples. They need it to be able to get to work. They need it to be able to earn their living. Many workers were laid off, and many are still going through difficult circumstances. The effects are real and they're immediate. Our government is working day and night in order to mitigate the economic risks that these blockades brought about, but also to ensure that we will find a sustainable, lasting solution. From the very outset, we knew that we had to be able to dialogue, even though it was difficult. We knew that was the way to move ahead. Many people have criticized our approach, but our approach has brought results. People who were laid off are being rehired. Most of the blockades have been dismantled. The Prime Minister took the right approach, even though other political parties were proposing simplistic solutions to the problem.
Challenge for the Canadian economy, if I can even call it that. We've known about it for so long. But I would be remiss if I didn't raise the threat posed by climate change, not only to our environment, to our nation's economy. The fact that we still have debates over whether human industrial activity is the primary driver of climate change is beyond me, and the fact that we're still seeing in the Canadian political context debates on whether Canada can play a meaningful role in the fight against climate change is something that, as a representative who cares about this, I simply cannot accept. The fact is we can't address challenges to our economy if we don't deal with the threat posed by climate change. Canadians are feeling the effects today. We've seen storm surges in Nova Scotia, floods in New Brunswick, heat waves in Quebec and Ontario, droughts in the prairies, forest fires in the west, glacial melt in the north that are having a real impact on the traditional way of life for Canadians and our economies. Of course, there's a direct economic impact. If you look at the Insurance Bureau of Canada, who testified before the Finance Committee as part of our pre-budget consultations, they highlighted that in 1990, the losses associated with severe weather events was in the ballpark of $100 million. That number last year was in the ballpark of $2 billion, a 20-fold increase. Now, I don't doubt their motivations are pure, but I think they're motivated not just by the desire to do social good for our planet and for our environment, but also representing the insurance industry, they're motivated by the bottom line. The fact is, if you follow the money, you see it's costing more because life on planet Earth has changed. Madam Speaker, we can address these challenges. I'll point out as well that for every dollar in insured losses, they testified there were $3 in uninsured losses, which are being picked up by taxpayers today, whether municipal, provincial, or federal. It is the same group of people who are now out of pocket far too much to deal with climate inaction over decades, Madam Speaker. But it's not just the cost of mitigating disasters or responding to floods that we need to deal with. There's also missed economic opportunities. If you look at the forest fires out west, the impact that had on production, even in the energy sector, was immense. If you look at what's happened, and this is something I'm deeply concerned about representing Nova Scotia, to the lobster fishery in Maine a few years ago, because they're dealing with higher ocean temperatures, I fear that a similar kind of consequence will befall the lobster harvesters in Nova Scotia if we don't take action soon, and I hope it's not already too late. But one of the things that we need to turn our mind to is not just a challenge facing our economy when we're dealing with climate change. There's a massive economic opportunity. If you look to Mark Carney's advice, the governor, former Bank of Canada governor and Bank of England, he cited a $26 trillion global opportunity. The fact is the world is changing, and we have to decide whether we want to change with it. If we choose to change and be part of this transition, we will be on the front end of a wave that will see economic growth like we perhaps can't contemplate now. In fact, we're seeing it already today. In my own community, the Trinity Group of companies is helping with energy efficiency initiatives. So they grew from a shop of about 2 people to dozens and dozens of employees. They're helping homeowners reduce their power bill and reduce their emissions at the same time. We see investments in green infrastructure that are able to create jobs, put people to work, and prevent the worst consequences of climate change for future generations. We see investments in research at the campus at St. F.X. University in my backyard, to the Flux Lab, where Dr. David Risk has helped discover a new gas leak detection technology that's helping energy companies reduce their emissions, putting people to work not just in his lab, but for some of Canada's largest energy producers who have now adopted this technology. Madam Speaker, the fact is we have put forward the first national climate action plan. It has more than 50 measures that we've introduced, and we expect to see growth in the green economy as a result. But it's one thing to experience economic growth. It's another thing to make sure that it actually benefits everyday, ordinary Canadians. We've made investments to grow the economy in infrastructure, which put people to work and strengthen communities, in innovation, like I've just cited, through our universities, but also to trigger private sector investment. We've changed rules around immigration to ensure that employers are not missing out on growth opportunities because they can't find people in their communities to do the work. We have invested in trade to help grow the economy and are now the only G7 economy with free trade access to every other G7 economy. We've cut the small business tax rate from 11% to 9%, making it the lowest rate of small business tax in the G7. And we've also put new rules forward to accelerate the capital cost allowance rate down for companies who are actually investing in ways that are going to increase their production and put more people to work. What are the results of these investments? More than 1.2 million new jobs in our nation's economy, including more than 30,000 last month. What we're seeing as well is record low unemployment, and we're seeing more Canadians working than more or less at any point before in our nation's history since we started keeping track of those statistics. But it's cold comfort to someone living in poverty or who can't afford the cost of raising a family to hear that there's a number of new jobs across Canada or that our GDP has in fact gone up. That's why we're introducing policies, have introduced, I should say, like the Canada Child Benefit, which ended the practice of sending child care checks to millionaires and puts more money directly in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families. It's why the first thing that we did when we came here after 2015 was to advance a tax cut for 9 million middle-class Canadians and raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% of income earners. It's why the first thing that we did when we got here in 2019 was to put forward a measure that was going to reduce taxes for 20 million Canadians, including the elimination of federal income tax altogether for more than 1 million low-income Canadians. It's why we've advanced benefits like the OAS, reducing the age of eligibility for old age security from 67 to 65. It's why we've increased the guaranteed income supplement by 10% for low-income single seniors. It's why we made enhancements that I'm learning the Conservative Party now opposes to the Canada Pension Plan to ensure our seniors can have a more dignified and secure retirement. It's why we're tackling the cost of education by improving the Canada Student Grants Program, changing the timeline under which students have to repay debt they may have built up while they're studying, and why we doubled the Canada Summer Jobs Program to put more young people to work. What we're actually seeing, despite some clever use of statistics by some of the members opposite, is that the typical Canadian household, when you consider the totality of our body of work, is about $2,000 better off today than they were before we took office. As importantly, more importantly, Madam Speaker, what we've seen recently was that more than 1 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty in the past few years. We have achieved the single greatest reduction in poverty over a 3-year period in the history of Canada. 334,000 of those people that are no longer living in poverty, that were living in poverty just 4.5 years ago, are Canadian children. This is the kind of policy development that we should be shouting from the rooftops and sharing with the world to demonstrate how you successfully manage the benefits of economic growth to support Canadians. Madam Speaker, I appreciate I'm probably getting close to the end of my timeline, and I'll conclude with this. The Conservatives' attack on the Canadian economy is not in and of itself an economic plan. What you actually have when you look at the facts are a rate of job growth that most would not have thought possible when we were coming into power at the end of 2015. What you've seen, more importantly, is that Canadians writ large are sharing in the benefits of that growth rather than having them concentrated amongst the wealthiest 1% of income earners. What you're seeing is more Canadians lifted out of poverty than almost any member of this House could have imagined 4.5 years ago. And all of this has taken place while we've maintained a healthy fiscal framework that allows us to respond to the changing dynamics of the global economy. If you don't want to accept my word on this, Madam Speaker, I'd invite you to read the report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer who confirmed this to be the case just a few short weeks ago. Yes, the world is changing. Yes, there are challenges, but Canada is up to them now and will be as long as we remain in government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River Parkland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm quite embarrassed, actually, by the member's statement. He's living in a fantasy world, Madam Speaker. It's time to get real. It's the government's job to give Canadians the straight goods. He's talking about a $26 trillion green initiative. Well, you know who the biggest investors in green energy are in Canada? Oil and gas companies. For every dollar that oil goes down, the Alberta Treasury loses $355 million. Today's drop alone will cost the Alberta Treasury $10 billion. We see that revenues are collapsing across this country. This government's not prepared for it. Their pension contribution liabilities are increasing. Revenues are dropping. Other expenses are increasing. They're not ready for these changes, Madam Speaker. So I'm going to ask the member, what percentage of debt to GDP ratio is this government prepared to go to? 50%, 100%, or 200%? How far are they going to put this country into debt before they get real with Canadians?
Hear, hear. Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I accept that the member feels embarrassed in asking his question, but it's not because of the comments coming from this side of the aisle. Madam Speaker, what you're seeing is the Conservatives coming just to the very boundary of accusing the Prime Minister for a global drop in oil prices. Are they next going to blame him for the spread of the coronavirus in Iran or Wuhan? Madam Speaker, this is becoming a fool's errand to even engage. But I will do my best. The fact is, we recognize that there are structural challenges facing the global oil and gas sector. I'm somebody who actually spent 5 years working in Alberta and oftentimes in the oil and gas sector. This is not something that's come lately to my attention. It's something that governments federally and provincially should have been preparing for a very long time ago. What we're doing is investing in the Canadian economy that's going to allow us to achieve growth, not just in one sector of strategic importance, but across the board. At the same time, we're trying to help position Canadians so they can weather the storm and preserving a fiscal economic framework that allows us to respond to these challenges. Right now, the balance sheet of Canada is the envy of the G7. We have we've come down to just about 31% of our debt to GDP ratio. We were more than double that in our nation's fairly recent history. Madam Speaker, if there is a developed economy in the world who is prepared to respond to the challenges raised in the global marketplace, Canada is that country.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his remarks and specifically for the part he said in French. I'd like to congratulate him on the quality of his French. Now, I thought it was very interesting to hear him speak about the the transitional economy opportunities. And he especially given the statement from Mr. Carney of the Bank of England. However, I would like to say that even though I agreed with some things, when you look at the money that's being spent and the direction the government is taking, it's in fact going in the opposite direction of what he stated. what he's doing for this transitional economy is doing nothing to, is the opposite of supporting the oil industry. The oil sector grew by 24%, and it continues to grow by 8% a year today. And so there isn't any other sector in the country that's known this kind of growth. And over the past year, the Prime Minister said he would be providing announced $24 billion in support to that industry. So will the government change direction, support the transitional economy rather than support that of the past decade? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And before beginning, I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question and as well for what he said about my French. But I will be responding in English with his permission.
That we are in the midst of Canada's very first national action on climate change. With respect, we recognize that the energy sector is still very much a part of the Canadian economy, and we're not going to flip the switch and shut down this industry of strategic importance overnight. But what the transition looks like to me, it looks like making sure that we have a price on pollution so that those in the conventional oil and gas sector are not necessarily able to operate without dealing with the cost of the externalities that have been borne by the rest of Canadians. It looks like creating a market for the next generation of fuels by developing a clean fuel standard. It looks like investments in energy efficiency, including $56 million just in my home province of Nova Scotia to help homeowners make their homes more efficient. It looks like subsidies in electric vehicles that have been receiving a level of uptake that we frankly didn't contemplate, having 50% of it eaten away for 3 years in just the first 8 months. What it looks like is investments in protecting nature that are actually going to put people to work in restoring some of the most important critical habitat to fight the biodiversity crisis that we're facing, and also protecting our carbon sinks. So recognizing that as a social fact that the energy sector is still of strategic importance to Canada is not mutually exclusive to the idea that we can be investing in the transition. Canada has never seen a government put so much effort into the transition towards a green economy. I would be happy to continue the conversation with my friend who I know is a big supporter of the transition, and if we work together, I feel like we can help Canada lead the rest of the world as we transition to a net zero future.
The Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my friend and colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary, for his speech. We'll be supporting this motion, as you know, Madam Speaker, to support transparency. Madam Speaker, the member talked about contingency, talked about when times are tough that the government can react. We've seen the biggest drop on the Toronto Stock Exchange today since 1987. We've seen oil prices lose 30% of their value over the last day. Madam Speaker, this is a different time. We need a government with a plan. We need a government that's going to build, help diversify our economy, build more resiliency, and build and invest in the future. Right now, we're seeing a government that's committed $17.1 billion to the Trans Mountain Pipeline. What we need is a climate bank right now, Madam Speaker, a plan to build and invest in clean energy so that the workers that are going to be most affected are going to get a job, investing in salmon restoration, projects that are going to get people to work immediately. Madam Speaker, through you, I ask the member, will he come up with an immediate plan for Canadians that are being impacted by what's happening with COVID-19 and the crisis that we're facing that we've never seen before, like we're seeing today. And we're expecting an emergency package right now for Canadians that's going to move us forward for the next generation and the future generations to come.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it'll take me a moment to unpack some of the different angles of that question. With respect to COVID-19, yes, it requires a serious response given the nature of the public health emergency that we are dealing with. Respectfully, we've engaged the Canada Operations Centre to make sure that all government departments coordinate their efforts. The Public Health Agency of Canada has coordinated the efforts with all of the provincial and territorial health authorities to ensure that the frontline care is actually meeting the quality of service that they would expect. We're coordinating our efforts with the World Health Organization. We also recognize that there is an economic impact, and with respect, there will be details shared soon about support for those who have to deal with self-isolation to help combat the spread of COVID-19. Of course, you mentioned the significant drop in global oil prices as a result of OPEC's, disagreement between essentially Saudi Arabia and Russia in recent days. The fact is, we've actually been working on a transition and a diversification of the economy for 4.5 years. This is not something because an emergency has propped up we're suddenly needing to respond to, though it does also require an acute response. The fact is we've been diversifying the economy by investing in infrastructure, changing rules around immigration to bring a more talented labor force to Canada to fill the needs where employers can't meet the needs locally. We've been investing in innovation to boost research, which is now paying dividends through the commercialization of new technologies that have been developed right here in Canada. We've been engaging in investment and trade to have new markets come to our country. The fact is we have been making the investments he's now calling for the past 4.5 years, and we're going to continue to make those kinds of investments because they're good for the Canadian economy and good for Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Simcoe Grey.
Chatham Kent Leamington.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you, Madam Speaker, to the member opposite, I heard early on in his comments that he referenced Canada's AAA credit rating, and then in response to a colleague, he also referenced Canada's excellent present balance sheet. Could he explain what the past 5 years of Liberal government have done to contribute to those two conditions, or is Canada still riding on the crest of our previous government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would gladly take this question. The fact is that the Conservatives often talk about during the Great Recession, which was a real challenge during the global financial crisis, how they were the first Canadian economy to emerge from that very challenging economic time. What they never do tell people is that they're the only G7 country to find themselves a few years later back in another recession that was driven by their failed economic policies of anti-growth. With respect, the Conservatives racked up $150 billion of debt and had the slowest rate of economic growth of any government, get this, since the Great Depression. Over the past few years, what our government has done to actually preserve our fiscal health is make investments that grow the economy and have the benefits of that economic growth go to Canadians while monitoring a downward trending debt-to-GDP ratio. This is sound economic policy, and I'm happy to defend it any day of the week.
The Honourable Member for Joliette, resuming debate. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague, the member for Laurentides-Labelle. It's an honour for me to be able to do the first part. Madam Speaker, on a more serious note, the worldwide economic circumstances are not good today. The New York Stock Exchange, the Toronto Stock Exchange temporarily suspended transactions. And why? Because of an overly significant closure or lowering. This is very worrisome. There was a big fall in stocks. This is linked to the oil crash, and we can certainly draw a link to the situation with COVID-19 and the worldwide economy. Even before those two negative events that led to reduced activity for the stock exchanges, there were signs that things were not going very well. I could remind you about the statistics that had already been cited. Worldwide growth was relatively low in 2019. We're talking about 2.9%, whereas normally the indicator is 2.5% growth or less. There's serious risk of a worldwide recession. So things aren't going well. When we look at countries in Europe, it's not great either. Even before the coronavirus issue. Asia, Japan, China, neighboring countries. The situation in North America isn't as bad, but we're not looking at significant growth. The worldwide economy is significantly interconnected, so the risks are there. This is widespread. When we look at the cycle of economic crises, whether they be bigger or smaller, it seems to come back every 10 years. The last one happened in 2008, 2009. The worldwide economy is in difficulty, and now we have unexpected external shocks, for example, the coronavirus and the crash in oil prices. If we look at the coronavirus, there's an impact. All of that is going to have an impact on tourism throughout the entire world. And there are regions that are being quarantined. For example, part of Italy, the site of infection in China. And so we can expect further slowdowns. The local and worldwide economy are interconnected, and so there's going to be negative shocks throughout the entire economy. If our economic bases are fine, it's just a momentary shock. In a few months, the economy could go back to normal growth. However, as I was saying earlier, given that there are signs of serious slowdowns, this shock might be enough to unseat the entire economy and plunge us into the part of the economic cycle that starts with R. When it comes to tourism, people are spending less. And that is because of reduced demand. I'm sure one of my colleagues could talk to us about the Keynesian analysis of what can be done in the face of that later today. I'll be here for that, and I invite all colleagues to come and listen to his speech because I'm sure it'll be very interesting. But, Madam Speaker, as Kenneth Rogoff, an economist from Harvard, said, he's bringing in a new element. He's talking about a crisis of offer. What's going on with the coronavirus is that the worldwide economy is so interconnected and our supply chains are so diversified that quarantine in one area, for example in China, could lead to a slowdown of components for, say, a car or transportation. And that would affect the entire production chain. And we can see that in several economic sectors. That means one link in the chain could paralyze the entire chain of production in a given sector. That's very worrisome, especially because Rogoff added that if we look at the Chinese economy, it's twice as big as it was during the SARS crisis in 2003. Every one of its components are over-leveraged. All entities need revenues that are constantly coming in to be able to make their payments in a situation of being over-leveraged. That leads to a really serious risk. If there's quarantine in one area, businesses, municipalities, people are no longer able to make their payments. And if there's a cash liquidity crisis, well, we know that that can have an impact. China's impact on the worldwide economy is very serious, and that leads to a very concerning situation. So there might be a slowdown due to reduced demand, but also due to supply. And when we look at the bases of economic theory, when there's less offer or less supply, prices can go up. This is very concerning because traditional tools that we use to get out of recessions are sometimes less effective because of inflation. Over the last few decades, inflation was relatively low. Well, that was the number one goal of most central banks, was to maintain inflation at 1 to 3%. I would add, however, that increased trade around the world, all of those interconnections, led to reduced production costs in every sector. And that can explain why there wasn't more inflation. However, with the coronavirus, if panic sets in and countries start to close their borders, those gains due to international trade could be seriously undermined. This could lead to inflation. As I said, the worldwide economy was already showing signs of a slowdown, but now we have two shocks, the coronavirus and the oil crash. It could be temporary, and let's hope it is. However, it's very important for various administration and levels of government throughout the world to act quickly in order to ensure that we get out of this situation as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we could have relatively serious shocks that could mark the beginnings of a crisis. That's very worrisome. Of course, the government could use its traditional tools. The Bank of Canada is independent of government, and it recently announced lowered rates for its prime rate, and so there's that tool, but there's also public expenditures. The Parliamentary Secretary mentioned earlier that it was important to keep the Canadian health system world class. But the Canadian healthcare system is, first of all, the provincial healthcare system. Quebec and the provinces are responsible for it, and the role of the central government is to fund it to an adequate level. However, what we're seeing is exactly the contrary. The former Minister of Finance in Quebec, who was Liberal, accused this government of predatory federalism by refusing to honor promises to better fund the healthcare system. There's still no agreement on social housing between Quebec and Ottawa. When it comes to infrastructure, the money hasn't been made available. These basic tools that would be useful now because we're going through a shock, well, the government has ensured that the process is completely slowed down and we're not going as quickly as we'd like. And now, to stimulate demand when there's a slowdown, there's no short-term effective response. At that time, the crisis is an excellent opportunity towards the economy of the future. The Parliamentary Secretary talked about the transition economy. So I think we need to stop fighting about staying in last century's economy. It doesn't make any sense that the oil sector is the most well-supported. We're talking about $20 billion plus in cost overruns that was announced. This is the economy of the past. We need to turn towards the transition economy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, and a comment and then followed by a question. First of all, it's important that we do recognize that the provinces and territories do play an administrative role in regards to healthcare. But I would highlight to my colleague across the way that we are giving historical amounts of transfers, healthcare dollars, to the provinces, and we recognize that there is an important Canadians as a whole, no matter what region of the country you are in, expect the federal government to play a role in healthcare delivery. My question for the member is just because the coronavirus is such a situation which Canadians are following on a daily basis. It's in the news a great deal. Would he not agree that the Ottawa needs to continue to work with provinces who are responsible for the administration of health and other stakeholders, first responders and so forth, and just to get his thoughts in terms of in dealing with the coronavirus, just how important it is that we all come together, all being first responders, the provincial, federal governments, and others.
Joliette.
I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for his comments and question. We're in a situation where we can make the numbers say what they want when it comes to the economy. The Parliamentary Secretary is right that the federal government has never transferred as much money for health to the provinces before. However, when we look at increasing population and healthcare services demand that's increasing, the federal government has never funded healthcare in terms of percentage of GDP or percentage of healthcare expenditures. The provinces are the ones that are paying more and more. We have to be careful about that. I'll remind him that originally, Ottawa was funding half of healthcare expenditures. Every time Quebec spent $1, Ottawa spent $1. Now, the provinces and Quebec are asking for 25%. Quebec spends $3, Ottawa would spend $1, and we're not even there. And so the health minister's comment in Quebec that this is predatory federalism. In the case of the coronavirus, there's real danger, and everybody has to work together in order to avoid spreading this new virus, or at least until we have vaccines that we'll have in a few months. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's clear that Liberals and Conservatives have managed the economy for the wealthiest and the multinationals. But when it comes to helping people in our ridings, that's something completely different. We know that the average person is $200 away from insolvency. So I was very happy to hear the conversations around housing and the transition that includes workers, because all we've heard today is the transition as it relates to corporations and those making the most in this country. So my question is, will my friend here opposite consider supporting a true just transition for workers that includes health care, that includes a place for people to live, that includes medication and child care? Will they support us in investing in people, and will they support us in our M1 motion for a true just transition for workers in a Green New Deal?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his comment and his question. Unfortunately, I haven't read their motion in detail, but as a general rule, NDP and the Bloc are progressive in general in terms of redistributing wealth to the less wealthy Canadians. But we do respect provincial jurisdiction. Ottawa cannot step on the provincial jurisdiction with respect to health. If the motion obviously includes that there is respectful provincial jurisdiction, and if there were any stepping into this jurisdiction in Quebec, well, with respect to the Sherbrooke Convention, there should be a full withdrawal with full compensation. So I'd like to remind this House of the importance of fighting against tax havens. If the state has less resources and they're in debt in U.S. and Canada, for example, and OECD countries, this is because companies and wealthy individuals are abusively using these tax havens. And we have to take concrete action and make them illegal. For example, there are Toronto banks that all have outlets in the West Indies. Debate. The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Good morning, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking to you to inform you about our position on this motion, and also I'd like to share my thoughts about this request. So as the critic for access to information and ethics for the Bloc, for ethics in particular, I think it's important for me to explain what this motion involves, in my view. First, and we've said this on several occasions today, the Bloc is obviously in favor of this motion that the House do issue for any document prepared by the department, agency, or Crown Corporation since November 4th, 2015. So it is clear that the disclosure of documents produced by all departments be available to all parliamentarians. Madam Speaker, even though I'm a new parliamentarian in this 43rd Parliament, and I do have much to learn, of course, nevertheless, there are fundamental things that we have to respect in order to be transparent, clear, intelligent, and not opaque. We have to have full access to information that concerns public opinion. The definition of dialogue is a conversation between two or several people on a defined topic. So if you look at the current legislation in terms of access to information, that requires, and I won't say this, but it requires Cabinet to proactively disclose ministers' information when they take power. They have 120 business days after they're appointed to do so. There are notes prepared for them that they have to disclose, notes for question period, notes prepared for ministers through federal institutions, and they have 30 business days to disclose those. There are also briefing notes when ministers appear before the Parliament, and they also have 120 business days to provide them after they appear. Right now, there is no policy in place that sets out proactive disclosure of these documents. So requesters can do an ATIP for all these documents under the Access to Information Act and obtain an answer within 30 days unless there's a delay justified by the circumstances. So the Access to Information Act does set out timelines for proactive disclosure, which are generally much more than 30 days when there's an ATIP involved. And it authorized institutions to not follow up on a request for documents when they were already made public. The Commissioner has no power for oversight of these documents that should be proactively disclosed, even when there's exceptions. This is a step back. I'd also like to add that the Commissioner even recommends to extending the legislation to cover ministers, cabinets, organizations that support Parliament, and other administrative court support organizations. And of course, there's an exception that they would add if there's parliamentary privilege at stake, or if there's judicial independence that could be violated. So the Ethics Committee even made the same recommendation during the last Parliament a few months ago, with an exclusion for parliamentary functions. So we should be talking about the urgency of amending this legislation because there are some gaps. So here's where we are today with this request for disclosure. I'm going to discuss things from a different angle. This is a question of transparency here, quite simply. As you know, Madam Speaker, transparency is an attitude that allows one to be clear, intelligent, and it offers perfect access to information in areas that concern public opinion. If we do manage to do this, then we can have dialogue. And this is what I've heard on several occasions from the government recently. Therefore, I would expect a true dialogue through transparency, without forgetting the fact that this increases confidence and considerably boosts dialogue and the level of dialogue. So I would like to give you a recent example of transparency and its benefits. In the beginning of the year 2000, I worked at a processing plant where there were more than 200 employees, and I used to work at the communications department with the CEO. Even though this was a private company and it wasn't a public organization, Madam Speaker, imagine the situation. We made the decision to disclose all the financial results of the company on a regular basis, whether they were good or bad. And what was the result of this, Madam Speaker? First, everyone was surprised to learn these figures, of course. There were several reactions. Some people said, "Oh, I didn't think that given the current economic situation that we were that affected. I feel like if this continues, the company will have to take serious action, and this could hurt us." And what was the result, Madam Speaker? The quality of the products produced considerably increased, which allowed us to catch up in our sales and to export better quality products. So transparency at that time made us aware of the issues that we could face. We didn't even need to tell employees to take more efforts to get us through this economic slowdown. So imagine the situation. What do you think happened when we presented the financial results, that were somewhat better. Their reaction, well, employees were reassured about the health of their company and about the long-term nature of their jobs. Production increased. Yes, it went up. Personnel wanted to continue along the same path, of course, hoping that they would benefit from a raise. But on this side of the House, we are working for the taxpayers. We do not manage private funds. A day like this one, should it not be used to tackle fundamental issues such as security, health, and the prosperity of taxpayers? Should they not be at the heart of our discussions and of our dialogue? I can't even calculate the cost of this Monday, 9th of March, while we're debating this request, which was accepted by the government. So, for these reasons, I think we need to debate fundamental issues more. Namely, and I repeat this, we have to discuss prosperity, collective well-being, and the long-term nature of our industries. Finally, Madam Speaker, I'd like to believe that today's motion and all other motions of this type, I would wish they would no longer be part of such an official request, that we could now work together to tackle urgent and important issues. In other words, Madam Speaker, I would like to think that there are documents that can be disclosed if they're of public interest. And we shouldn't be surprised that this government lacks transparency and that it's hiding things. And this would take us away from our key objective as parliamentarians to work for the well-being of the society, the reason why we were elected. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker, the Prime Minister in particular has been very proactive in terms of the issue of disclosing information, transparency, and accountability. We saw that even before he became Prime Minister when we, as a third party inside the chamber, advocated for proactive disclosure for all members of Parliament. And even though it wasn't mandated, it was mandated within our own caucus to provide that in terms of our expenses. And here we have before us, a request in which the government continues to try to provide as much information so that members of Parliament, whether they're here in the House or at standing committees, are in a better position to be able to make decisions. But I was really compelled to provide comment in terms of the member said we need to get into the real meat of issues, if I can put it that way. Issues such as Canada's middle class, such as some of the industries that are so vitally important to our country and the well-being of our nation. My question to my colleague across the way is, what would she see as the most outstanding issue for her personally inside today that we should be facing as government?
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much for your question. Eventually, in my opinion, a government and all parliamentarians need to tackle urgent and important issues. And ultimately, every document of public interest should be systematically disclosed for the well-being and constructive nature of our society to see where we're at. As I said earlier, when we have nothing to hide, when we want to work together, there is nothing more advantageous than giving people the maximum amount of information so that we can foster dialogue and work together. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Laurentides-Labelle for her speech, which was very passionate about the real issues that we have to discuss here in the House, and I agree with her entirely. When we talk about an economic downturn, we always forget everyday Canadians, people who have been affected for years by government cuts to services, by underfunding of health, for example, and many other areas. So we have to look at everyday Canadians. And I'd like to ask my colleague, does she feel that in this Parliament, often, this government and the former government as well, always favors big companies and wealthier Canadians rather than everyday Canadians? The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Yes, Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Ultimately, what I was saying earlier about how much does this cost us as taxpayers to spend a day like today when there are people who are hungry, people who are seeking shelter, who are having a hard time rounding out the end of the month and paying for their bills. The first thing I said when I got here in this House for the first time was, if we want to see prosperity, let's look at each other. So it's important for me to realize that when there are important and urgent issues, we need a fulsome system. And very often, some of these aspects are neglected. So I'm the first person who would like to defend the most vulnerable Canadians, the middle class, yes, but also people who are very poor, who are very vulnerable. And as I worked in industry and as a businesswoman, I really understand that there are issues where the economic aspect should be favored, but I hope that this 43rd Parliament will be able to give a very efficient direction for work that we have to do as parliamentarians. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to start off by saying that I'm going to be sharing my time with a very dynamic Member of Parliament for Courtney Alberni. And he'll be taking the second half of this first round for the NDP. No doubt we're going to support this motion. What Member of Parliament could actually stand in this House and say, we oppose transparency, we oppose getting this information out about what the government has actually prepared in terms of economic downturns? I mean, no Member of Parliament worth their salt would be opposed to that transparency. I think, as a number of other speakers have indicated, Madam Speaker, what I find really unfortunate is that this has to be an opposition day to actually compel the government to bring forward information that they should be presenting to parliamentarians anyhow. This should be part and parcel of Canadian democracy. Regardless of whether we're talking about a majority government or a minority government, the issue of transparency and full disclosure should be always present. And I'm happy to see that my Conservative colleagues have learned the lesson from the many years of the Harper government where there was no transparency and they weren't forthcoming on this kind of information. They appear to have learned their lesson. That's very good. Hopefully the Liberal government now has learned its lesson, and that the transparency that all Canadians are entitled to, not just parliamentarians, but all Canadians are entitled to, will be brought forward. So when we talk about the economic downturn, particularly in terms of preparation that the Ministry of Finance or other ministries may have done, it's particularly relevant today when many people see the threat of COVID-19. And in some countries, we are seeing the spread of that disease in a very unfortunate and tragic way. For many of the victims. We need to know what the economic impacts are and what the government has prepared in terms of an economic downturn that is linked to that virus. And so what I would like to do, Mr. Speaker, right now is talk about two other aspects of economic downturns, regardless of whether we're talking about COVID-19 or we're talking about the fall in oil prices or anything else. Two other things, two other considerations that have to be front and center in the deliberations of this Parliament. D'abord, quand on parle des relations...
First, when we talk about an economic downturn, we always forget about the impact on real people, everyday Canadians, people who for years have seen a lower quality of life, and this is clear. We've seen cuts in government services and a lack of services offered to Canadians. And the reality is that this impact means that families in Canada have more debt than most industrialized countries. So household debt is caused by this lack of government funding. And if you also look at the impact that his has on the finances of the average household in Canada, the average Canadian family is $200 away from insolvency at the end of the month.
Mr. Speaker. The fact that Canadians have the highest family debt load in industrialized countries, certainly the highest family debt load in our history as Canadians, and at the same time, half of Canadian families are $200 away from insolvency on any given month. You have to wonder why, when we talk about economic downturns, we neglect the fact that Canadian families are worse off than they have been. Over the last couple of decades, we have seen the deterioration in the quality of life of Canadians. The housing crisis, tens of thousands of Canadians who don't even have a roof over their head. The fact that nearly 7 million Canadians don't have access to the medication that is so vital to keep them in good health and, in many cases, to keep them alive. The fact that so many Canadians, millions of Canadians, don't have access to basic dental care. And as we expressed, as you know, Mr. Speaker, just last week or the week before last, we talked in this House about the importance of having basic dental care rather than a tax cut for people earning six-figure incomes. And even though the government voted against that, the reality is it has touched a chord in the Canadian population. Last week, which was a riding week, in my riding, people were talking to me about the importance of bringing basic dental care into Canada. And when we see the deplorable state of Indigenous communities because of the lack of investments to be made. The economic downturn that we're talking about, whether it is for COVID-19 or any other reason, the reality is Canadians have felt this now for decades, that they have not been the priority. The Parliamentary Budgetary Officer tells us that $26 billion a year go offshore, and offshore tax havens of very wealthy and very profitable corporations use this to basically take taxpayers' dollars that should be invested for the benefit of all and take them overseas with impunity. We have seen massive handouts to the banking sector, handouts to Loblaws, $12 million for a fridge, and many other cases of corporate welfare that simply indicate the extent to which this government and the previous government lost their way in responding to the needs of Canadians. So when we're talking about economic downturns, that has to be a priority, to put Canadian families first and start reinvesting with pharmacare, basic dental care, with affordable housing, to make sure that in Indigenous communities, they finally get the investments that they have been deprived of for decades and decades. All of these things will help to turn around that economic downturn that Canadian families have felt. But there's another element, Mr. Speaker, and this is a key one. The issue of climate change has had a profound impact on our economy. Just 2 weeks ago, in front of the Finance Committee, the Insurance Bureau of Canada came and talked about $5 billion a year now in liabilities, insured liabilities, another $5 billion in economic costs. That's a $10 billion price tag for climate change, and that is growing. As you know, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy is talking about that rising to $45 billion a year over the next couple of decades. So when we talk about economic downturns, the reality, the importance of making that shift to put in place the transition, to ensure that workers are taken care of, to ensure that we have in place investments in clean energy, this is more critical in our nation's history, the most critical time that you could possibly imagine. And instead, we have a government that is now spending over $17 billion to subsidize the Trans Mountain pipeline debacle, something that doesn't have a business case. The pipeline simply could not be built by the private sector. And so the government took it over and now is hemorrhaging money at Trans Mountain. It's $17.1 billion. It's a money-losing project, over $100 million lost last year. And when I asked the finance minister in the finance committee just at what point the government was going to stop throwing money at Trans Mountain, I said, is it $25 billion? Is it $30 billion? Or is the sky the limit? The Minister of Finance couldn't reply. So at a time when we see the impacts, the economic impacts, the downturn related to climate change, at a time when it is crucial to make those investments in clean energy, at a time when we need to transition our economy, instead, this government, like the previous government, is throwing money at the oil and gas lobbyists and seems to have a limitless capacity of putting in place oil and gas subsidies. Instead of cutting back and curtailing those subsidies and putting them into clean energy, where I know energy workers in Alberta would want to see those investments. I know when we talk about the 100,000 capped oil wells in Alberta and Saskatchewan, that tremendous potential for geothermal energy, they would want to see those investments. Instead, we see the government hemorrhaging now tens of billions of dollars to provide supports for Trans Mountain. So these are the issues when we talk about economic downturn, Mr. Speaker. The fact is we need to start making these investments now, to transition now as the economic downturn related to climate change hits us. And we need to start reinvesting in families to ensure that families are no longer left behind. And that is the motive behind the Green New Deal motion, Madam Speaker, as you know, motion number 1 that is before Parliament and we hope to bring to a vote at some point this year. These are the kinds of things that will make a difference in families' lives, and it will make a difference to protect our country and our planet. And I certainly hope, Madam Speaker, that the impacts of climate change and the economic downturn that is related to it, that is taken seriously by all members of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I've heard this member talk many times against the Trans Mountain pipeline, and he talks about the $7.8 billion that's being spent, that the government is spending, really for many reasons. One, on jobs, but really to create another export market for our natural resource products in this country. But I want to tell him, Madam Speaker, the economics behind this. There is a thing that's called the Alberta discount, where the oil market discounts Canadian oil because we get no alternative but to sell to the United States. That amounts to anywhere from 15 to 28% of the price per barrel of oil. Now, with this pipeline in place, which number 1 is more safer, number 2 is better for the environment, but number 3, if we could get rid of that Alberta discount, do you know how much money that would mean to Canadians a year? $587 billion. We lose $1 billion. We lose $1.8 billion a day in this country because of the Alberta discount, and this member constantly talks against a pipeline which would allow us to get proper market prices for our oil in this country. Come on.
The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Oh, where to start, Madam Speaker? First off, I come from the oil industry. I worked at the Shelburne Oil Refinery, now closed. And that's the real problem. It's not just the members' figures, which are completely bogus. It's not 7.6. It's now close to $13 billion and climbing, the cost of Trans Mountain. And the member should, of course, update his figures. But the reality is, when we talk about this issue of the discounted price, it doesn't apply to integrated companies. Suncor, Esso, HoC, that upgrade and refine their oil products here in Canada benefit from that differential. And that's the issue, Madam Speaker. We're talking about largely supporting companies that refuse to upgrade and refine in Canada. Many of them, if not most of them, are foreign-owned. So what we are doing is subsidizing in a massive, unprecedented way oil and gas executives that know full well that Trans Mountain has no business case. The increase in costs mean that even the shippers will have to be subsidized. So, Madam Speaker, I'm ready to have that debate with the member anytime. I respect him a lot, but the reality is his figures do not hold up.
Des commentaires, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, and I'm really pleased that my colleague who is speaking drew attention to the fact that insurance companies now are using climate change as a reason to increase premiums. In fact, they're going to capitalize off that. But my question pertains to a subject matter that my colleague from Malpeque and I were discussing in Toronto at the PDAC meeting. And it had to do with a clean, new, emissions-free energy. Well, actually, a modification of an existing energy, and that's small modular reactors and micro reactors. They could be used in the Arctic instead of diesel fuel. The member from Malpeque was saying that it would take a lot of trucks off the roads if we could put in a micro or small modular reactor for his French fry plant. So my question is, since the member who just spoke would like to see a clean, emissions-free environment, would he be willing to ensure that small modular reactors and micro reactors come to market very soon?
For New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for the question. I've always enjoyed working with her. The reality is we have, as she points out, over 600 communities that rely on diesel fuel being flown in. Northern Indigenous communities, isolated communities. And for any of us who've traveled through the north, we see these toxic waste dumps that have developed just a kilometre or two from the village or the community itself, because the high cost of flying in that diesel fuel and then the inability to dispose of it and the high cost of disposing of it means that we have to have as an imperative making that transition. For clean energy, I would prefer ensuring with clean energy development that those communities develop their own grids and are able to provide for that economic development that comes with clean energy. And that will take the federal government leadership to make sure those 600 communities can transition to clean energy.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The honourable member for Courtenay, Alberta.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour to rise today, Madam Speaker, on this motion that's presented before the House. Obviously, Madam Speaker, you've heard we're supporting this motion, calling on the government to ensure that the House gets tabled documents when there's warnings or economic downturns that are coming before the House and the potential impact on the fiscal framework of the government, and or getting advice or recommendations on how to deal with them. And Madam Speaker, the timing of this couldn't be more appropriate. Today we've seen the biggest drop in the TSX since 1987, Madam Speaker. We've seen oil prices drop about 30%. So we're seeing the impact that this is having, of course, concerns globally around the impact of COVID-19 and the impact of the coronavirus that's spreading globally and the impact it's having here in Canada as well, and the uncertainty that it's bringing. We know, Madam Speaker, when we see oil prices plummet like this, that this is going to result in thousands of jobs lost in the energy sector. This is going to impact families and communities. Certainly those in Alberta and across this country, people that are commuting to the oil sands, that are working there. Madam Speaker, this is going to have an impact on those people that are vulnerable right now, that are struggling to get by. We know that household debt is skyrocketing, that people are within 50% of Canadians are with $200 of being insolvent, Madam Speaker. So quickly this will have an impact on those people. In my riding alone, 10,000 jobs are reliant on tourism. As you can imagine, Madam Speaker, people are very concerned about travel and how tourism is going to be affected by this global crisis. I'm deeply concerned about the most vulnerable, Madam Speaker, the people that can't afford to get a place to live. The government's made a commitment that they're going to house 50% of the homeless in the next 10 years. Clearly, that's not good enough, Madam Speaker. Those that can't afford medicine, that are, making a choice between whether they're going to pay rent or eat or fill their prescriptions. People that can't get a job because they're missing teeth or living in chronic pain because of the dental work that they need done, Madam Speaker, and the government still hasn't delivered on a plan to help these very vulnerable people and everyday Canadians that are working hard to make ends meet, Madam Speaker. We're seeing housing costs skyrocket. It's impacting people in our communities. It's impacting the business community. In fact, we have 6 chambers of commerce in my riding. Madam Speaker, the #1 concern of every one of those chambers of commerce is affordable housing. It's limiting growth. It's making it difficult for even small business owners to find a place to live in our communities. So the government hasn't delivered on these very important concerns that people have been bringing, and we've been relaying back here to Ottawa. We've got a climate crisis, Madam Speaker. We've heard the IPCC call on the government, all governments across this incredible planet that we share, to reduce emissions, global emissions, by 40%. By 2030, 40%, Madam Speaker, and this government still doesn't have a plan to meet that important threshold. We have 12 years to do that, Madam Speaker, and we haven't seen the action. We haven't built the resiliency and to protect our economy, to diversify our economy, to protect us when commodity prices crash like we're seeing today. So here we are, Madam Speaker, at a time when we're seeing the wealthy and CEOs and big corporations get bailouts. We've seen Loblaws get $12 million in their bailout, MasterCard $50 million. In the meantime, MasterCard is still, charging some of the highest rates in the world on merchant fees to small business people, where the government's proposed a 1.4% voluntary rate, Madam Speaker, for their interchange fees, whereas in Europe, it's 0.5%, and in Australia, it's 0.3%. So they're constantly protecting these big corporations and holding up the CEO stock option loophole, supporting tax havens, which is, an economic leakage of $26 billion a year, Madam Speaker, that could pay for a dental care plan, a plan that's affordable for Canadians. We know that healthcare transfers, that this government has maintained the same transfers that Stephen Harper and the Conservatives put forward, Madam Speaker, which is leading to, the underfunding, the chronic underfunding of our healthcare system. We're seeing overcrowding in our hospitals, the inability for rural communities especially to attract doctors, to invest in primary health networks, things that are absolutely critical to make our healthcare system more efficient and serve Canadians. And Madam Speaker, as we see the government fail to deliver on these transfers, it really does affect the most vulnerable, especially seniors or people with compromised healthcare systems. Now we have a crisis upon us. With the coronavirus fast approaching our country, we're not prepared in our healthcare system to deal with this crisis in the way that we should be able to respond. And this is something that could have been mitigated had we not been doing the corporate giveaway and helping the wealthy move their money out of this country. We know that the Conservatives continue to cut services, so we're concerned. When we talk about an economic plan, what does that economic plan look like to maintain services and help those that are struggling to make ends meet? Madam Speaker, we're looking for a plan with real transition. We talk about our healthcare system. This is the opportunity right now for the government to beef up transfers to the provinces so that we can be better prepared when crises like the coronavirus that we're seeing right now hit our country. We need a pharmacare plan, Madam Speaker. We've put forward the costing of our pharmacare plan, how it will actually save money in the end and make sure that people aren't making those difficult choices. Our dental care plan, we put forward a proposal here in the House that the Liberals defeated that would have limited the middle-class tax break for those that earn over $90,000 so that anyone earning under $90,000 gets the dental care that they need, Madam Speaker. What an opportunity to be good for the GDP, good for small business, taking the pressure off the small business community that are buying private insurance for their employees or unable to afford it, actually, Madam Speaker, and ensure that there's not less lost days in the workplace, ensuring that they're taking care of their number one asset, which is their employees, Madam Speaker. So we know these are critical opportunities for investment. We see the housing situation. I was just yesterday on my way to Ottawa at the gas bar, and I ran into my good friend Thomas. And Thomas has been homeless for almost a year, and he has told me there's just nowhere to live. He can't get a good job. He's Indigenous. The government still does not have an Indigenous urban housing strategy or a rural housing strategy for Indigenous people. Madam Speaker, everyday people working 2-3 jobs in my riding can't find a place to live. Single parents especially are vulnerable. The government talks about their housing plan. They're delaying their housing plans. If it should be front-ended, Madam Speaker, not back-ended. So we're calling on the government to speed up their investments when it comes to helping the most vulnerable. Clean energy. Madam Speaker, right now, this is the opportunity for the government to come up with an emergency package right now for Canadians to deal with today's drop in commodity prices and invest in a future for Canadians, invest in clean energy, in a climate bank like we proposed in our campaign. They could expand into a climate bank, invest in clean energy across the country, especially in areas that are going to be most hit by the drop in oil prices. In my riding alone, we're desperate for salmon restoration funds. Investing in the future, ensuring that we bring our salmon back to abundancy, which is key to our economy, food security, for our ecosystem, Madam Speaker, and our culture. We're looking for a floating dry dock in Port Alberni, which is the only deep sea port on the west coast of Vancouver Island. An investment like this would help alleviate the pressure on floating dry dock space, which is clearly needed between Oregon and Alaska, an opportunity to create jobs. And also opportunities. My colleague from New Westminster Burnaby talked about Indigenous communities that are, running on bringing diesel into their communities. Madam Speaker, there's a community called HoC that's been working with the government, but the process has been dragged out. This is the time to invest in communities like HoC so they can get off diesel and operate on clean energy. And they're waiting for these important strategic investments. And firefighting capacity, Madam Speaker. We know firefighting season's coming upon us. We need to invest in firefighting capacity right now so that we can make sure we can attack these issues when they come up, especially fires across our country, and come up with a strategic plan. We've got a great company in my riding like Coulson Aviation. The government's done some great start work with them, but this is an opportunity for us to expand it. So, Madam Speaker, we need a plan right now to deal with the crisis at hand. We're calling on the government to do the right thing and come up with an emergency aid package that's going to benefit Canadians.
Hear, hear. Still de commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate many of the comments the member across the way has put on the record, and I always find it somewhat interesting when you hear the Conservatives saying that we're doing too much, we're spending too much. We've got to take control of the deficit, and then on the other hand, we have my New Democratic friends, which take the opposite approach, that we should be spending billions and billions and billions more in areas such as healthcare and so forth. And I like to believe, Madam Speaker, that we have been very successful in terms of focusing our attention on Canada's middle class. Examples of that would include the lifting of thousands of children out of poverty, the lifting of thousands of seniors out of poverty, putting hundreds of millions of dollars in the pockets of Canada's middle class, thereby increasing the disposable income, which helps build Canada's economy. And my question to my colleague across the way, the issue that they tend to be focusing a great deal about today, the NDP, is the dental plan. And I'm wondering if, in fact, he could provide his thoughts in terms of why, in the last few years, yet when they were the official opposition, I very rarely heard that. Is it safe to say it's because we were moving forward on the pharmacare, and now the NDP are wanting to see the expansion?
The honourable member for Courtney-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, that they've moved as far in the pharmacare as they did when they put out the Red Book in 1993. They made no gains, Madam Speaker. So, like, when we talk about why we're talking about pharmacare, because they still haven't addressed it. People are still not able to fill their prescription when they need it. We're talking about dental care, because it makes sense. Their middle-class tax break, the first one that they introduced, people who earned $45,000 a year or less got nothing, Madam Speaker. Those that earned over $100,000 got $700. It didn't make sense. It didn't help the people that he's talking about. Right now, they have a golden opportunity to invest in creating in transition to clean energy, to a future that works for everybody, investing in people. And Madam Speaker, we know when you invest in healthcare that it saves the healthcare system in the long-term running. When you invest in housing, it saves money. So, Madam Speaker, we're asking them to make these critical investments instead of allowing their friends to move money offshore like tax havens or CEO stock option loopholes or bailing out their corporate friends.
Hear, hear.
Commentaire, questions and comments. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Carlston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for his speech. I appreciate that some of the asks in what he was in his speech were honourable, and we need to obviously provide funding to some of the things where we have gaps in this country. But I'm curious as to the disconnect between knowing that a segment of our economy, 15% of our economy, is driven by the oil and gas sector in this country, coast to coast to coast. And I'm wondering how he can reconcile the ask of him and his party to want more and more, and yet continually side with government to try and derail our energy sector in this country.
Courtney-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, first, I want to thank my friend and colleague for his question. He comes from Alberta, which we know is being hardest hit right now with the drop in oil prices. But really, what's derailing the oil economy right now in the oil sector is the global economy, first and foremost, Madam Speaker. We talk about the investments that the government's continuing to put in oil and gas, whether it be their failed business plan and business model on the TMX pipeline or a constant oil subsidies. The opportunity should be to use that money in transition to invest in clean energy and continue to support Alberta as a powerhouse in the Canadian economy. This is an opportunity right now to make strategic record investments in clean energy. And I think that you'll find on this side of the House that someone, even from coastal British Columbia, that would genuinely support targeting those investments in areas that are going to be most felt by this downturn in the oil economy, but one that's turned towards the future, Madam Speaker, so that we're not so vulnerable, especially communities where he comes from. And I really appreciate his passion, his concern, and absolutely for standing up for his community and his province.
Questions or comments? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. Brief question, please. And
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the member for Courtney-Alberni in his speech. You know, when we have economic downturns, we know that it's the most disadvantaged and those who are in precarious work who often get hurt the first and hurt the hardest. And I'd just like my colleague to explain to the House why it's so important that we get this information from the government, because it's really allow us as members of Parliament to make an analysis on what the department has recommended and how well government programs are actually responding to the crisis at hand.
Very brief answer from the member for Courtney-Alberni.
Madam Speaker, I think, you know, especially in times like this, to be able to ensure that the House of Commons and parliamentarians have a chance to put scrutiny on government's plans, to have transparency, to be able to foster the necessary dialogue so that we can improve on the government's plans, to bring forward voices from every corner of this country. It's absolutely essential that the government be able, relays this information to the House for debate so we can have that opportunity to dissect the information that they're bringing forward and make sure that we have a plan for all Canadians, Madam Speaker.
Debar, resuming debate. The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Edmonton-Griesbach. As the Member of Parliament for Renfrew-Nipissing-Pembroke, I welcome this opportunity to speak on the motion put forward by my honourable colleague from the Eastern Ontario riding of Carleton. This motion is about lost opportunity. The finance minister has squandered the healthy treasury that was left to him by the previous Conservative government and the balanced budget that came with our prudent management of public finances. A balanced budget is not an aspirational goal for the next century. It's something that Canadians expect in this decade or before. An absolute vacuum of leadership exists in the Liberal Party today. Canadians have yet to hear a coherent question period response from the Prime Minister since his party lost the popular vote in the last election, which is the same arrogant approach the Prime Minister took before the election. Canadians deserve better. Canadians are now asking the question, is Canada broken? The answer I'm hearing from Canadians from all walks of life is yes. The failed, divisive policies of this government are breaking Canada apart. And there's no doubt the recent events of late, Canada is at a turning point. During a recent question period, my colleague from Alberta politely asked if the Prime Minister wanted to keep Alberta in Canada. Canadians are still waiting for an answer. Can we move forward in this changing world of 2020, awash in manufactured fears about the weather and phony policies like carbon taxes, which do nothing to help the environment, but everything to do with raising taxes to reward Liberal Party favorites? Can we overcome the economic, social, and political unrest this government has created by making promises to Indigenous Canadians and giving an Aboriginal woman a prominent seat at the cabinet table, only to purge her from the Liberal Party for standing up for the rule of law in Canada? The fired former Justice Minister passed the democracy test with flying colours. The Prime Minister failed Canadians miserably with his treatment of a strong woman. Happy International Women's Day, Mr. Prime Minister. That's a powerful message the groper sent to women and Aboriginals. Actions speak louder than words. Canadians...
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmore has a point of order.
I believe it's against the rules of this House to refer to other honourable members in any disparaging terms. I think if the Speaker were to take a look at the record, she would find that she had referred to an honourable member as a groper.
Does the Honourable Member wish to withdraw her wording?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that's a matter for debate.
The use of words is not a matter for debate, and I would definitely recommend that we look into the Hansard, but I do believe that the word was inappropriately used.
Madam Speaker, if the word appears in the list of inappropriate words, I shall retract it. So, actions speak louder than words, and Canadians are very wary of an effort to incite hatred and suspicion. Canadians are not a violent people, and it's time for the Liberal Party to quit using law-abiding citizens like firearms owners to whip up their left-wing base. The Liberals need to stop wasting taxpayers' dollars to create problems that only cause divisiveness. Today's motion requires information paid for with taxpayers' dollars to be made available to all Canadians. I can understand why this government refuses to be open and transparent with Canadians when we see where this government is paying for advice from and what with has been made available. The former Minister of the Environment took the step to create the Canadian Institute for Climate Change and handed them $20 million of our taxpayers' dollars for a report supporting her view. And I quote from independent analysis by the informed observer, Parker Gallant, in no relation, on what that $20 million in taxpayers' dollars bought Canadians. Quote, should one read a report titled Canada's Top Climate Change Risks, issued in July 2019 by the expert panel on climate change risk and adaptation potential, you would probably think the Charting Our Course report recently issued by the Canadian Institute for Climate Choices, the CICC, was an update, but it wasn't. What a comparison of the two reports highlight is words spoken by the former Minister of the Environment, who said, if you repeat it, if you say it louder, if that is your talking point, people will totally believe it. The latest CICC report exemplifies her quote, and us taxpayers have provided the CICC with $20 million to ensure we totally believe it. The first report's expert panel are part of the Canadian Council of Academies. The Council, launched in 2002, has managed to survive on $45 million of our tax dollars for the past 18 years. They're required to produce 5 reports annually when directed by the federal government. The report on Canada's climate change risk came about as a result of a direction from the Treasury Board of Canada. 7 individuals on the CCA's expert panel and workshop participants are part of the CICC's expert group, and another 8 of those experts at the CICC were also cited as references in the CCA's report. One of those was Blair Feltmate, chair of the Intact Centre at Waterloo University. Needless to say, both reports lean heavily on insurance industry's information about how climate change has increased insurance claims. Catastrophes are forecast in both reports, and similar comparisons are made to past events, blaming them on climate change. The latter includes the Fort McMurray wildfires, with an estimated insurance claims of $1.4 billion. The CBC reported on the fire, stating, provincial wildfire investigators have established that the fire was most likely the result of human activity. On page 2 of CCA's report, they have a map of Canada and have highlighted 10 of Canada's top climate change risks. And one of them is the lower Great Lakes water levels, affecting shipping, hydropower production, and recreation. As noted, the CCA report was published in 2019, 2 years after Ontarians were told that Lake Ontario had just experienced a 100-year flood. Even worse flooding occurred in 2019, setting new records. Apparently, the experts involved in preparing the report failed to absorb the well-publicized news at that time and said nothing about Plan 2014. End of quote. Plan 2014, for the benefit of Canadians who have not heard of this, is the policy of the federal government to create 26,000 hectares, or 64,000 acres, by flooding homeowners in the Lake Ontario St. Lawrence water basin. That includes the Ottawa River watershed. And what happens when homeowners who are being adversely affected by catastrophic flooding dare to question the Liberal policy to flood their homes? They're viciously attacked by the Liberal government, hand-picked Liberal appointees shilling that policy. Canadian co-chair Pierre Bellan is one of 3 recent Liberal appointees on the International Joint Commission that's overseeing Liberal flood policy. I found his comment to the volunteer president of the United Shoreline Ontario telling her to effectively shut up deeply offensive. His shallow attempt at a superficial apology after he was called out for his comment was even more offensive when he dismissed the concern of flood victims. For the record, here's the response to Chairman Bellan from the president of a group of flood victims trying to get a fair hearing from an insensitive government who paid $20 million of taxpayer dollars to hear that the problem with the lower Great Lakes is not enough water. Yes, you have deeply offended. As a woman and as a mother and as a homeowner, a flood survivor, as a volunteer and as an advocate, and as a Canadian with a right to be heard and not dismissed by those in power. Thank you for your explanation justifying why I was so deserving of your response. We consider our position to be balanced and evidence-based. We are asking for balance. Your description of my bias is your own. To address your claim, we indicate that 2050 is foreseeable while also explaining that nobody can predict. If you listen to the recording at both the Toronto and Kingston events this week, you will hear exactly which is being repeated at all events. Plan for the worst, hope for the best. Perhaps you might consider how shipping has an exclusive focus and hydro has an exclusive focus, both of who are extremely well-funded and have incredible power and access to both the IJC and the media. The shoreline is unfunded, unrepresented, and absolutely exhausted from trying to desperately be heard. Your flippant, misogynist, and rude email has simply reinforced the shoreline does not have a respected nor genuine position at the table. I will resign from the USO effective May 1st under advisement that the Canadian chair of the IJC has suggested her to take a break. And that's end of quote. Liberal appointee Balan has lost all credibility with Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened with a certain amount of perplexity the comments of my colleague from the Conservative Party on the other side when she talked about the basis of her speech, which is the notion that manufactured fears about the weather. I'd like to ask a question. Is she aware that more than 96% of scientists around the world agree on one thing? Climate change is caused by human activity.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, that is not what we're debating today. His arrogance is astounding even for a Liberal. Now, if Pierre Balan will not do the honourable thing and resign to the Minister of Global Affairs, who is accountable for the IJC in Parliament, will you do the right thing and remove him from the board of the International Joint Commission now, before the next flood season? And this needs to happen immediately if the Government of Canada wants any confidence in the Canadian representation on the IJC. With bad advice come bad decisions, and historians believe that a 50-year perspective is needed to analyze events. Many believe that history will not be on Canada's side in terms of the poor record of this government.
Questions and comments, not the speech. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Hull-Elmer.
I see I'm the only member who wants to ask questions. Instead of continuing to read her speech, I would invite my honourable colleague to answer the question. Is she aware that 96% of scientists around the world agree on the fact that climate change is caused at its base by human activity?
Pembroke.
Well, I'm sure there's a large percentage of scientists who depend on funding for climate change who agree that it is definitely what is changing the world. But while we can't wait for 50 years of history to judge, it's worth noting these disturbing trends. We have so many riches, both in the ground and in the hearts and minds of Canadians. Our parents and our grandparents did not fight in 2 world wars for a broken country. They fought instead for a country that inspires hope and justice. And Canada is at a turning point. It's time for this government to start listening to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Madam Speaker, and one of the issues that we're talking about today is the fact that this government, when times are good, spent money with abandon. And of course, the challenge is now we're having likely an economic downturn. And what's going to be the longer term impact? Because I know my colleague's been here for a while, and she's seen what governments have to do when they have to get their fiscal house back in order.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Well, Madam Speaker, as always, when the country's finances are in a deplorable state as a consequence of not paying down debt when times are good, it will take another Conservative government to get our fiscal house back in order, get into a balanced budget, and work hard and allow Canadians to enjoy the fruits of their hard labors.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Madam Speaker, I was just listening to this debate,
And I'm a little taken aback from the members' comments and the answers to the members of Parliament's questions. It almost appears to me as though she's a climate denier. I wonder if the member is actually aware of the fact that literally the world is on fire. Australia has a wildfire that's going, and it is real. It is climate action that we see that needs to be addressed. We have extreme climate situations where in British Columbia and Alberta we've had fires, forest fires, and that is very real. Unless and until we actually get on with dealing with the climate crisis, this will continue. And then if we want to talk about economic prosperity, then we need to actually address what's in front of us today. Because otherwise it'll be future generations who would have to pay for it, and that would not be acceptable. I wonder if the member would actually simply just acknowledge that there is a climate crisis before us today.
For Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, very, very brief.
Well, I was in Australia during the fires, and I do know that over 200 people were charged with arson. But worse than ever is the climate of just spending away money without making sure that the money is there to pay for what Canadians need.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton-Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm speaking today about an important opposition motion, and just so everybody remembers what it is, I'll read that motion again. I believe it's vital that the House is provided with, quote, documentation discussing warnings or concerns of economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice or recommendations on how to deal with them that any department, agency, or Crown corporation has produced since 2015. That's what we're talking about today. In 2015, the Prime Minister promised that he'd have a few $10 billion deficits, small deficits, before returning to a balanced budget in 2019. You remember that? Tiny, teeny, tiny little deficits, and then everything is rosy in 2019. Well, we know what happened. The budget deficits turned out to be a whole lot larger than $10 billion annually. Now, 2019 has also come and gone, and despite promises made, we're nowhere near a balanced budget, not even close. In his first 4 years, the Prime Minister added more than $72 billion to the national debt. Just disgraceful. And now, the Bank of Canada has slashed its interest rates, citing negative outlooks for the Canadian and global economies. A responsible government would have prepared for a downturn. A responsible government would have set money aside for future uncertainty. And, Madam Speaker, we're certainly seeing that uncertainty now. It's absolutely a financial mess. A responsible government would have paid down the debt during years of economic growth. But this Liberal government has not been responsible. Instead of showing leadership, the Liberals doubled down on unnecessary spending. They called it investment, investing in Canadians. But let's just think back at some of those wise investments. They gave $50 million to MasterCard, a multinational company that made, get this, $16 billion in 2019 alone. And MasterCard gets $50 million. They gave $12 million to Loblaws to buy new fridges. They're basically giving more than $600 million as a bailout to the media. And here's a whopper. They spent $1,900 on cardboard cutouts of our Prime Minister. How's that for value for money? They spent more than $12 billion on the still unbuilt Trans Mountain pipeline after scaring away investors. And how about the $256 million the Liberal government gave to the Asian Infrastructure Bank to build pipelines where? In Asia. It seems that foreign pipelines are about the only ones the Liberals can get built. Then there's the $186 billion, the infrastructure program, and it's been a huge failure. In fact, it's now being audited by the Auditor General because of the Liberals' lack of transparency and accountability to Canadians. But here's the bottom line. The Liberals have failed to responsibly manage Canadian tax dollars. That failure has left Canada much more vulnerable to global economic downturns. We're seeing that right now. Across our country, Canadians work hard to live within their means. Canadians know that. The average Canadian tries to live within their means. They know that racking up credit cards and debt just isn't sound policy. It leaves them unable to manage unexpected expenses. Yet, that's exactly what the Liberals have done here in Canada. The Liberals have done what was easy instead of what was best for our country. Let's compare this to the actions of the previous Conservative government. Prior to the global recession of 2008-2009, the Conservatives had paid down more than $37 billion in debt. $37 billion. This allowed the government flexibility to meet fiscal challenges of the recession head-on. That's why Canada had the mildest and shortest recession of the G7 countries. In a 2010 report, Philip Cross, then Chief Economic Analyst at Stats Canada, said this: "One reason for the relatively mild slump is that Canada was better positioned to weather the global recession than any other large Western economies, primarily due to savings as reflected in our national balance sheet." He went on to say this: "Strong balance sheets in Canada stood it in good stead to endure the recession and emerge into recovery." The recession was shorter and milder in Canada than in other G7 nations, partly because the flow of credit was not disrupted as it was in other nations, and a large pool of savings was available to finance spending when income fell temporarily. That was good fiscal policy under the Conservative government. Yet, the Liberals have deliberately done the opposite. It sounds like a bad Seinfeld episode. That's the reason why, in the elections of 2015 and 2019, we Conservatives promised voters that we'd be responsible and that we'd balance the budget. We knew that a responsible government needs to be prepared for global downturns. The chickens are coming home to roost. You see what happens with global downturns in the situation we're in. Just today, we saw the stock market plunge. Trading was actually halted. To say the least, the economic outlook is looking very, very grim. And now, the Liberals will have to deal with that from a position of weakness. True leadership requires fiscal restraint. Despite the Liberals wasting billions They failed to build the key projects that would have helped Canadians weather this storm. The Trans Mountain Pipeline is still nowhere near complete. Both the Energy East Pipeline and the Northern Gateway project are gone, thanks to the Liberals. The Tech Frontier project that promised thousands of jobs and billions of dollars of revenue was killed by government dithering and delay. Even Warren Buffett is moving his money out of a Quebec project, citing, quote, the Canadian political context. That's the reason he cited for doing so. In total, more than $160 billion worth of investment has been lost under the Prime Minister's watch. This is a direct result of the policies he and his Liberal government have advanced. Take, for example, Bill C-69, or the No More Pipelines Bill. C-69 makes it even harder to actually build a new project. Many critics don't see how any new projects could be built under this new regulatory process. There was widespread opposition to this regulation, including from provincial governments, industry, communities, and Indigenous groups. Yet, the Liberals went ahead with that harmful legislation anyway. The bottom line is that we have to return to fiscal accountability, balance budgets, and pay down the debt. This is showing up today, and it is a disaster.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for. I'm not sure if my colleague is aware that there's two components in what he's just said that are capital. If we lived in a perfect world, solving the issues of deficits and debt, well, first, 9 out of 10 provinces for 2030 or 2035 will be defaulting on payments based on serious economic studies that were conducted recently. So the entire country could be defaulting on its public finances by 2030, 2035. 2/3 of the federal government's budget is spent on all types of transfers. And only 1/3 of the budget is used for services, public services, in the short term. So is my colleague from the Conservative Party, well, is he in favor of the federal government stepping back from 2/3 of the government to alleviate provincial pressure and help the population?
Well, I think it's fairly evident what's happening today. I mean, just turn on the TV. This is a crisis. I know that the people in the other parties want to talk about the climate crisis and so forth. Yes, climate change is real. However, look at the markets today. Look at the position Canada is in. We are in a deep, deep hole, and the runaway spending by other parties, well, especially the government, obviously, has put us there. They have spent tons of money in good times, and now look at the situation we're in.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I have found in listening to Conservative members is there's the Conservative spin on the issue, and I find that it doesn't match reality. Reality is quite different in terms of what it is I've been hearing from Conservative members across the way. And the best example for me to highlight that is the fact that they concentrate on the deficit, on the current deficit and the growing deficit. Well, let me remind my friends across the way, in particular members that are relatively new to the chamber, and that is that when Stephen Harper became the Prime Minister of Canada, he inherited a multi-billion-dollar surplus. Before the recession even took place, he converted that multi-billion-dollar surplus into a multi-billion-dollar deficit. And that's before the recession, Madam Speaker. My question to the member across the way, if you were to take a look at all the comments from the Conservatives that have been put on the record this morning, would he not agree
that hypocrisy might be one of the words that come to mind.
Honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, that's an alternate reality right there, because this government, and it's been said time and time again, they were left with balanced books, and it's been runaway spending. And you know what? The chickens have come home to roost. It's true. The market it's a bloodbath today. It's awful, and we are now in a worse situation than ever. They've been spending like crazy over the years when we should have been saving for exactly this eventuality, this terrible economic situation we're now seeing.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I noticed that we were talking a lot about grasshoppers and ants and chickens and all the things that are coming forward. I just wanted to ask the member, we have historically seen that the Liberals and the Conservatives have not actually been working to make our economy work better for working class Canadians. They have typically been working to make it better for their wealthy friends. You know, we've seen subsidies for corporations, we've seen tax breaks for wealthy, we've seen, you know, things like income splitting, which we know works best for those who are the wealthiest. And we know historically that we have not done the work we needed to do to diversify our economy. Could this member tell us what the Conservative government would do in the short, medium, and long term to protect the economy, particularly in my province of Alberta?
The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Well, one thing we do is we would get some pipelines built so that there's some wealth created in Alberta and in this country, unlike the member over there who does not believe in the oil and gas industry and does not like pipelines. We would certainly do that, and we'd get out of the way and let free enterprise do the work that it can do so well.
By resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener South Hillsborough.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to begin by saying that I'd like to share my time with the member for Toronto Danforth. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am very pleased to have the opportunity today to respond to the member's motion on the economy. As members are aware, our government has been advocating its plan to build an economy that works for everyone. And our plan is working. Since we introduced it back in 2015, our plan has invested in Canadians and their communities, invested in the things that people need to build a better future for themselves and their families, and in the things that create new opportunities for Canadians and support strong economic growth. One of the first actions our government took was to introduce a tax cut for the middle class that benefited more than 9 million hardworking Canadians. We introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which is providing more money to those families who need it the most. By doing so, we have helped lift more than 330,000 kids out of poverty and have given them a better start in life. We increased the guaranteed income supplement to provide low-income single seniors with greater financial security in their retirement. And we strengthened the Canada Pension Plan by working in cooperation with provincial partners so that Canadian workers will have more money for their retirement. We cut taxes for small business from 11% down to 9% to help entrepreneurs grow their businesses and create more good, well-paying jobs in our communities and across our country. With Canada's first ever national housing strategy, we have helped make it more affordable for people to buy their first home, invested in the construction of more affordable housing in communities across Canada. And particularly in my community, we've created over 2,000 subsidized housing units and over 2,000 new building units in terms of our national housing strategy. As a result of our hard work of Canadians and these investments, Canada's economy is resilient. Canadians have created more than 1 million new jobs over the past 4 years, and stronger wages growth is helping more people get ahead. But we still know that there's more work to do, Madam Speaker. People are concerned about the cost of living. They are concerned about the global economic situation and developments arising from outside of our borders. They worry about the impact these developments will have on their home and their communities. So I'd like to make it clear today that as long as these efforts and sorts of changes are there, our government will keep working to help Canadians overcome them. Increasing the BPA to make life more affordable for Canadians and support the economy, and making life more affordable is one of the best ways we can do that. That's why we have proposed to increase the basic personal amount to $15,000 by 2023, which will benefit more than 20 million Canadians. This will mean that nearly 1.1 more Canadians will no longer pay federal income tax in 2023. It would put $3 billion back into the pockets of Canadian households in 2020, with this amount rising to $6 billion by 2023. That's $6 billion to help make life more affordable and keep our economy growing. And that's $6 billion on top of the support that we have already delivered for the past 4 years. Investing in Canadians to support a growing economy. As a result of our middle-class tax cut, the Canada Child Benefit, and the changes we have proposed to the basic personal amount, a typical family of 4 could be better off more than $2,300 per year compared to 2015. And then the proposed changes to the BPA are fully implemented in 2023. This same family could be better off more than $2,800 per year compared to 2015. These changes mean that more families can now pay for things that will make a positive difference in their children's futures, things like healthy foods, warm clothes for the winter, and sports and music lessons. We're also supporting Canadians and the economy with the introduction of Canada's first ever national housing strategy. This 10-year, $55 billion investment will give more Canadians a place to call home. By doing so, it is lifting 530,000 families out of housing needs and reducing chronic homelessness by 50%, Madam Speaker. Our enhanced guaranteed income supplement means there is now greater income security for close to 900,000 seniors, about 67% of whom are women, and this has helped 50,000 vulnerable seniors out of poverty. These are just a few examples of how we are investing in people and in the things that grow our economy and give people a better quality of life. The last 4 years have been proven that our plan is working. There's more money for families to help grow the economy, more livable communities, and more good jobs, and more than 1 million people no longer living in poverty. In the face of the current global changes, we will continue to advance our plan in a way that is fiscally responsible, and we will continue to reduce the federal debt relative to the size of our economy. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has concluded that current government spending is sustainable over the long term, and that our fiscal plan gives us the room we need to confront new and evolving challenges and keep our economy growing. Canada's net debt to GDP ratio remains low and on a downward track. That puts us at an advantage with respect to our group of 7 partners. A relatively low level of debt is real competitive advantage, one that our government is fully committed to maintaining. Because even though our economy is doing well, we need to be ready to respond to whatever challenges might arise. We need to continue to build confidence in the Canadian economy, making sure that the world continues to see us as a great place to invest. Canada is only one of 11 countries in the world with a AAA credit rating. This strong rating reflects the confidence that others have in Canada's economic strength. We build this confidence by making our businesses more competitive. We cut taxes for small businesses twice, from 11% down to 9%, as I mentioned earlier, making it easier for them to succeed and create more jobs. And today, Canada has the lowest overall tax rate on new businesses investment in the G7 as a result of federal and provincial actions. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, we will preserve and build these advantages to keep Canada's economy strong in the face of current challenges. And we will continue to ensure that all Canadians can share in the benefit of this growth by making life more affordable and investing in new opportunities and investing in Canadians. Because we've seen what can happen when we invest in Canadians. They take that help, combine it with their own hard work, and the result is a strong and growing economy. With more than 1 million new jobs and a record low unemployment and poverty rate in just 4 years, we will continue to advance our plan for the middle-class prosperity over the coming years. And I would like to thank the member for the opportunity to make this clear today. And I want to thank the members earlier that spoke about our plan. And again, our plan has been working with cuts to the Canada Child Benefit, middle-class tax cuts, cuts on small businesses, as I mentioned, from 11% down to 9%, making Canada a place to invest in businesses, grow and scale up, and we want to continue investing in Canadians so that we can see this prosperity not only now but in future generations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And truly, someone said this earlier, but I think the Liberals are living in some kind of alternate universe in terms of the fiscal way that things work. He talks about how the government is spending this money, calling it investing. Does he not realize that those forestry workers that are unemployed aren't paying into their tax bucket? Does he not realize that the oil workers in Alberta are not paying? That as the stock markets crash today around us, the people that would be paying tax on the dividends, that they are driving investment out of this country with their poorly planned policies, whether it's 69 or 48. Does he not see what's happening today? They're standing up, they're saying everything's fine, don't worry, we're going to spend more money. Madam Speaker, they don't have more money to spend.
Member for Kitchener South, Hespen.
Madam Speaker, it's not about spending more money, it's about investing in Canadians. And in particularly in my riding, we've invested in Toyota, which is a manufacturing facility in my riding. We invested millions and millions of dollars there. We're creating 450 new jobs, combining that with our lowest unemployment in 40 years. Madam Speaker, this is about investing in Canadians, and when we invest in Canadians, we create more jobs, we lower taxes with our small business tax rate, and this is how we get more investments in Canada. This is how we ensure that Canadians prosper.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Speaker, and I do appreciate the long list of so-called progressive policies from my colleague across the table, but they all seem like they're dreams deferred, Madam Speaker. We know that the people in his constituency as well as mine are suffering dearly, and yet in this House, we're all covered by significant benefits and a great pension. So my question through you to him is, would he not also support for his constituents access to universal pharmacare, access to dental care, access to housing, and a true transition for workers into a new economy and a Green New Deal, Madam Speaker?
Member for Kitchener South, Hespen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. Absolutely. I think we still, I've mentioned in my speech some of the great things that our Liberal government has done in just under 4 years. However, there's still more to be done. We're seeing house prices have increased a lot, and particularly in my area in southwestern Ontario, all the way to the west coast in Vancouver and British Columbia. Yes, we still need to do more. People are feeling the pinch, but lifting 1 million people creating 1 million jobs and lifting thousands of people out of poverty, I think this is something that we can look at, and we need to still build on more. Obviously, we need to invest in more green technology, and this is something that our government takes really seriously. We know that is the future, and we know that it's $1 trillion economy, and we will make sure that we impose measures that we invest in the new green economy.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Leewine.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the member's comments. And he talked about the G7 and how Canada is doing compared to the G7. A couple of numbers he didn't mention were that in Canada's unemployment is higher in the G7 average and higher than the USA, the UK, Germany, and Japan. And a few reasons are because of the policies this Liberal government has brought forward. We had an emergency debate on Tech Frontier. That project was shelved 2 weeks ago when we were in this House. 2 days ago, Berkshire Hathaway pulled out $4.6 billion into an LNG project in Saguenay, Quebec. So my question is, he's talking about some of the good numbers the Liberals have done. In his riding, there is no doubt in my mind that Liberals put money into Liberal ridings, Madam Speaker. That's how they won so many seats last election. But I'm asking, on the whole, on the Canadian economy, do they realize their policies are hurting us across Canada, especially in the energy sector? And can they do something to make sure that employment goes up in our country instead of down like it has over the last 4 years?
The honourable member for Kitchener-South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to say that we just put money in just in Liberal ridings, that's false. Because we put money in Toyota, and let me tell you, Toyota is in my riding, yes, one of the manufacturing plants. However, and I hear people chuckling on the other way. However, the second plant is in a Woodstock, which is in a Conservative riding. So there you go. We've put money into where we know the investments will grow to, where the investments will go to grow jobs. And we've created 450 new jobs by investing in Toyota. Over 1,000 co-op jobs are investing from there. And speaking in terms of the G7, we have a AAA rating. That allows us to ensure that creditors know that Canada's institutions are working well. Canada's a strong economy, and we're able to invest more so that we can grow our economy.
Debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm really happy that we're having this debate in the House today, because it's been very interesting to hear everyone talking about the economy and the issues that are important to their communities. I know certainly in my community the issue of affordability, the issue of how do we deal with child poverty. All of those issues are things that come up frequently, and we're tackling a lot of these issues today, and that's very helpful. But when I look at the wording of the motion, one thing that's disappointing is it's very focused on just let's get information about the negative. We do need to know the downturns. We need to know about that. But we also, if we're going to chart a path forward, we also have to know what are we doing right? Because there's a half full and a half empty glass. Somewhere in it, there's water in a glass. Let's look at it. Let's look at what there is and where we're going. So I would say that, yes, recent events have meant that we have unusual times. That's going to have to be taken into account when we're looking at this budget and when our government's creating its budget. But let's also look at where we've gone and where we're going. Today, we are facing challenges that we could have never foreseen last fall. The world's changed a lot in the last couple of months. But despite all that's transpired, when we're going into this budget process, we're in a good position. We are, and we're confident that we can continue to plan to invest in Canadians and to keep Canadians working. And that's something that I know everyone across this House cares about. Our fundamentals are strong. We have heard about that from many members who've spoken before me. And Canada's economy is sound, and it's growing at a solid pace. And as has been pointed out as well, economic growth in Canada is expected to be one of the fastest growing among G7 countries. What I would like to begin with, though, is something that I feel has had the biggest impact in my community, across my city of Toronto and across our country, and that's the impact of the Canada Child Benefit on responding to child poverty. And that's been tremendous. We don't actually talk about that enough. You know, when I talk with community members, they tell me that they have seen the impact in their own lives. They have seen the impact of the ability to buy warm clothes for their children during the winter, their ability to buy healthy food, their ability to register their kids for programs. And that's something that really hits home, because before I was elected, one conversation that really stands out to me as far as a person talking about their needs was a woman who was talking to me about the fact that she wanted to register her daughter for soccer. And at the time, we had a child fitness tax credit. The problem is she didn't have the money in hand to be able to pay for the registration or to pay for the soccer cleats. So she didn't benefit from that tax credit, and her child wasn't able to play soccer. That is really, truly a terrible thing, that she was faced with that decision. Healthy food, can I register my child for soccer? She couldn't do it. And so I sometimes hear from across the way, oh, what about the child fitness tax credit? Well, it didn't help people in my community who are struggling to make ends meet. But here's the thing. The Canada Child Benefit has put money back into people's pockets, and it has had a very true, important impact on child poverty and on families across this country. The Canada Child Benefit is non-taxable. It's indexed. That is, in fact, what poverty activists were asking of us. They were asking that it would be indexed and they would respond to it. Now, people like that person I was talking about are doing better because they have the money directly in their pockets. And it's not just about activities. The Canada Child Benefit is directly impacting child poverty across our country. Statistics Canada, in February of 2019, put out a survey. they found that in 2017, there was an increase in the median after-tax income of Canadian families and unattached individuals of 3.3%. So an increase of 3.3%. After 2 years, the 2 prior years, there had been no growth. Now, part of it was higher wages being paid by Canadian employers. But the other part that they found had an impact was a Canada Child Benefit. In fact, one of the most interesting things for me, because I'm very interested in food policy, is the impact that we have seen on the Canada Child Benefit on food insecurity in our country. Now, anecdotally, when I speak with people who work in our local food banks and food support programs, they have told me that they have seen less families with children coming to our food banks. And that's an amazing thing. But what really was important to me was to see that there was, in fact, a study that was done specifically on this issue. Valerie Tarasuk, she's from the University of Toronto, and she's an expert in food security issues. And Erica Brown of the University of California, Berkeley, did a study. It was called Money Speaks, Reductions in Severe Food Insecurity Follows a Canada Child Benefit. And, sorry, I will skip along to the right page. In their conclusions, when they're talking about it, they said, we identified improvements to overall food security status among Canadian households with children across the income spectrum following the implementation of the CCB. Decreases in the probability of experiencing severe food insecurity were significant and more pronounced with declining economic circumstance, suggesting that CCB, and more specifically increases to the country's child benefits, disproportionately benefited vulnerable households. As long as the CCB benefits are indexed to inflation, we anticipate that these improvements will persist. That is a tremendous thing. If you're interested in food security and you're interested in these issues, that is a very important thing. Now, in addition, Statistics Canada just recently put out a Canada Official Poverty Dashboard. It gives a snapshot, again, of how income security and poverty is across our country. They showed that Canada's poverty rate dropped from 12.1% in 2015 to 8.7% in 2018. Now, there's still more to do. When I was talking about a glass half empty, half full, I'm telling you, there's still some air in there to fill up with more water. There's more to do. But the thing is, that is showing tremendous impact, and we can see that in our own communities. I certainly see it. I see the need, the continuing need, but I see that there are tangible improvements, and that's something that I am, wanting to continue to work on here with my colleagues and my colleagues across the way, because all of us are here to make sure that our communities are strengthened. That's what we would like to see. So now, shifting gears, I would like to talk. I was just checking my time, Mr. Speaker, because I believe I may be running out of time. I have 2 minutes. So actually, I don't even have 2 minutes. So what I will say, Mr. Speaker, is I am so happy that we are here today talking about the economy and the impacts in our communities, and we need to keep having these discussions. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary will have 2 minutes upon returning from question period when we take this up again. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The Honourable Member for Cumberland, Colchester. Oh, there she is.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a province that once experienced the biggest explosion on Canadian soil, the Halifax explosion, residents of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia just recently were rocked by a 2.6 magnitude earthquake which shook homes and sounded like an explosion or a cannon being fired. Thankfully, there were no injuries. But, Mr. Speaker, the number one continuity safety issue for emergency preparedness is geographic separation and redundancy in communications. So, the recent earthquake is a prime example of why it's not wise to put all our eggs in one basket, which is what the RCMP are proposing to do if they move the 911 call center from Truro to Dartmouth. The rationale for this move seems less about safety and more about the fact that the RCMP moved into a headquarters that's too big for their needs. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge the Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness to reconsider this action and protect the 100-kilometer geographic separation of these facilities for the safety and protection of all Nova
Honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
Mr. Speaker, number 16, a giant figure in hockey, Henry, left us. He was a winner. He has a record that will probably never be equaled or beaten. He was a leader. He led by example. He made sacrifices and took care of his teammates. He had a great heart, and he realized his dream of playing with his big brother when he was only 19 years old, and he played for 20 years. He wanted to win. He went to go get the puck no matter what and let no opponent block him. He was a mentor and a model for a generation, demonstrating that being true to oneself and using all of one's energy makes everything possible. The National Hockey League, the Canadians, and the Habs, and Canada are losing a great ambassador. His memory will mark the history of sport and Canada. My colleagues wish to extend our sincerest condolences to his whole family. Mr. Henri Richard, thank you for all the great moments and this great history. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges.
Brenda O'Farrell, Rob Dumas, Craig and Brent Nolan, Ken Bell, and the entire team at Soulanges Irish Society. Our community of Vaudreuil-Soulanges becomes Irish for a day at the annual St. Patrick's Day Parade in Hudson. This year, the parade will be led by Grand Marshal, renowned sports broadcaster Mitch Melnick, and will feature Irishman of the Year Ken Doran, Parade Queen Emma Gauthier, Princesses Chris Walsh and Robin Broderick, and Reviewing Officer Mitch Gallo. As always, Mr. Speaker, it's an event not to be missed. So on Saturday, March 21st at 1 p.m., come one, come all to Main Street, sporting bright, green, anything to celebrate rich Irish culture and heritage, and let's make the 11th annual St. Patrick's Day Parade one to remember. Sláinte, Mr. Speaker. Cheers.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. After 29 days of railway blockades, the Kanawakis barricade is finally down. I would like to seize this opportunity to highlight the extraordinary resilience of the citizens of La Prairie, Saint-Philippe, Saint-Mathieu, Candiac, Delson, Saint-Constant, and Sainte-Catherine. Over 3,000 people were deprived of their means of transportation every single day. I would also like to congratulate the Roussillon Police Service under the leadership of Marc Rodier, with whom we have worked exceptionally well as the mayors of my riding. I must also call attention to the great work accomplished by EXO, an organization that serves the outlying areas rail service. With creative emergency measures, EXO's team was able to ensure daily transportation by bus in spite of many obstacles. Let's hope, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister will fully recognize these efforts and will compensate EXO for the $1.2 million additional dollars spent to ensure the service for this unfortunate crisis for which he is responsible.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today, as today marks the official tabling of my private member's motion 36, calling for the designation of August 1st as Emancipation Day in Canada. This motion calls for the House to recognize the abolition of slavery that occurred within the British Empire on August 1st of 1834. Acknowledge the history of slavery in Canada and other Commonwealth countries prior to that point, as well as recognize the significance that August 1st holds as a historic celebration of freedom among abolitionists and emancipated settlers in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I call upon my all colleagues in this House to vote in favor of designating August 1st of every year as Emancipation Day throughout our wonderful nation, and to honor the important contribution of Canadians of African and Caribbean descent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bravo.
The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Carson Warner.
Mr. Speaker, our current Prime Minister has had a deep impact on Canada. In this Prime Minister's Canada, if it earns, he taxes it. If it moves, he regulates it. If it fails, he buys it. If it's government, he grows it. If it's Albertan, he blocks it. If it protests, he funds it. If it blockades, he enables it. If it's addictive, he legalizes it. If it's criminal, he coddles it. If it's a victim, he ignores it. If it farms, he takes from it. If it's a victim, he ignores it, as I said. If it follows the law, he punishes it. If it's guilty, he denies it. If it speaks truth, he removes it. If it offends, he prohibits it. If it's a veteran, he forgets it. And when the Prime Minister doesn't know what to do, Mr. Speaker, which happens regularly, he either dithers or blames others. And just to be clear, that deep impact I was speaking about earlier, Mr. Speaker, it's ruining our Canada.
Well, member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Today to stand in solidarity with all teachers in Ontario. Teachers shape the leaders of tomorrow. They fill our students with confidence, courage, and knowledge necessary to chase their dreams, become their best selves, and achieve their truest potential. Teaching doesn't start and stop when the school bell rings. Our teachers spend their evenings and weekends going above and beyond to learn the unique needs of their students, make difficult subjects relatable, and transform the classroom into a welcoming place for all. Our teachers further enrich our communities as coaches, mentors, therapists, and friends. Some teachers, Mr. Speaker, even go on to become Prime Minister. Our teachers across the province raise their collective voice in order to protect class sizes, ensure students with special needs have access to quality learning opportunities, and keep our children learning in the classroom. I want to let them know that we are in full support of their movement. Thank you to all the teachers as they continue to make our country a better place, one mind at a time.
Hear, hear. Well done.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, March 8th is International Women's Day, a time to celebrate the achievements of women in our communities and right across Canada. We recognize our grandmothers, mothers, aunts, sisters, and advocates who have worked tirelessly to advance the rights of women. Yet women continue to face discrimination, harassment, gender-based violence, a lack of opportunity and support. That's why our government has made advancing gender equality a top priority. We have provided new funding for women entrepreneurs, newcomer women, and women in trades, and launched the first ever national strategy to prevent and address gender violence. Everyone has a role to play in achieving gender equality. And so today and every day, let's celebrate women's contributions, stand up for women's rights, and listen to women's voices. Together we can build a world where all women and girls are free to pursue their dreams and reach their full potential.
Well said. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, today is Commonwealth Day. As many people might know, Edmonton has a strong connection to the Commonwealth. We once hosted a very successful Commonwealth Games in 1978.
You did.
The legacy from that includes the city's first leg of its light rail transit line and the nearly 60,000-seat Commonwealth Stadium, home of the legendary Edmonton Eskimos.
Hear, hear.
That stadium's actually located in my Edmonton-Griesbach riding. I'm also proud to be involved in the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. I'm an elected executive member of the Canadian branch. I've built some strong relationships through my work and travel with that association. And speaking of Commonwealth relationships, the most important one, of course, is with my amazing wife, Claire Denman, who just happens to be from England. I look forward to seeing many parliamentary colleagues at an event tonight in West Block to celebrate Canada's membership in the Commonwealth. Today, let's wish all citizens of Commonwealth countries a very happy Commonwealth Day.
Order. I just want to remind everyone that there are people making statements, and we want to make sure that everyone can hear them because they're wonderful statements. The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, it's a tale as old as time, Alberta and Newfoundland and Labrador. Usually a story of two friends. However, last night it was a battle of the rocks of the rings for the 2020 Tim Hortons Brier. Team Guju, Olympic gold medalist, two-time world champion, three-time Brier winner, and the pride of the Rock, took home the 2020 Brier in a nearly perfect 7-3 win over Team Alberta. Mark Nichols, Brett Gallant, Jeff Walker, and our boy Brad Guzzo brought home the Brier Cup to where it rightfully belongs, settling yet another rivalry once and for all. As we watched from home, the crowd cheering and celebrating along with the team in Kingston, Ontario last night, you could have sworn they were back home at Mall 1 Stadium in St. John's with their hometown crowd. Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are proud to be a part of Team Guzzo, and we are certainly proud to call you our own. Congratulations and hurry home. And as always, hurry, hurry, hurry!
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, no one should have to imagine what it would feel like to try to breathe while underwater. But for Canadians living with cystic fibrosis, this is a daily reality. But there is hope. Trikafta has been approved in the United States and is showing remarkable results for those Americans living with cystic fibrosis. But it's not approved in Canada. It's not approved in Canada because of changes that the Liberal government made to the Patented Medicines Price Review Board. Last week I met with families who are living with cystic fibrosis, and the words of one young woman really struck home. She said very simply, "I want to live. I want to see my son grow up." Mr. Speaker, this Minister of Health needs to do the right thing. She needs to put down her talking points, set aside her partisanship, and work with the manufacturer to get Trikafta approved in Canada. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are counting on us. Let us not be the Parliament that fails to act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we celebrated International Women's Day. I was honored to attend an event celebrating Sikh women in Calgary. I want to thank the Sikh Society of Calgary for hosting such a wonderful event. It was important to pay homage and to celebrate women's contributions to our community and across the country. I'm pleased to be the Deputy Shadow Minister for Women and Gender Equality. We know we still have a long way to go to achieve true gender equality. The first steps to achieving this begins in our homes. We can do this by encouraging and supporting the women and girls in our lives to succeed, to not let any obstacles society may have created for them prevent them from achieving their full potential. As we move forward, let's celebrate and remember all the strong women in our lives, our mothers, sisters, daughters, and support them in achieving their goals. Let's remember this momentum and carry it with us all year long. Because when women succeed, all Canadians benefit. Happy International Women's Day today and every day.
The honourable member for Algoma, Manitoulin, Kapuskasing.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Women's Day, and while we celebrated gains that have been made, there is still much work left to do. Work to eradicate barriers to women's full economic, social, and political participation in our society. Work to enact pay equity legislation, an affordable national universal childcare program, as well as affordable housing. Work to address violence against women and reject all restrictions on women's reproductive rights. Work to improve the lives of Indigenous women and girls by enacting the calls for justice, all the calls for justice. Work to address the specific challenges faced by women of color, members from the LGBTQI2S+, and the disability community. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, this is a long list. But every woman deserves fairness, affordability, and equal opportunity to be valued and free to live without fear. The work to achieve these goals must never stop, and so neither will we. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, March 1st, 1695, 325 years ago, Governor Frontenac conceded a fourth seigneury on the shores of the Richelieu River to a soldier, François Hertel de la Fresnière, to thank him for his good and loyal service. After taking on several different names, including Saint-François-le-Neuf, Saint-Louis, and the village des Battes, the seigneury would finally be renamed Saint-Charles-sur-Richelieu, a quintessential patriotic village. That's where there was a famous Six Ridings Assembly, October 23rd, 1837, where thousands of patriots were assembled to hear from great figures of our history. These days, this village is a paradise where families can find a great place to live. Its land is still mainly used for agriculture, as well as being an anchor for our deeply valued heritage. On this very special year, I would like to wish the 1,700 inhabitants of St. Charles great celebrations.
Mr. Speaker, Alberta has always been a leader on environmental innovation and stewardship. In Canada, Alberta has the most environmentally protected heritage sites and is the first to have an environment minister for almost 5 decades, the largest connected green space since the 70s, a commercial wind farm for nearly 3 decades, and has the largest approved solar farm. Alberta leads North America with the first and only renewable LRT system for nearly a decade, and the first to pass climate change laws to report and set emissions reductions targets and levy heavy emitters almost 15 years ago. And globally, Alberta is the first to turn garbage into biofuels, has the largest carbon capture project, and produces the most environmentally and socially responsible oil and gas in the world. And that's just a snapshot. Albertans are environmental trailblazers. All of that and so many other reasons is why a strong Alberta is a strong Canada.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. We're celebrating the month of the Francophonie this month. On March 2nd, I participated in the launch of Rendez-vous de la Francophonie. This year's theme is At the Heart of Change. It was a pleasure to discuss change in all its forms with the students of Le Prélude and the Collège Mer Bleue. March 8th was International Women's Day. I'd like to seize the opportunity to thank all Canadian women for their passion, dedication, and positive impact they have on our society. I also had the privilege of celebrating, a little more locally, this day with women of Orleans on March 6th. 150 of them joined me at the HoC kitchen. Afterwards, I participated in a ceremony to award 46 exceptional women and girls the Recognition Award for women and girls who are leaders in Orleans. Congratulations to all.
Oral questions, question orale. The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, Canada is on the brink of a recession, but this government pretends that everything is fine. Canadian stocks are crashing with the biggest drop since 1987. For every dollar Canadian households bring in, they have $1.75 in consumer debt. Unemployment is higher than most G7 countries, and 76% of Canadians are worried about losing their job. If the government won't accept that there's a problem, how will they ever work to fix it? When will this government abandon its failed economic policies and change course?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the coronavirus is having a serious impact on the global economy and on the Canadian economy. Canada's strong fiscal position means we have the firepower to support our economy, and we will. Measures we take will include, but not be limited to, supporting workers and parents who have to miss work in order to prevent the spread of the virus, supporting our excellent healthcare system. We are prepared to act, and we are.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Our fiscal position is not strong, and Canada's economy was grinding to a halt well before the coronavirus and the rail blockades. This government's weak leadership and failed economic approach has created a crisis in confidence for companies wanting to invest and grow in Canada. Even Berkshire Hathaway, one of the most influential investment firms, is abandoning an energy project in Quebec because of the political instability created by this Prime Minister. When will this government stop blaming everyone else and take responsibility for their role in the coming recession?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are very aware of the GNL Quebec project, and let me say very clearly, our government believes in the natural resources sector, and we are working hard to support workers in the sector and investment. Over 400 major resource projects are planned or under construction in Canada. This is up from the previous year, and it includes the largest private sector investment in Canadian history, LNG Canada, which is strongly supported by this government.
For Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, our economy is in trouble, and it's getting worse in all our key sectors. Energy projects are being abandoned. Mining investment is fleeing Canada, automotive plants are being closed, and aerospace revenue is in decline. But the government's failure to provide stability and security has sent a clear message that Canada is closed for business. What is this Prime Minister's plan to stop 6 years of eroding Canada's economic foundation?
What's the plan? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite has cited some sectors which are indeed facing difficulties as a direct result of the impact of the coronavirus on the global economy and on the Canadian economy. Let me be very clear.
I just want to remind the honourable members that interrupting someone when they're speaking is really a lack of respect, and it's something we want to bring back to the chamber, and it's up to all of us to do that. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Let me be clear, Mr. Speaker. As Canada faces this serious challenge to public health and also to our economy, our government will be focused on working together with all Canadians to respond to this challenge and not on taking cheap partisan shots.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, since we've had this government, we've seen 200,000 energy sector workers lose their jobs. We're talking about more than 7 projects that were abandoned and millions in investments that have evaporated. That's what's happening in Western Canada. But now we've seen Quebec affected with the GNL project abandoned. So it's because of political instability of this government that these big projects are no longer welcome in Canada. How can this government defend its horrible track record in terms of Canadians and jobs? The Right Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is working with the resource sector to create good jobs and to attract investment, and that's a priority. More than 400 big resource projects are planned or are underway in Canada. That's more than last year. And this includes the largest investment in the private sector of the Canadian history, and our government supports this strongly. The member for Louis Saint Laurent. The Deputy Prime Minister should talk to her friends from Heritage Canada. They should be happy to learn that the GNL project for Lac Saint-Jean was aborted because of the policies of this government, because they let the rail crisis drag on for more than 4 weeks. And investors across the globe are saying there's no room for big projects in Canada. What is this government going to do to rectify the situation? The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would like to underscore once again that the natural resource sector is a priority for our government. We understand that this sector creates a lot of good jobs across the country. We're working with large investors. I'd like to also stress that the largest projects in the private sector in Canada's history is LNG Canada, and our government supports it strongly. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, after 1 month, the Kanawaki barricade was removed, but this doesn't mean the crisis is over yet. Today, the government has to accept the consequences of its lack of leadership on this file. In my riding, EXO spent more than $1 million to try and replace a suburban train. Manufacturers and exporters in Quebec lost between $20,000 and $50,000 per day, Mr. Speaker. Our companies paid a high price. Is this government going to present a plan to compensate the collateral victims of this railway crisis? The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that the blockades did have a very real impact on Canadians, including Quebecers. We had to find a peaceful and lasting solution. I'd also like to stress that through dialogue, we reached a temporary agreement with the Wet'suwet'en. And that's a good thing for all Canadians. All the blockades were taken down and the rail services were restored, and that's also a good thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
De la Prairie.
Honourable Member for La Prairie. Well, we haven't started even dealing with the fallout of this crisis, and now we're facing a new issue, the coronavirus. It's the same government that controls the borders. It's this government that controls our airports. It's this government that is responsible for preventing the coronavirus from entering our country. And we should be concerned. Last week, the Customs Union sounded the alarm. They're left to their own devices to detect people carrying the virus. Imagine that. The government messed up in the handling of the rail crisis. Everyone knows this. Does it realize that there's no room for failure with the coronavirus? The Honourable Deputy Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for this important question. Allow me to start by saying that there is a global approach our government is taking. What experts are saying is that this situation may get worse before it gets better in Canada and across the world. Our government will do everything in its power to ensure the safety of Canadians and to maintain our strong economy.
For Burnaby South.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. People are deeply worried about the spread of the coronavirus, and they want to do their part. Now, the Liberal government has suggested that people who might be infected should self-quarantine and stay at home from work. That's very difficult for a worker who doesn't have sick leave. How are they going to pay the bills? How will they make that difficult decision? Donc, les gens veulent...
So people want to do their share to stop the spread of the coronavirus, but if they don't have sick leave, they can't do so. Is the government going to help people out and allow them to stay home? The Honourable Deputy Minister.
We will. We know that we must support Canadians who may not be able to work because of illness or quarantine. We have already reduced the EI waiting period from 2 weeks to 1 week, and we are committed to extending EI benefits to 26 weeks. We are planning for worst-case scenarios, as is prudent and correct for our government to do, and we are preparing further measures to support Canadian workers and our economy.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Experts in health are concerned. They're concerned that our health system cannot respond to a crisis that is caused by the coronavirus.
Given the fact that for decades, both Liberal and Conservative governments have been cutting funding to healthcare. Now, to support the crisis potentially as it increases, will the Prime Minister commit to reversing the Harper-era cuts and properly fund our healthcare system?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I was at Sunnybrook Hospital on Friday, and I must say I was so impressed by the hard work, the intelligence, and the dedication of the healthcare professionals I know there. Federal government will not hesitate to support Canada's healthcare system as necessary during this situation, and we are already engaged in bulk procurement efforts. This is not a time to quibble about federal and provincial responsibilities. This is a time to work together, as we are doing.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Quand le soleil brille.
When the sun shines, homeowners who are responsible repair their roofs, they strengthen their foundations, and they fill the shelves in preparation for the winter that's upcoming. This government took these sunny days and wasted these times and prevented investments, and now we have a leaky roof, we have a cracked foundation, and the cupboards are empty. So what's their plan now? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Please warn me to never let anything as
ready as the cold hard facts get in the way of a good story, and it sounds like the honourable member has been speaking to my grandfather. Mr. Speaker, when I actually look at the argument he makes, it rests on false pretenses. Over the past few years, we've made investments in the Canadian economy that have seen 1.2 million jobs added, including more than 30,000 in the past months alone. We've also seen more than 1 million people lifted out of poverty, and if he doesn't want to take my word for it, I'd direct him to the report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, who confirmed that we have enough space in our budget to respond with the firepower we need in the event of a downturn. These things don't happen by accident. They happen because we've been putting measures in place to grow the economy and support Canadians.
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the honourable member sounds like he had a wonderful and wise grandfather to whom he should have listened. His grandfather would have advised to fill up the cupboards with supplies for a rainy day, to repair the roof and the foundation for the storm that inevitably comes. But instead, they added almost $100 billion of new debt. They ground economic growth to 0.3%. They shut down $150 billion worth of projects, all before the coronavirus problem even began. How could they have left common sense behind and made us so weak and vulnerable?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I find it fascinating that the honourable member has a newfound interest in debts and economic growth. If you look at the record, while he was sitting around the cabinet table in the previous government, they added $150 billion to our nation's debt and had the lowest rate of economic growth since the Great Depression. Mr. Speaker, I couldn't make this stuff up. Through the measures that we put in place, we have seen more than 1.2 million jobs added to the Canadian economy. More than 1 million people lifted out of poverty, including 300,000 kids, and we now have the healthiest balance sheet in the G7. Mr. Speaker, this is what success looks like. I'd invite the honourable member to take a look and enjoy.
The honourable member for Carleton.
The member says he couldn't make this stuff up. He underestimates himself. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that he brought up our record, because in the first 2 years after we took office, we did what his grandfather would have done. We paid off $40 billion of debt to prepare for the crisis that we knew would one day come. And as a result, we had a buffer. We were prepared, and we had the strongest economy in the G7 through the great globalization.
I just thought we started off so well. And I'm not going to choose one side or the other, but I just want order. As we sit here, As we sit here today, I want you to think about what your grandparents would think of you sitting in this room. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le Sorry.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. I got lost in grandparenthood there.
I'd be sorely disappointed if I didn't get the chance to respond. He turns 99 in May, Mr. Speaker, and he's one of the few people I know who personally witnessed a government with a slower rate of economic growth than the Conservatives under Stephen Harper. Mr. Speaker, the fact remains we have the healthiest balance sheet of any G7 economy. This is because we've been investing in measures that create economic growth, and we've been putting in place policies that actually make sure that ordinary Canadians benefit from that growth. Mr. Speaker, we're going to continue on a path to deal with the very serious challenges facing the Canadian economy, but we're going to work towards achieving economic growth and growth that works for everyone.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le Mr. Speaker, last Thursday we learned that Berkshire Hathaway, which was considering a hefty $4 billion investment in the Quebec LNG project, withdrew. The fund chose Quebec LNG amongst over 100 LNG projects worldwide. And the Prime Minister is creating unprecedented uncertainty in Canada. What does he plan to do to bring back the some $200 billion in lost financing for natural resource projects? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Our government is committed to working with the resource sector to ensure the best projects are undertaken, and we're looking for cleaner projects and sustainable ones. So we understand that GNL Quebec plans to continue the evaluation project, and it's seeking new investments for its proposed project. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, GNL Quebec is another project that adds to the list of projects that were sabotaged by the Liberal government. Yet this was a green project that fit with the global energy transition that represented $870 million in economic benefits and $110 million in government revenues and 1,100 direct and indirect jobs. What can the PM tell people of Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, most of whom support this project? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. The project is currently part of a federal evaluation under the Canadian Environmental Act from 2012. And their government established this system. And I'm convinced that this rigorous process will deliver a result that will show all Canadians that if the project should move forward, well, that will be a decision that our cabinet will make.
Mr. Speaker, another major investor has had enough of the Liberals' job-killing policies. Warren Buffett withdrew his promised $4 billion investment in a natural gas pipeline in Quebec. As one media outlet stated, Buffett realizes he can't rely on a stable investment or regulatory environment, so he is walking away. He won't be alone, and regular Canadians will be hurt by a lack of jobs. Will the Liberals finally admit that they are the problem, or will they continue to kill jobs and investment in Canada that we so desperately need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to working with the resource sector, ensure that jobs are created for Canadians from coast to coast to coast, and while at the same time we protect our environment. It's what Canadians expect from our government. Now, we know that investors all around the world are looking for projects that find that balance between economic growth and giving them a return on their investment, while also putting in place sustainable methods by which to do that. We've also heard the good news that the evaluation will move forward while GNL Quebec looks for other investors, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-La-Métis, Matapédia. The economic impact from the rail crisis is major in eastern Quebec. The Gaspé Rail Society hasn't taken full stock of the situation yet, but it already knows that the losses exceed $500,000. The Chamber of Commerce from Baie des Chaleurs sounded the alarm, and it's concerned that it could take months for things to return to normal. Months. Last Thursday, the Chamber of Commerce asked for federal assistance, and it's this lack of leadership from the federal government that prolonged the rail crisis. What is this government going to do to compensate companies for their losses? The Honourable Minister of Transportation, I'd like to thank my colleague, and we believe in our government that's important to follow a process that focuses on reconciliation. That's what we did. Of course, it's regrettable that there was a rail blockade. We worked really hard day and night to solve the situation, and I'm happy to see that the rail services have resumed across the country. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, coronavirus is spreading everywhere in Asia, Europe, in North America, and the government must be ready to face a global crisis. It's good. They've established a crisis unit, but we have to piece together bits of information from here and there to obtain a global picture. Will this government show some transparency and avail its full contingency plan once and for all?
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member's question. As the member knows, we've been working on this issue since Dr. Tam identified the very small cluster in Wuhan late December. We've been working with all members in this House, offering briefings as they're available. We'll continue to make ourselves available so that they can understand the rapidly changing situation with COVID-19. I will reassure the member that we are also working at all levels with provinces, territories, and other jurisdictions, including the local public health unit level, to make sure that our systems are prepared, that we know what we need, and that we can handle any surge that may face us. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, the coronavirus is spreading more and more, and the term pandemic, which seemed premature just a few days ago, is now becoming the appropriate term. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, we're talking about an increase of 19,000% of cases in Europe in just a few weeks. To reassure Canadians, it takes leadership from the Prime Minister. It takes transparency. It takes an action plan. After how many cases will we finally see the contingency plan? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member knows, we've been working on this since we first identified those small clusters of atypical pneumonia in Wuhan in late December. As the member opposite notes, we have formed a special committee on COVID-19 to make sure that we are fully appraised of the whole of government approach. We have scenario planning that's underway so that we can understand how it will impact the various different components that, as we can see around the world, are being impacted by disruption. Mr. Speaker, the health and safety of Canadians is of top priority for us, and we will do everything in our power to keep them that safe and well. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Arthabasca. Mr. Speaker, several countries are starting to describe COVID-19 as a global pandemic. Right now, most developed countries have already taken measures for travellers. But here in Canada, there are no restrictions or controls in place for those entering the country. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Public Safety. Does he plan to restrict travellers from China, Iran, or Italy from entering Canada? The Honourable Minister of Health.
And that question indicates that more briefing is required for that member to let him know, in fact, exactly what is happening at the borders. In fact, we have been carefully screening travelers from a variety of countries based on expert advice from the World Health Organization and many other medical professionals that indicate to us the best effort is to assure that we are asking travelers at the border to identify themselves if they've traveled from specific regions. There are special questions on the kiosk, Mr. Speaker. If that traveler is unwell, Mr. Speaker, they are referred to public health and the local public health authorities. The member should apprise himself of the measures that are...
Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Hospitals across the country have been warning this government that there's a shortage of masks, protective equipment, and beds. However, according to the minister's health officials, the health system is well prepared to deal with the growing number of COVID-19 cases in Canada. Now, finally, 6 weeks after the confirmed case in Canada, and now just after the first death in British Columbia, the Prime Minister has asked provinces for their state of readiness. Why is the minister saying the government is well prepared when she's only asking provinces for their state of readiness today?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, and I must say it is deeply saddening to hear the news out of British Columbia where we have heard that our first patient of coronavirus has passed away in Canada, and I know that we all send our condolences to the family. I will say, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's letter follows the one that I sent to my counterparts not long ago, also requesting that they put on paper exactly where they think they are going to have shortages. We have received several responses from provinces and territories in terms of what kinds of needs they might have. We're working very closely with them to make sure that we can provide them with the resources, whether it is equipment, whether it is financial resources, and we will be there for provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
COVID-19 pandemic is a Canadian issue. We know that almost all confirmed cases have been from those entering Canada from high-risk areas, yet this government continues to claim that the problem is not at our borders. Is the minister prepared to enforce the Quarantine Act and issue measures such as mandatory quarantine from those entering from high-risk areas?
The Minister of Health.
I encourage the member opposite to review the Quarantine Act, and he will see that, in fact, we've been using it extensively. When we ask people to self-isolate from affected regions for 14 days, it requires a mandatory check-in with public health, which then actually continues to actually confirm that that person is complying with the self-isolation practices that are necessary. Mr. Speaker, we know that this virus knows no borders. We are very aware and alive to the supports that we need to provide at the local level so they can continue their excellent work in containing this illness and mitigating the effects on Canadians. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, this government assured Canadians our health system is well prepared to deal with the COVID-19 outbreak. But Healthcare Can, the advocacy group for Canada's hospitals, is warning our system is stretched too thin, with dangerous shortages of critical care beds and protective equipment. They're calling for increased federal funding and much more testing. Today we heard The first death from the virus in BC was confirmed, and we know things will get worse before they get better. Will the Liberals ensure hospitals have the resources they need to respond to COVID-19?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
The simple answer is yes. That's the work that we're conducting right now with provinces and territories to make sure that they have the capacity should they see a surge of illness in their communities that require increased hospitalization. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep saying they care about a nation-to-nation relationship, but as we face a potential coronavirus outbreak, they've turned their back on First Nations and Inuit again. Mr. Speaker, when the H1N1 crisis hit, Indigenous nations asked for help, but the government sent body bags instead. Lives are at risk. So will the Prime Minister admit he was wrong and reverse his decision to exclude the Minister of Indigenous Service from the COVID-19 committee?
The Honourable Minister of Indigenous Services.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Minister of Indigenous Services, I can confirm that I am on the committee, and I will reassure the member opposite that regional offices are working with First Nation leadership and communities on awareness and to assure that necessary resources are in place. We're actively engaged with the Public Health Agency of Canada, other departments, and provincial and territorial counterparts to protect the health and safety of First Nations and Inuit people.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, yesterday was International Women's Day, a day to recognize the exceptional contributions of all women and an opportunity to promote and support gender equality. The theme this year was Because of You, that support advocates, activists, and other agents of change who move gender equality and women's rights forward, like an organization in my riding. Can the Minister of Status of Women and Gender Equality tell this House how we can celebrate Canada's progress towards greater equality for women and people of all genders on International Women's Day? The Honourable Minister of Status of Women. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thanks to the bravery of all those women who have preceded us, my colleague from Saint-Laurent and myself can see their names on a ballot. We have made so much progress, especially over the past 5 years, and we have committed to doing even more.
To every step we take forward, we owe it to those who've come before us to make things better for those who will come after us.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, Canada is the only member of the Five Eyes Alliance that still has not decided on Huawei's participation in the 5G network. In defense of his government's inaction, the Minister of Innovation said, and I quote, "Canada won't get bullied by any other jurisdictions." Well, Mr. Speaker, now is not the time to seek conflict with our allies. What is the PM waiting for to ban Huawei from the 5G network and to protect Canadian businesses and citizens?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are going to make sure that Canadians have access to the most beneficial 5G technology. Safety and security of our digital environment is a paramount consideration, and we will make sure that Canadians are safe and that their systems are not compromised. We are doing the work that is required to ensure that all scientific and security factors are taken into account from our allies, including the United States, officials with whom I met this morning, and all of our security agencies. Mr. Speaker, we're doing the work necessary to make sure the decision is the right one for Canadians.
Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Mr. Speaker, indecision becomes a decision with time. The Prime Minister has failed to decide if he wants to protect the cybersecurity of Canadians by banning Huawei. Many Five Eye partners have warned us that Huawei poses a serious risk to Canadians. Just today, the U.S. sent a top official to plead with the Liberals to ban Huawei. Yet instead of working together with our most important ally, senior Liberals call them bullies. Will the Prime Minister stop name-calling, act to protect Canadians, and ban Huawei?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I really do feel compelled to straighten out the mischaracterization just presented. And in fact, there's a very robust and important discussion going on between ourselves and our allies to ensure that the decision we make in Canada's best interest takes into full account all the scientific and security factors that must be considered to ensure that we do what is right to maintain a safe and secure environment for Canadians and that we keep them safe.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the women and men of the Canadian Armed Forces put their lives on the line to protect us every day. In the event of a pandemic, they may be on the front line as a response. They'll be at a heightened risk of getting sick. They need to know we have their backs with the proper resources like a functioning hospital. Construction on the hospital at Garrison Betawawa has been behind for 2 years, 2 years late under construction. China built 2 in 10 days. How many more years will it take this government to build just 1?
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
We take the health and safety of our members of the Canadian Armed Forces very seriously. In fact, actually, I was in Petawawa last year to look at the infrastructure needs. In fact, not only health services, we're also looking at the MFRC in Petawawa. Infrastructure is something that you need to continually invest in, and that's exactly what our defense policy is doing. Mr. Speaker, if the previous government had started investing into infrastructure, we wouldn't be in this situation. And that's why we're going to be making sure that our Canadian Armed Forces have all the tools necessary. Thank you.
Honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Correct the minister, because the Liberals have cut infrastructure funding by $247 million to the Canadian Armed Forces. Now, a recent internal audit warned electrical outages, sewer backups on bases are threatening operations and putting the health and safety of our troops at risk. It appears, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberals can't even manage an outhouse, and they expect us to trust them to buy new ships and fighter jets. Will the minister admit and agree with me that he is literally up to his knees in it this time?
Honourable Minister.
That the member opposite brought this up, because the infrastructure spending that he's talking about, he was the Parliamentary Secretary of National Defence when they actually didn't invest in infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. This is why we're actually investing in our MFRCs, our health services, and making sure, in fact, actually, when it comes to our operational needs, we're making the right investments, Mr. Speaker, when the money is there to take care of our Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you.
The honourable member from Montarville. Mr. Speaker, Europe has now been seriously affected by the coronavirus epidemic. There are 7,000 cases in Italy, 1,000 in France and Germany. The government can no longer settle for targeted security measures involving people coming in from a handful of countries. The crisis, Mr. Speaker, is now global, and Quebecers are getting the impression that the government is managing this on a case-by-case basis. What is the government's full contingency plan now that travelers and citizens from all over are at risk of being carriers of the coronavirus? The Honourable Minister of Health.
The Member of Parliament for his question and observation that we now find the coronavirus in 102 countries globally, and Canada is no different. We have just over 70 cases here in Canada. That's why it was so great to sit down with Minister McCann last week in Montreal to talk about Montreal's preparedness plan and Quebec's preparedness plan. I'm very confident in the work that the provinces and territories are doing, and I'd like to thank particularly Minister McCann for a very good discussion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, on Friday, travelers at the Montreal Trudeau Airport were complaining that no tests were being conducted on passengers coming in from higher risk zones. Some travelers even said that the airport was like a veritable sieve. The public has to be protected against a spread. The government must give clear direction in order to ensure that no positive cases get in. Will the government make sure that all coronavirus screening measures will take place at all border crosses, starting with the airports? The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the hardworking men and women of both CBSA and the Public Health Agency of Canada who have been working together so diligently for several months to make sure that we can support the health of Canadians both as they come back home and to support the health of international travelers. Mr. Speaker, this is a rapidly evolving situation. We will make sure that the people that are doing this hard work for us are recognized for that work, are supported in that work, and that they are an integral part in making sure that we protect the health and safety of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to office space modernization, the table's been set for Liberal ministers while humble civil servants get the scraps. In the last 4.5 years, Liberals have spent over $1.6 million improving their own offices. Recently, we learned that Public Services and Procurement Canada missed their office space modernization goal for public servants by 50%. Will the minister inform her cabinet colleagues that they are cut off from further office renovations?
The Honourable Minister of Public Services.
Mr. Speaker, as part of its routine management of federal real property, Public Services and Procurement Canada led an initiative to identify ministerial offices across government in need of refurbishment. This initiative addressed spaces that required modest, cost-effective repairs during the 2019 recess period and general election. These routine projects are done following Treasury Board policies and enable employees to work in functional, up-to-date workspaces.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, when it comes to setting goals, these Liberals are all talk. They set a goal for office space modernization, but in the department's own explanation as to why they fell short, they admitted they weren't funding their own goals. While Liberals are redecorating their offices, our hard-working public servants go without basic improvements to theirs. Will the minister cancel all vanity office projects for her colleagues and redirect those resources to where they are most needed?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her questions. I want to reiterate that these are routine projects. They are done following Treasury Board policies that were followed closely, and they are enabling employees to continue their important work for the people of Canada in functional office space.
The member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, while the Chinese ambassador to Canada continues to absurdly label Uyghur persecution fake news, the U.S. Holocaust Museum has now officially labeled the Chinese government's persecution of Uyghurs as crimes against humanity. Now, this designation opens the door for an international legal response. So aside from talking about it and expressing concern, is the government contemplating a concrete legal response to this atrocity, supporting international legal action, recognizing these as crimes against humanity, or imposing Magnitsky sanctions against those responsible? Good question.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his very important question. We are deeply concerned by the human rights situation faced by the Uyghur and other minorities in China. This is an issue, Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear, our government has raised directly with the Chinese. Canada has also repeatedly voiced its concern at the United Nations Human Rights Council. We continue to call on the Chinese government to ensure that human rights of its people, including the freedom of religion, are fully respected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, violence erupted on the fringes of demonstrations in the Indian capital of Delhi. At least 50 people lost their lives and hundreds more were injured. One of the elements that caused the tensions was the Citizenship Amendment Act that was recently adopted by the Indian government. This law has many in my community and many Canadians across the country concerned. Could the Minister of Foreign Affairs update the House on Canada's engagement with India on this issue?
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member from Mississauga Lakeshore for his work and his important question, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I want to express our condolences to the families and friends of those who have lost their lives. Last week, I did speak with the Indian Foreign Minister to directly raise our concern over the violences that have been taking place. In that conversation, I highlighted the importance of a path towards peaceful and productive dialogue. We will continue to follow the situation closely and to stress the importance, Mr. Speaker, of upholding the rights of all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Niagara Falls.
Mr. Speaker, a new green light law in New York State will now prevent those residents from enrolling in trusted traveler programs like Global Entry, FAST, Nexus, or Sentry. This is very troubling for Niagara Falls and for the region of Niagara. We benefit tremendously from these programs, which support the flow of people and goods crossing our borders. With the busy summer tourism season quickly approaching, this is an issue we need resolved and resolved soon. Has the Foreign Minister spoken to his American counterparts to express Canadian concerns about these changes that are now impacting the Trusted Traveller programs?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to assure the member opposite that we work very, very closely with our American counterparts, including those in the Customs Border Patrol and in their new rules. We are absolutely committed to maintaining the integrity and security of our borders and at the same time facilitating the movement of people between our borders. This issue has not been at this point in time raised with them, but I'll be happy to enter into that discussion on your behalf.
The member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Mr. Speaker, the date is quickly approaching for the World Trade Organization's decision on Australia's request to review Canada's excise tax exemption for 100% Canadian wines. If $39 million per year in new taxes for our wineries weren't bad enough, I'm now hearing from local wineries that this will set the industry back 15 years, and banks are starting to call, inquiring how they're going to deal with this potential new expense.
Wow.
When will this government stand up for our farm wineries and come to a solution and give them more certainty for the future?
Good question. Good question.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her advocacy. As the member may know, the minister did meet very recently with leaders of the wine industry, and we did that because we very much believe that this industry brings to Canada an incredible contribution, Mr. Speaker, to our reputation as a world-class agricultural producer. We've been working very hard in order to resolve the dispute with Australia, and I'd like to assure the member opposite that our government will continue to stand up for the Canadian workers and defend the interest of the wine industry in Canada.
Honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Mr. Speaker, this week a needle exchange program is to begin at the Bowden Institution. This program gives needles to prisoners so they can consume illicit drugs in their cells, all with the promise that they won't misuse the needles. Prison guards are very concerned. In fact, the Union of Canadian Correctional Officers wasn't even consulted. When will the Minister of Public Safety act to protect the safety of those on the front line?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and allow me to reassure you that prevention and treatment of infectious diseases within correctional institutions protects not only the federal offender population, but also corrections personnel and the Canadian public. Mr. Speaker, job number one is the safety and security of all concerned, and Correction Services Canada conducts a thorough risk assessment before any inmate is approved to participate in this program, and in every case, appropriate safeguards are put in place to ensure that needles are safely stored, accounted for at all times, and we are looking after the security and safety of our inmates and our corrections workers.
The Honourable Member for Nickel Belt.
Mr. Speaker, last week our government announced a $3.6 million investment in 2 Community Futures Development Corporation projects in communities in North Claybelt. For more than 30 years in North Claybelt, we have been helping local businesses grow their business and the community strengthen their economy. Can the Minister of Economic Development tell us more about this significant investment? The Honourable Member for Economic Development. I'd like to thank my colleague from Nickel Belt for his excellent question. We know that entrepreneurs drive the economy of Northern Ontario, and we are proud to support the CFDC's projects and have been so since 2016. That has helped more than 185 local businesses create or maintain more than 221 jobs in the region. We are happy to give our future leaders the opportunities in Northern Ontario.
Mr. Speaker, the coronavirus is already hurting the economy, and we are facing the possibility of a global economic downturn. Canadians are counting on this government to deliver a stimulus and job creation strategy. We need to invest in new infrastructure, renewable energy, public transit, home retrofits to create jobs all across the country. The Liberals have the chance to show that they will help workers and the planet, not just big corporations. Will this government invest in the sustainable jobs that Canadian needs right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, the short answer to the question is yes. With respect to the coronavirus, I'll let the honourable member know that our priority remains making sure that our public health system can provide world-class services, and we will have support announced in the near future for those who have to self-isolate. I would invite the honourable member to take a look at the infrastructure plan that we put forward, which is seeing tens or hundreds of billions of dollars towards projects that are actually going to create jobs in our communities and leave our communities strengthened as a result. I would be happy to carry this conversation on in more detail with the honourable member at her leisure.
Hear you.
Honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the most effective ways to stop the spread of viruses like COVID-19 is if people stay home and self-isolate when they're sick. But for many low-wage workers and contractors, missing work is simply not an option. The loss of just a few $100s could mean not feeding their families or potential homelessness. Will the government extend financial support to all workers who must self-isolate for public safety reasons? And will that commitment include workers who do not pay into EI or are not EI eligible?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Green member for that very important question. We know that we must support Canadians who may not be able to work because of illness or quarantine. People should not be penalized for acting to support their own health and the health of their neighbors. We have already reduced the EI waiting period from 2 weeks to 1 week. We're committed to extending EI benefits to 26 weeks. We're planning for worst-case scenarios, and as the Finance Minister said last week, we will support Canadian workers in our economy.
And that's all for question period today. Before anybody gets up, I just want to thank all of you. You really actually were very good today. I just want to bring that up. Thank you. Tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Order. Can I have your attention, please? If you can hear my voice, please say shh. That's great. Thank you. I've just got some government business here that I've got to read, so I just wanted to make sure it's a government bill that I'm going through the list here. So I just want to make sure everybody hears what we're bringing forward so that both sides have a good idea of what's going on. Introduction of government bills. Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to amend the Criminal Code Conversion Therapy. Cette motion est réputée.
This motion is carried.
Monsieur Lametti, appuyé par
Mr. Lametti, seconded by Ms. Qualtrough, moves that this bill now be read a first time and printed.
Is deemed adopted.
Projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for... I'm drawing a blank. South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise here again today to present a petition from young people in my riding who they point out that climate change is accelerating in Canada and around the world, that Canadian youth are anxious about being left with an uncertain future. and therefore they call upon the House of Commons to take meaningful steps to support the future of young Canadians and fulfill Canada's obligations under the Paris Agreement by adopting a detailed climate action strategy that includes legislated climate targets, science-based targets for greenhouse gas reduction, and a plan to meet them, and implement a comprehensive and steadily rising national carbon price beyond 2022, eliminate fossil fuel subsidies, and redirecting those investments into renewable energy systems, energy efficiency, low-carbon transportation, and job training.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This first petition I have is about the the overdose crisis and the number of deaths, and people are very concerned about this. And they're calling upon the Parliament to declare a public health emergency due to overdose deaths in Canada, reframe the overdose crisis in Canada as a health issue rather than a criminal issue, take a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to the overdose crisis and address issues of addiction, poverty, housing, health care, racial discrimination, and economic inequality and instability, and listen to and act on recommendations made by social workers, frontline workers, nurses, doctors, drug users, and individuals directly involved in the drug-using community, and decriminalize drugs in Canada. The second petition I have is from residents in my riding who are concerned about an outdoor growing operation that is being put into their neighborhood. And they're calling on the government to amend the cannabis licensing regulations to require local community input, as well as to require local municipalities to have significant involvement in decision-making for licenses, particularly as to the location of properties, allocated licenses for the outdoor production and processing of cannabis. They're also asking for a one-year moratorium on licenses for outdoor cultivated cannabis to allow municipalities sufficient time to develop appropriate bylaws in conjunction with their enhanced involvement in the decision-making process. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Humber River, Black Creek. So we've got these
on behalf signed by residents in the GTA. That we, the undersigned citizens of Canada, call upon the House of Commons and Parliament assembled, along with Global Affairs Canada, to issue a statement as follows. With respect to South Korea's Moon Jae government, expressing denouncement and deep concern over the said forcible repatriation of 2 North Korean defectors back to North Korea, and urging the Moon government to take corrective actions, ensuring that it fully complies with the international human rights laws, and with respect to North Korea's Kim Jong regime, urging the regime to disclose the whereabouts of those 2 North Korean defectors repatriated by South Korea Moon's government and to treat them with humanity.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to table a petition on behalf of residents of the Comox Valley from Courtenay and Cumberland. Mr. Speaker, this petition is about the 12,500 preventable deaths that have taken place due to the opioid and fentanyl crisis that's taking place across our country. The tabling of this petition couldn't be more timely, as tomorrow there'll be many of the signatories to this petition will be protesting the closure of the overdose protection site in Courtenay, Mr. Speaker. They're calling on the government to declare the current opioid overdose and fentanyl poisoning crisis a national public health emergency and resource it, Mr. Speaker, to support overdose protection sites, to support treatment, to support tackling this issue with a clean source, and making sure it's under the Emergencies Act in order to manage and resource it properly with the aim to reduce and eliminate and prevent deaths. Reform current drug policy to decriminalize personal possession, and to create with urgency and immediacy a system to provide safe, unadulterated access to substances so that people who use substances experimentally, recreationally, or chronically are not at imminent risk of overdose due to a contaminated source.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise on behalf of 44 constituents of Pontiac who presented me with a petition in my office. We had a very good discussion about the issue of the climate emergency that faces our planet, and they are urging our government and urging Parliament to move forward with measures to take action as we face so many climate-related events such as the floods that we faced in the Pontiac in 2017 and 2019. They're insisting that it is urgent that we act immediately to address greenhouse gas emissions, to transition to a low-carbon economy, and to do so in reconciliation with Indigenous peoples and implement the United Nations Declarations on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So I will table this with you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm here to table two petitions. The first petition, Mr. Speaker, is on the motion of the Green New Deal. It is my pleasure to present this presentation on behalf of dozens of residents across Canada. They are joining their voices with thousands of Canadians who have signed petitions thus far. All of them are calling on the Government of Canada to address this climate emergency with the ambition and urgency required on behalf of present and future generations. The petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to support Motion 1, a Made in Canada Green New Deal, which calls on Canada to take bold action and rapid action to tackle the climate emergency and address the worsening socioeconomic and racial inequalities at the same time, and to support workers impacted by the transition and the shift to a clean and renewable energy economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second petition is from many constituents from my riding, over 300 of them, close to 400, that are addressing the Minister of Public Services and Procurement and calling on the Minister to adopt the Delivery Community Power Vision by Canada Post by transitioning Canada Post to 100% renewable energy, expanding services for seniors, introducing postal banking, converting Canada's post fleet to an all-electric vehicles, installing public charging stations, delivering medicines and groceries, and installing solar panels and retrofitting post office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Beaches East York.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition from over 100 students at Notre Dame High School in Beaches East York, and they call attention to the lack of or inadequate housing on reserve and the lack of clean water. They note that as a matter of basic equality and human rights, Mr. Speaker, this is unacceptable in Canada, and they ask for us to take this more seriously. And while we've lifted over 88 boil water advisories since 2015, 64 remain, and the petitioners request that Parliament lend more funding and support to attend to these issues and to bring equality to our First Nations communities.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have 4 petitions today, and I'll move through them very quickly. The first 2 have to do with the environment, and in particular, members of my constituency that are concerned about the impact that we're having on our environment and what the government should be doing to address this. In one of the petitions, they're calling on the House of Commons in Parliament to assemble to mandate and fund energy audits for all federal buildings. In another one, they're calling on the House of Commons and Parliament assembled to increase subsidies for consumer purchases of electric vehicles to $10,000. I have another petition, Mr. Speaker, with 275 signatures on it, and this one is from farmers and individuals in my constituency who support farmers throughout Canada, who are calling upon the Canadian government to refrain from making any regulations under the Plant Breeders' Rights Act that would further erode farmers' rights and or add to farmers' costs by restricting or eliminating farmers' privilege, quote unquote. And the last petition, Mr. Speaker, has 1,677 signatures on it. This one is in relation to the flooding that's been going on in Lake Ontario, the Ottawa River, St. Lawrence River, and there are some asks of the petitioners specifically that a program is initiated of patterning to either close the seaway early or open it later in the spring, to use extraordinary measures to target Lake Ontario levels, to reduce the levels earlier on, and third and last, to further increase the L-limit deviation similar to the 1986 fall season's defensive actions when outflows exceeded the current limit of 200. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, Présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure that I rise today to represent a petition from the residents of Winnipeg North, where they're emphasizing the importance of our seniors and are calling upon parliamentarians to recognize how important they are by looking at ways in which we can enhance their quality of life. Using the example of the old age supplement, Mr. Speaker, and ways in which we might be able to lift more seniors yet out of poverty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. No, okay, I wasn't quite sure whether he's getting up. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion, standing in the name of Mr. Poilievre concerning documents on economic downturns within 45 days.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage has 2 minutes left in her allocation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I was very excited to have the opportunity to talk about the impact of the Canada Child Benefit in my community. Not only that, but the impact that it has had on child poverty right across our country and its impact on food insecurity. And the fact that there are studies that have been done now that show that, in fact, food insecurity is being impacted by the fact that we have a Canada Child Benefit that is indexed and that it is non-taxable. That is all money in the pocket of some of the people who are the neediest in our communities, and it is helping children and families to pay for their needs, and that is one of the most important programs that I believe we put into place, although there is much more that we can speak about. And so that is why today I've been so happy that we've had an opportunity, all of us, all members of the House who have spoken from all different sides and different parties, about how in their communities, what we want to see is we want to work together to make sure that our communities are stronger, that people are able to afford what they need to be able to make ends meet, and that they are able to find the employment that they would like to get. And that's all of those pieces are parts that are so important to what we have been working on. And so, Mr. Speaker, I understand that my time has run to an end now, and I very much appreciate that I've been given this extra time to complete my speech, but I am now ready for my 5 minutes of questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, just a few minutes ago I had the opportunity to rise and table a petition for seniors. And seniors across the country is something which is important to all of us. And my friend and colleague made reference to the Canada Child Benefit Program. Along with the increases that we saw there that ultimately took children out of poverty, a few years back through a budgetary motion, we actually brought forward changes to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And I know that would have also had an impact on the constituents in which she represented, and I wonder if she can provide just how important that was also in terms of bringing and assisting seniors in getting out of poverty.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
And I would like to thank my colleague for that question, because I have seen the impact of that work. And in fact, the Statistics Canada study that came out last year pointed out that the changes to the GIS had actually reduced poverty for seniors living in our communities and across this country. And I believe that that is reflected once again in the most recent poverty dashboard that was released by Statistics Canada. So in fact, statistically, we are seeing it, but we are also seeing it anecdotally. And I think that we should actually broaden it and speak about some of the other things we're doing for seniors, because one thing that I've seen in my own communities is we're building affordable senior housing for seniors. And that is something that I know is always top of mind, is accessing affordable housing. And so those two pieces, along with other pieces that we have been working on, have been helping seniors across our country.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her comments. Earlier in her comments, she talked about her passion for food security issues, and particularly for people who are of lower income. And so to that end, my colleague, the member from Vancouver Kingsway, actually tabled a private member's bill for a school food program. In my riding in Vancouver East, we have many of the lower income communities where food is simply not accessible and available for many of the low income families. If we can in fact provide for a national food program at the schools, that would, I think, go a long ways in addressing these concerns. I wonder if that's something that the member would support.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I am so happy that National School Food Program was raised by my colleague across the way, because that is something that I have been quite passionate about. And I was so excited in our last budget when there was a section of our budget about a national food policy. In fact, Canada's first national food policy, there was in fact a commitment within there to be negotiating with our provinces and territories to put a national school food program, or to support national school food programs across our country. And it goes for many reasons. It is also, it helps kids who go to school who don't have food in their bellies, perhaps for poverty reasons, but there are many reasons why a kid might go to school without food. And so it is actually something that helps education outcomes. It helps with health outcomes, education outcomes, and I very much support a national school food program right across our country.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I listened with interest to the honourable member's speech, where she talked over and over again about the universal childcare benefit. I was proud to have been part of the government elected in 2006. One of our 5 priorities in that election campaign was the universal childcare benefit, and I was pleased that even after we introduced that, we still managed to pay down $40 billion in debt over the next few years while the economy was good. And then when we went through a rough patch in the global economy, and our government introduced a stimulus program and then eventually got the budget back to balance, year after year after year, we defended spending for the universal childcare benefit. And so when we wound up with a budget, balanced budget in 2015, the balanced budget that this government inherited, this Liberal government inherited from us, we still had a very strong universal childcare benefit. And so my question for the honourable member is, would she be interested in sitting down? I've got the document here, and after she's done answering questions and comments, I can share with her the key to success of the previous government and how we managed to protect funding for something as important as the universal childcare benefit and still balance the budget in 2015.
The honourable member or the honourable parliamentary secretary in 45 seconds or less, please.
Oh dear, because that was quite a lot to the question. But let me just say, I'm always happy to have a conversation, but the universal childcare benefit was taxable, and it was paid the same exact amount of money to everyone, regardless of their income. Having a means-tested, indexed, non-taxable Canada Child Benefit has reduced child poverty. The previous program did not.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to speak on the motion put forward by my colleague, the member of Carleton. I also will be splitting my time with my colleague, the member for St. Albert, Edmonton. It's a very important debate that we're having today, and particularly given that the circumstances that we find ourselves in with the coronavirus, with the blockades, and a general slowdown in the economy. And one thing of note is that this government has always prided itself on its fiscal anchors. Well, let's talk a little bit about those fiscal anchors that have now put us in a situation where we have limited flexibility to be able to react to crises like this. The first fiscal anchor that they claimed was that they would balance the budget within 5 years and take very, very small deficits and balance the budget. Of course, that anchor has now fallen off. The next one was that they said they would try to find that balance with debt to GDP ratios and continue to see a decline. That fiscal anchor has fallen off the boat as well. And then thirdly, the one anchor that they have left is when they talk about employment numbers. And I would suggest that there's a weakening in the employment numbers, and that when we compare ourselves against some of the other G7 countries, Canada's unemployment rate doesn't look as favorable. So here's a government that is priding itself in fiscal anchors, and I would tell you that the anchor has fallen through the boat. The boat has a big hole, and this boat is sinking, and they don't even see it happening. The Minister of Finance keeps on talking about that, well, we're in good shape, and we've got this great reserve built up so that we can weather these storms. And I'm wondering if we'll ever find out what that reserve is, because certainly from the numbers we're looking at, we don't see that that's the case. The leadership of this government, with their regulatory regulations that are stopping the growth of business and actually resulted in over 200,000 jobs lost in my province in Saskatchewan. 150 billion in capital that has gone elsewhere. And the reality of that, I always hear, well, it's because the commodity price is low. Well, the fact is the money went somewhere. We see Norway now is opened up another field, and they say they will pump oil for as long as it's needed, and they put that investment in. The Russians have just put a big capital investment into the resource sector. And we know the Americans have been very successful growing their resource business and growing market share, which is something that this government has not been able to recognize. There's also the burden of the tax structure that's been put in place, burdening small business with increases in CPP, UI, and particularly the carbon tax. The carbon tax that is a tax on everything, and here's these hard-working small businesses trying to produce a product, trying to be competitive in the global market, and they're restrained by this government continuing to increase taxes. Throw on the HoC rules and limiting the ability of husband and wives to split income through those corporations. It strikes me that we're doing everything we can to try and slow down these hard-working individuals and these great businesses that are the strength of Canada. Now, under this Liberal government's weak leadership, the energy sector alone has lost over $150 billion in investment. I can name off the projects: $20 billion tech, $8 billion Northern Gateway, $16 billion for Energy East, $36 billion Pacific Northwest, $28 billion Aurora, $25 billion WCC LNG. The list goes on and on and on. And I can actually give the government a little bit of help here. There's a quick little fix to send the right message that they support resource development, that they support these great Canadian companies getting to market. They can support my bill, which takes away this tanker ban and allows them to export their product through a deep water port and be competitive and be able to take our clean energy and export it to other countries. Now, just last week I was in Toronto and I was at the mining conference. And there again, I heard great concern about the regulatory process in this country. Project after project after project are talking about how this government doesn't understand the importance of investment. And I do hope that they are listening. I do hope that they're listening to the resource extraction business, whether it be the oil and gas business, whether it be the mining business. If you want to get this economy going, it's time to recognize that these businesses are your lifeblood. They're the ones that produce the revenue. They're the ones that can help this economy. And they're the ones that are going to pay for all these programs that I continually hear about. At Finance, submission after submission after submission is about spending, spending, spending. At some point, we have to have an economy that's growing at a rate to be able to pay for all that spending. Now, while I'm on spending, there's spending that can work towards growing the economy, and then there's just outright waste. And this government seems to be the expert on waste. You can talk about the $50 million to MasterCard, $12 million to Loblaws, $40 million to BlackBerry. It goes on and on and on. And those type of investments aren't what we need. We need to have the government investing in less regulation, empower the private sector, and let these people get back to work. We do have an infrastructure program, and I'll acknowledge that the Conservatives also had an infrastructure program. But here's the difference. In the infrastructure program, when the Liberals put it out, they again talked about three anchors that they wanted to have within that program. One was that it would be investments into productivity. Two was that they said that they would reduction in greenhouse gases. And three, an increase in GDP. So when we had a discussion with the PBO about this program, we said, are they hitting the mark on any of those measures? There's no evidence that they're hitting the mark on the measures, and particularly in the area of productivity, which is the way that we can start to get this economy going. and putting an infrastructure program together that has a lack of accountability, a lack of focus, and a lack of measurables makes it really difficult to see if it's working. I hope this government will reverse their course on the infrastructure program and recognize that they should be focusing on productivity, allowing companies to be more productive, giving them better access to markets, and making sure that we have the most competitive regime of any country that's out there. Now, this program's full of flaws. Now's the time to push reset and actually start to deliver on programs that will be effective, that will allow us to grow the economy and be able to help industry grow rather than the government's budget growing. So the future outlook. Beyond anything else, we need to see a plan that develops, gets us back to a balanced budget. It's not unreasonable to be able to ask this of government, when will you finally get back to balance? And I think there's an opportunity for them to do it. We need for the government to get out of the way of the private sector. You had the private sector here offering to build a pipeline, and you ended up having to buy it because of the regulatory burden you put on that company. The private sector wants to invest in Canada. They believe in Canada, but they need this government to make the right message to say we're open for business again. Our energy sector in the province I come from, they're proud of what they do. They do it well, they do it clean, and they have an opportunity to gain market share if we let them. We need to expand our resource, our ability to ship, and I ask this government to seriously consider revisions to Bill C-69 to make sure that they have confidence in the market here, and also to eliminate this tanker ban off the West Coast. It's certainly not there. A pay-as-you-go principle. You know, this will bring some discipline back to government. If you're going to add something new, you've got to be able to pay for it. So you should be able to balance those things out, and that will put discipline into the government and make sure that they get back onto a path of balancing the budget. And then on the tax front for small businesses, we have to eliminate these input taxes, lower the burdens on these businesses, and allow them to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his words. He cited in the billions 28, 16, 36, 28, and 25 as a loss to the economy. My question is a yes or no question. Does he have a number to cite if we have a lack of climate change initiative other than the cost of the future of our children? Thank you.
Honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, absolutely I have a number. I have a number that we currently contribute 1.6 to global emissions. So there's a number for you to realize. So if the member on the other side, the balance that you always talk about on the other side is balancing the environment and balancing it with resource development. Well, let's start talking about that balance. Come to my province. I'd be glad to entertain you and be able to show you what's going on in this province. We have businesses there that are world class, and we can bring those levels down if we allow them to do what they can do by the export of LNG and displacing the market that is captured by those countries that do not have the standards that we have, and we'll have that ability to lower emissions globally if we get on the bandwagon. Thank you.
Questions and commentaires. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to ask the honourable member, we live in a free market, and so, determining what we might gain from royalties from certain industries is kind of a bet on the system. And we're seeing right now that the free market the price of oil has been collapsing. So Teck Resources, when they were putting forward their proposal, the price per barrel of oil was $99 a barrel. Now it's under 50. Well, the stats I was looking at from the oil industry show it was up to $99. I'm just wondering how many oil sands projects have been approved that aren't going forward because investors have backed out based on the price of producing per barrel in Alberta.
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you for your question, and I think that's a very narrow look at what the current state is. I'll acknowledge that prices have come off, but this is a longer-term play for most of these businesses. So if the price is at 45, at 55, I can tell you that our companies have been driving their costs down to be competitive. The oil sands companies have done an outstanding job doing that. I believe the price will come back. And these investors, they look at it as a long term. They don't look at it over a 3-month period.
Exactly.
The honourable member for Edmonton Millwoods.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the member from Edmonton Centre is well known, well respected in the Edmonton business community. So I'd like to ask him that the fact that the Liberals are saying that the current economic situation right now is really because of the coronavirus or even because of the current oil prices. What are you hearing from the Edmonton business community or Alberta business community?
For Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you for that question. And it is very pertinent to why I'm here today. I stood for election 5 years ago and was unsuccessful because I was concerned about the economy. And then I decided that I would give myself again for public service because of exactly that. These businesses have been, have talked to me, have suggested that they're very concerned about their livelihood. They're very concerned about their standard of living, and they see the direction that this government going as the absolute wrong thing for them. They want to see investment, they want to play, but they need a government to get out of the way, and certainly that's not been the case. Thank you.
Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Windsor West.
Just a simple question to kind of get where. How much public subsidy does the industry need? I'd like to know from the member, we've invested in a pipeline. Export Development Canada does a lot of promotion for the oil industry, the Business Development Bank of Canada as well too. And there's also the province of Alberta. So what's the threshold in terms of the commitment for the public to actually contribute to this industry's success?
Member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, firstly, thank you for your question. And we did hear at Finance that is a fallacy of this subsidy that has been considered for the oil and gas business. So that was cleared up by the officials that presented. But let me tell you this. I will not apologize for the contribution that the oil and gas sector has made to this country towards infrastructure and to fund all the programs you want, and they have my full support.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Very pleased to rise to speak today on our opposition motion. We have a government across the way that for the last 4.5 years have governed as if the good times would never come to an end. Well, it appears that this government's luck has run out in the face of a slowing economy, soaring deficits and debt, and economic uncertainties arising from coronavirus, the illegal blockades, and today the collapse in the price of oil. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, we have put forward a very straightforward motion, a motion that is in the name of transparency, calling on the government to do something they should be quite enthusiastic to do, which is to release all documents whereby they may have been provided advice or input about the possibility of an economic downturn. Canadians deserve to see those documents, to know whether or not the government heeded those warnings, whether the government took precautionary measures, or whether the government did what it appears to have done, which is to ignore those warnings altogether. And I say that the government should be quite enthusiastic because it's what is in the mandate letter from the Prime Minister to the Minister of Finance, wherein the Prime Minister to the Minister of Finance states, quote, I also expect us to continue to raise the bar on openness, effectiveness, and transparency in government. This means a government that is open by default, closed quote. So surely consistent with the finance minister's mandate letter would be a government that would be welcoming our timely motion here today. Now, Mr. Speaker, since this government came to office in 2015, they inherited a strong economy from the previous Conservative government. Sure did. They also benefited in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, a period of strong global economic growth, low interest rates, and a return in terms of commodity prices from a low at the earlier part of the decade. Now, when I got here in 2015, I know that I and other of my Conservative colleagues provided advice to the government in terms of encouraging the government in the face of a relatively strong economy to take a responsible approach, to pay down debt and prepare for a rainy day. That, Mr. Speaker, is precisely the approach that Prime Minister Stephen Harper took when the times were good in 2006 and 2007, whereby between 2006 and 2008, the Harper government paid down $38 billion of debt, which constituted the largest debt repayment of any government in Canadian history. Now, why did the Harper government do that? Well, because they recognized that the good times wouldn't last forever. And as it turned out, they didn't, because in 2008 and 2009, we saw the largest global economic recession since the Great Depression. But because of the foresight of Stephen Harper, Canada had the fiscal capacity to respond to that global economic downturn, and later resulting in a recovery that was faster and stronger than any other G7 country. Now, that was our approach. That's the approach that we encouraged the government to take, but they had different ideas. Their approach, contrary to ours, was to spend, 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 and spend some more. One could say, Mr. Speaker, that this government spent like drunken sailors. But as Ronald Reagan used to say, that would be an insult to drunken sailors. Mr. Speaker, this government, in just 4 years, has added $75 billion of new debt. Shame. By the end of this fiscal year, Canada is on track to add $100 billion of new debt. Now, Mr. Speaker, the finance minister said, well, don't worry, the good times are going to continue. Well, not so, as dark clouds are on the horizon in terms of Canada's economy. We have seen a significant slowdown in the Canadian economy. Indeed, in the fourth quarter of 2019, Canada experienced just 0.3% GDP growth. That, Mr. Speaker, constitutes negative per capita GDP growth. In fact, in November, we actually saw a decline in the Canadian economy and 71,000 jobs lost. While Canada grows at only 0.3% in the last quarter of 2019, our biggest trading partner, our biggest economic competitor, that of the United States, saw GDP growth of 2.1%. So quite a contrast between the growth in the United States and the dismal performance of the Canadian economy. And Mr. Speaker, that pattern of lagging behind the United States is projected into this year. Indeed, the Canadian economy is expected to grow at only half of that of the United States. Meanwhile, unemployment is 30% higher than that of the United States. Indeed, under this government's watch, Canada has the unenviable position of having the highest unemployment rate of any G7 country, save for Italy and France, hardly jurisdictions that we should be seeking to emulate in terms of their economic performance, but yet that is precisely the approach that this government seems to want to make. So, 4.5 years, spending, spending, and more spending, without any plan for a rainy day, has left the Canadian economy weak and vulnerable. And so, in the face of that, Canadians deserve to know, what is this government's plan? What is this government's plan to get beyond per capita negative GDP growth of a pathetic 0.3%? What is this government's plan to stimulate the economy, to restore some level of fiscal responsibility, because we know that today's $30 billion deficits very easily translate into $50 or $60 billion deficits if there is a further slowdown. I know, Mr. Speaker, that unlike the Liberals, we on this side of the House do have a plan. It involves unleashing the Canadian economy by cutting taxes for workers and small businesses, by repealing anti-development bills C-69 and C-48, reducing red tape with a 2-for-1 rule, which builds on the legislated 1-for-1 rule and is consistent with what the province of Manitoba has undertaken and that of our largest competitor, the United States. And we have a plan to, in a reasonable way, get spending under control by eliminating waste, reducing red tape, reducing the burden of government, and eventually getting to what this government inherited from our previous Conservative government, and that is a balanced budget. So I say, Mr. Speaker, in closing, where is the government's plan? They have no plan beyond spending and spending and spending some more. So in the face of that plan versus our plan to unleash the Canadian economy, I'll take our plan any day.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague today. But I think some of his facts are wrong. He talked about how the former Stephen Harper government had taken and prepared for a rainy day. But let's put the facts on the table. What really happened, and this member, I know, he's very good with all of the data and knowing what went on. What really happened was the former Martin government had left a $13 billion surplus. And now his logic is, this member is basically saying, Mr. Speaker, that over the years, over the 2-year period, the Conservative government continued to save in preparation for a rainy day. But actually, what they did in 2007 and 2008 before the recession hit was they decreased that surplus. So they were already, Mr. Speaker, on their way down in terms of decreasing the surplus and going into a deficit position. So for him to somehow suggest, Mr. Speaker, that Stephen Harper was saving for a rainy day, well, the facts just don't support that claim.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, the facts speak for themselves, and that is that under Stephen Harper's government, the government presided over the largest debt repayment in Canadian history, $38 billion. That is a fact. Now, the member, my friend from Kingston and the Islands, does cite the Paul Martin government, and it is true that under Jean Chrétien and Paul Martin, the government did move towards a balanced budget and a surplus budget, with a lot of pressure from Conservatives and reformers at the time, but nonetheless they did that, and they deserve credit where credit is due. But this government doesn't deserve such credit. They have totally disassociated themselves from that legacy, inheriting a surplus and leaving the cupboard bare at a time when the economy is in a downturn. This government has left the cupboard bare with nothing to show.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would agree with my honourable colleague. This is hardly a Paul Martin Liberal government. This is way beyond anything that Paul Martin would have ever done or imagined to do. My question, I want to bring it back, Mr. Speaker, to the motion that we're debating today. And my honourable colleague from St. Albert, Edmonton, spoke about the fact that in the Minister of Finance's mandate letter, in fact, across all of the Minister's mandates letters, it speaks about the issue of transparency and that this government will be open by default. Is there any reason at all why this government should not support the motion that's on the table if that is indeed the will of the Prime Minister to his ministers and the will of the Prime Minister himself?
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for Barrie Innisfil, and I would simply say if this government means what it says and says what it means, they would support the motion and release the documents. It's very expressly there for all Canadians to see in the mandate letter. And what's more, in addition to transparency, if this government has actually been doing its work, then surely they would be very enthusiastic to show all of the contingency measures that are in the works, all of the preparatory measures that are in the works. But, Mr. Speaker, I suspect the reason the government is so resistant is because they don't have any.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliament Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the member says that the Conservative Party has a plan. They're going to reduce taxes for the middle class, yet they actually voted against the tax reduction to the middle class. They said they are going to reduce, part of their plan, reduce small business tax. This government has done just that, yet they voted against the budget, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if my friend would agree there's a little bit of inconsistency in terms of the Conservative plan and reality.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, what we voted against were record deficits and debt, and we voted against this government's reckless spending and this government's reckless budgets, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, our plan is a comprehensive one. It involves tax cuts. It involves repealing anti-energy legislation. It involves attracting investment in our most vital energy sector of the economy, the energy sector, by providing for an accelerated capital cost allowance regime comparable to that offered of the manufacturing sector, and it also involves reducing all of the waste that this government has given to their Liberal corporate friends, like $372 million to Bombardgate. You know what happened? As a result, 3,000 jobs were lost while the executives gave them a 50% pay hike, some value for the taxpayer.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Orleans. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I would like to share that I would like to share my time with the member of King's Aunts as we proceed. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today and speak about the government's actual record rather than the selective stats chosen by the honourable member from Carleton. The results of the government's investment in people, in communities, and in hard-working Canadians are clear. Canada's economy is sound and growing. The unemployment rate is low. Business investment is recovering, and there are more full-time, well-paying jobs with more women working today than ever before in Canada's history. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw the House attention to the recent jobs numbers from StatsCan. In February, the economy added 30,300 net new jobs. All of the national gains were in full-time work. The government is focused on building an economy that works for everyone. And will continue to make progress on the things that matters most to Canadians, while being sensitive and responsible with new investment. In the face of emerging global risk, our approach will be practical and prudent, maintaining Canada's strong fiscal position and our ability to protect Canada from risk both today and tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, as a former business owner, I understand the importance of tax competitiveness. Small businesses thrive where there is a competitive tax environment. Which is why we've lowered the small business tax rate, first to 10%, effective on January 1st of 2018, and then to 9%, effective January 1st of 2019. Canada's combined federal, provincial, territorial average income tax rate for small business is one of the lowest in the G7. In the face of ongoing global developments, it is essential that Canada continues to innovate so that businesses seeking to expand and grow can confidently choose to invest in Canada. In the last year fall economic statement, the government took important and timely action in this regard. This included allowing businesses to immediately write off the full cost of specified clean energy equipment to spur new investment, and the adoption of advanced clean technology in the Canadian economy. It also included allowing businesses to immediately write off the full cost of machinery and equipment used for the manufacturing or processing of goods. The government also introduced the accelerated investment incentive, which allow businesses of all sizes and in all sectors of the economy to write off a larger share of the cost of newly acquired assets in the year the investment is made. Mr. Speaker, what does this mean for businesses? Well, taken together, the incentive announced in last year's fall economic statement made it more attractive for businesses to invest in assets that help drive growth, thereby freeing up capital that businesses can use to create better, well-paying jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in budget of 2019, the government introduced a measure to improve, and this is a mouthful, so I'll say it. It's called the Scientific Research and Experimental Development Tax Incentive Program. Very important program, though, I know. But I want to share with you, Mr. Speaker, that this program encourages innovation by giving investment tax credit to businesses in all sectors that conduct scientific research and experimental development in Canada. With this measure, the program will more effectively support growing small and medium-sized firms as they scale up. A very important measure, Mr. Speaker. In today's global economy, new technology and innovations can reshape whole industries. And we want to make sure Canada is a central player in those transformations. So, Mr. Speaker, we believe concrete, comprehensive, and systemic measures such as the one I've mentioned are more effective to continue the strong growth seen in our economy. The Canadian economy remains fundamentally strong, Mr. Speaker, but we must also ensure that it remains strong as we work to combat the very real threats posed by climate change and transition towards a greener economy. The government believes that building a strong economy can go hand in hand with protecting the environment. The global challenge of climate change requires innovative solutions, one that can create jobs. That is why in November of 2018, the government announced the creation of the Advisory Council on Climate Action to help identify fiscally sustainable opportunities to reduce carbon pollution in the transportation sector and the building sector. The Advisory Council presented its final report to the government, which identifies a number of opportunities to reduce emissions and build a competitive, clean growth economy that provides Canadians with good jobs. The Council identifies ways that the government can help Canadians switch to zero-emissions vehicles, like federal purchase incentive and a scale-up investment in enabling measures such as charging infrastructure and research and development. And most importantly, in our budget of 2019, the Recommendations were addressed in investment to help make zero-emissions vehicle more affordable by establishing a new federal purchase incentive of up to $5,000 for battery electric, hydrogen fuel cell, and long-range plug-in hybrid vehicles. Also, make zero-emission vehicles more viable by expanding the network of charging and refueling stations in workplaces, public parking spots, commercial and multi-unit residential buildings, and in remote locations. Attract and support new high-quality job-creating investment in zero-emission vehicle manufacturing in Canada by accessing funding through the Strategic Innovation Fund. And finally, work with the auto manufacturer to ensure voluntary zero-emission vehicle sales targets to ensure that vehicle supplies meet increased demands. The government will continue to cut pollution, create jobs, and support clean growth. Cleaner transportation will help ensure a healthier and more prosperous future for our kids and grandkids. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, the government is committed to growing the economy by helping all Canadians. We believe in pressing forward with various measures that will help keep Canada's economy strong and resilient in the face of new challenges, both at home and abroad. More so than any country in the G7, we have the economic resiliency and fiscal firepower at our disposal to withstand potential challenges. We have invested in the thing that matters most to Canadians. The government has prioritized investment wisely in order to ensure prosperity for all and to grow the economy while rejecting the failed policies of austerity. And I can assure all the honourable members in this House that this government will continue along a path to growth that works for everyone. I say thank you. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from my colleague from Orleans. I'm still very concerned about debt, and I'm wondering, I recognize that all governments have carried on, deficit spending over the years. And of course, we've spoken about the Chrétien-Martin government, how they actually reined in the debt and dealt with it, but they, of course, dealt with it by pushing a lot of that spending down onto provinces, which then, of course, pushed it onto municipalities, where I used to serve, and I felt the pain there. At some point, someone's got to pay. And so my question to my honourable colleague is, before we get to that point, how much debt is too much? What's the limit that you feel that the government should reach in terms of deficit spending?
The honourable member for Orléans.
Question for my honourable colleague, actually, as a former business woman, I understand debt. Debt to ratio in Canada is at its lowest. We have a low interest rate, which allowed us to foster economic growth in the investment. Actually, I'm very happy. When I go to the door, Mr. Speaker, what I hear from people is that they want a government that invests in what matters to them. And one thing very important is infrastructure investment. Actually, clean energy is actually ensuring that the jobs of tomorrow are there for the kids of tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, we can talk about debt, but there is time where a government needs to invest, and this is the time now.
Question commentaire. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciated the intervention today. And my colleague talked about growing the economy and investing in Canadians. And one of the things that this government has really taken on in comparison to the previous government is to actually invest in people. by lowering the taxes on the middle class, by making sure that seniors have the supports they need, not just because it's the right thing to do in our society where we live together, but because it helps to grow the economy. When you have a strong middle class, you're going to have a strong economy, and everybody's going to do better. I'm wondering if she can talk, given her experience in the business community, what impact she would see as a business owner when the middle class is doing well, and because they're benefiting from things like a lower tax rate.
Member for Orleans.
Well, I thank my member very much, actually. He touched a few things about seniors. He talked about investing in, local people, what matters to them in terms of middle class. You know, one thing that I know is that if you pay your employee a decent wages, all the economic will show that this person in return will continue to spend inside our community, helping actually small businesses grow the economy. So, Mr. Speaker, I just want to make sure that I don't forget to remind everyone about senior. And one thing that we created is to ensure that seniors have a better long-term fiscal plan. And I was very happy to see, as part of our promises, Mr. Speaker, and I hope in our budget, that we will be seeing the increase of 10% on old age for seniors. Merci.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know that the member was not here in 2015. She was part of the Kathleen Wynne government in Ontario. So I'll excuse her for not knowing this. But in the real plan that the Liberals put out, the Prime Minister put out in 2015, he said that it's time to shine more light on government and to ensure that it remains focused on the people it's meant to serve. Government and its information should be open by default. In fact, the mandate letters for all of the ministers speaks to this directly from the Prime Minister. This motion is openness and transparency by default. Will she support this motion, yes or no?
Honourable Member for Orleans.
Actually, at this point, I feel confident that our government has shown transparency and openness since 2015. Actually, we're probably one of the most transparent and, dare to show you this. I'm gonna just remind the honourable member, I might have not been here in 2015, but I do live in Orleans and in Ottawa. And certainly one thing very clear for me that has been at my door is the openness for our government to invest in what matters to them. And that's what we have done since 2015, bring numbers of unemployment rate to the lowest in 40 years, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and what a privilege it is to be able to rise today and speak to this opposition motion that has been brought forward by the member from Carleton. And let me start first by giving credit where it's deserved. The member from Carleton is a great orator in this House, but listening to his remarks during question period and during debate on this particular motion, I think it's important to include facts on this government's economic and job creation record since we formed government in 2015. There are many reasons why I'm proud to stand on this side of the House with the Liberal Party, but it is perhaps our record on job creation and improving the lives of the Canadians across the country, which is why I'm most proud. Mr. Speaker, I've mentioned before that my father was a truck driver and that my mother an administrative assistant at the local school. Simply put, I grew up in a family that was paycheck to paycheck. So I'm sure that members of this House can appreciate why that when the Prime Minister spoke in 2015 about supporting Canada's middle class and those seeking to join it, this was a message that resonated with me. But it has not just been a message, Mr. Speaker, it has been a delivery for Canadians. There have been over 1 million Canadians lifted out of poverty since we formed government in 2015, including 334,000 children and 73,000 seniors. Poverty rates have decreased in all 10 provinces, and this is the largest 3-year reduction in Canadian history. And I think that's something that hasn't been discussed enough in our debates here today about Canada's economic status and our ability to improve the lives of Canadians. Now, we know there's more work to be done, but we have invested in Canadians, and as a result, it has helped drive a stronger economy. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken at length in this House to tell the stories I've heard directly on the doorsteps from residents in Kings Hants of the benefits of programs like the Canada Child Benefit and the middle-income tax cuts, and what this has meant for families and their ability to buy healthier groceries and to allow their children to participate in recreational opportunities. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about job creation. Obviously today's motion is premised on the idea that our government has not been focused on the economy, that there has not been success in the last 5 years. Well, that's simply not true, Mr. Speaker. It follows that when individuals have extra money in their pockets, what we just talked about, 1 million Canadians having more money at the end of the month, that they'll spend it. And our investments in the middle class have created a strong economy that has been buoyed by significant job creation. I listened to some of my opposition colleagues criticize the economic performance of this government, but they do not seem to appreciate that there have been 1.2 million jobs created in this country since 2015. That is a significant number, Mr. Speaker, and I stand here recognizing that there remains challenges. I do not provide this statistic in any way suggesting that our government is content, or we do not recognize that there remains challenges to ensure our growth in the days ahead. But like we have in the last 5 years, we will continue to rise to the challenge to deliver for Canadians and work with the private sector to create opportunities for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I want to put some numbers on the record. On the Hansard, because the member from Carleton, and certainly earlier the member from St. Albert, Edmonton, they have, frankly, a very elegant way of speaking politically to convey a point. But we are in the business of informing Canadians what is actually true. So I want to rhyme off some things that are actually true, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment in this country is at a near historic low. In fact, the lowest since 1976. That's not disputable, that's fact. Foreign direct investment in 2018 and 2019 increased substantially by 60% and 18.9% respectively. If you stood in this House, you wouldn't believe that to be true by some of the narrative coming from our member's office. That's fact. In February 2020 this year, the Canadian economy added 30,000 net jobs, most of which were full-time. Again, these are facts. And hopefully my Conservative colleagues will not again getting into the theory of suggesting that Statistics Canada is somehow fake news. Let's talk about Canada's marginal effective tax rate. It now stands at 13.8%, which is the lowest of the G7 countries. And I'm sure that my Conservative colleagues would not deny that lower taxes are not beneficial for new growth. We have cut small business tax rate from 11 to 9%. And I want to, illustrate this, contrast this, if you will, against where we were before 2015. It's important to remind Canadians where we've come. Well, we inherited an economy emerging from a second recession within a decade, and unemployment rate was over 7%. Annual growth was stalled, and investment in research and development was declining. And as the Parliamentary Secretary for Finance mentioned today, the Conservative government prior to us was responsible for the lowest economic growth rate in a generation. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but the point is why some of the members opposite may resort to rhetoric. This government has created a strong economy and has the room to respond to the global economic downturn in the days ahead. So let's talk about the ability for the government to respond to the challenges in our global economy ahead. And of course, all Canadians, and indeed all parliamentarians, have been focused on the impact of the coronavirus and what we're seeing, frankly, around the world. The member from Carleton earlier today in question period mentioned cupboards and the ability for the cupboards to be stocked to respond to a global downturn. Well, Mr. Speaker, I have news that the cupboards are stocked and ready to respond. Our debt to GDP ratio, which is of course the debt to the size of our economy, is on a downward track, and that's a key measure. We know that from economists that, of course, when you borrow, you have to ensure that the economy is growing, which it has been. Canada is one of the only 11 countries in the world with a AAA credit rating.
And of course, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has concluded that the current government spending is both sustainable over the long term and that our fiscal plan gives us room we need to confront new and evolving challenges to keep our economy growing. Of course, the Minister of Finance has communicated that he will be tabling a budget that will ensure we as a government are ready to respond to the coronavirus and the challenges it represents. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude on just a few points. Our economy is strong. It has shown strength over the last 5 years. Job numbers are up. Unemployment is lower than when we formed government. In fact, it is the lowest since 1976. 1 million Canadians have been lifted out of poverty, and we are well positioned to tackle the global uncertainties that may result as a result of coronavirus. And the last thing I want to mention is on this particular motion, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I welcome the opportunity to have debate in this House on our economic policy and the government record in terms of creating jobs and creating meaningful conditions for Canadians across the country. But when you look at the text of this motion, it is asking for essentially every document that's been related to the economy in government hands since 2015. And, you know, while our government may respond and certainly support this motion in the days ahead, you know, it begs the question asking whether or not this is just pure politics. Just simply trying to essentially allow the men and women in our public service that, of course, are focused on delivering for Canadians, then now have to go spend this time to be able to pull documents together. For what purpose, I'm not necessarily sure. And I don't know if that's been well articulated from perhaps my members opposite here today. So again, Mr. Speaker, what a privilege it is to be able to speak on this topic today, and I welcome any questions from my members. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And sitting through the debate today, it's certainly clear that the mantra of the current Minister of Infrastructure and Communities is holding true in this debate, and that is if you say things over and over and over again and loud enough that people will truly, totally start believing them. But I want to bring to light to the member, and again, this is a Prime Minister who in 2015 said that this government would be transparent by default. Now, I know that the member is new and perhaps doesn't know that a lot of the information that the opposition has been asking for has in many cases been redacted. I use the impact on the carbon tax, for example, and how that was going to impact the economy, a document that was completely redacted. Even in the mandate letters to the ministers, every single one of them, and the Minister of Finance included, that this government was going to be transparent by default. This motion is a very simple motion. And if the honourable member believes in transparency and accountability, that's precisely what this motion calls for. And what information did the government have to indicate the current economic downturn and to provide that to Parliament? Will he support this motion, yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Kings Hands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to just tackle a couple of the different, I guess I'll say, comments that the member opposite had put forward. He talked about the Minister of Infrastructure, and if you say it enough, somehow it's true. Well, the statistics that I put forward in terms of job creation, in terms of economy, come right from Statistics Canada. So I don't know if he's somehow questioning the independence or the validity of some of the reports from Statistics Canada, because that is exactly where I had my information. But I'll move to the point on transparency. Of course, our government is built on the premise of providing this information. He asked the question directly, will I support it? I suspect this evening when I have the chance to contemplate it that I will. But again, I go back to this being pure politics. We can sit and debate in this House, but asking for documents back to 2015 that have any relevance to the economy or to our government's responding is just going to create a lot of work for public servants that should otherwise be focused on delivering services for Canadians.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we've certainly heard some very eloquent statistics, some facts that are presented from my friend from King's Hands. I'd like to share some facts from Hamilton Centre. It's a fact in the fourth quarter of last year, there were 1,500 more unemployed people in Hamilton as compared to the same year previous. It is a fact that the labour force of both unemployed and employed people has jumped by 11,000 people. It is also a fact that the number of people who have jobs have increased by 9,500, Mr. Speaker. I say this because when it comes to unemployment, the fact is that my residents are often having to work 3 times as many jobs as they used to when they can have one good job. And so with that and the statistics that have been coupled with the conversations around cutting poverty, would the member not agree that the fact that the low-income cutoff rate has remained relatively the same while the costs of living have skyrocketed, that both unemployment and the low-income cutoff are in fact not accurate ways to reflect the precarious nature of the lived experiences for the people not just in my riding but across this country?
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
I'd like to thank the member for the question, Mr. Speaker, and of course, for those Canadians watching at home that don't know, the member opposite has ties to my riding in Kings Hants, having been going to Acadia University and was a member of the football team there. So we have a deep connection through Kings Hants. He certainly spoke about the challenges, in particular to his riding. Our government has been thorough in the last 5 years in terms of trying to support Canadians across the country. I know the Minister of Labour calls Hamilton home as well. Speaking to his particular situation, Mr. Speaker, I want to actually just highlight the work that has been done. Again, the 1 million Canadians that have been lifted out of poverty. I want to focus on the fact that we have a shared interest in ensuring that all Canadians can have access to basic necessities and to be able to try to improve their standing. That has been a mantra of our government. It will continue to be so, and I look forward to working with him collaboratively in the days ahead to make sure that happens.
We're just out of time, and we'll go to resuming debate. And the honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Maganta-Clarab after my speech. So it's a great cleanup hitter for my time today. And I find it interesting the comments from the Liberals during this debate are talking about that we're adding too much work to their government when we're asking for transparency and clarity on some of these issues. And we've certainly heard over the last several years that one of the things that seems to be lacking with this government when they are putting in new policies that time and time again weaken industry and weaken our economy is the lack of any economic impact assessment before they make these decisions. And we want to show or raise awareness that they have been warned about the impacts or the possible consequences of some of their policy decisions and the ramifications that it is having. Were they given those documents? And if not, why were they not asking for some of that due diligence before implementing some of these decisions? Certainly, Mr. Speaker, I think the motion that we've put forward today is really highlighting about waste not, want not. Canadians are asking, one of the things they ask of their government is to ensure that you are being strong stewards of their tax dollars. And there's no question that middle-class Canadians are paying more taxes, but I think one of the things that we want to raise awareness about today, Mr. Speaker, is that these policies have also made Canadian business uncompetitive. And I want to talk about one story. It's not a story, it's fact of one of constituent in southern Alberta, John Van Heerden, who has a grain operation, a grain business. And last week, he emailed me his carbon tax bill for his grain operation. The carbon tax bill for his first month in January was $25,000. And he has calculated that out by 2022, the Liberal carbon tax will cost him close to $1 million, making his grain operation unsustainable. But when we talk about competitiveness, the other issue that this has caused is he has lost one of his most important contracts. He has been selling grain that comes from farmers throughout southern Alberta to Qatar, a $2.8 million contract to send southern Alberta grain to Qatar. Because of the Liberal carbon tax, he can no longer match the prices of his global competitors. As a result of the carbon tax being in for 1 month, he has now lost that contract. That is just one of many contracts that are now in jeopardy because of a Liberal carbon tax. And what we were asking the government is, can you back this up? Did you do your due diligence before you put in these types of policies? And we have asked the Minister of Agriculture specifically, do you understand the ramifications the carbon tax is having on Canadian farmers and processors and producers across this country? And she has been saying in her responses, well, I'm collecting data, I'm collecting evidence. I don't believe it's as harmful as they're saying. Why was this not done before you implemented the carbon tax? Are you trying to tell Canadian farmers and the opposition that you didn't do any due diligence? You couldn't find the information, the data to find out what the implications of this were going to be to Canada's agriculture sector before you implemented a carbon tax? And now that we're months into it, you still don't have that data and that evidence? I find that to be unfathomable. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, Canadian farmers and producers do not take that as an answer. They want data to be able to back this up. And for the Minister of Agriculture and the Liberal government to say they don't have that data is ridiculous. How do you make a decision of that magnitude without doing an analysis of what the impact will be? And that is just one producer of thousands across Canada. I've heard it from grain farmers, dairy producers, honey farmers, beans and pulses in Ontario. This is from every sector of agriculture and certainly every corner of this country. This is not just something that is impacting Western Canadian producers. This is something that is impacting every agriculture producer in this country. And it's even more frustrating, and I just wanted to, my colleague across the way was talking about facts today. And I think this makes it even more frustrating for Canadian producers, but small business owners as well, when they are being hammered with a carbon tax that the government says they need to reduce GHG emissions and look at revenue. But the one thing that I want to mention with that as well, Mr. Speaker, that if the carbon tax is supposed to reduce your fuel usage, how is that possible in agriculture? Can my farmers just say, you know what, I'm just going to combine on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays because I got to look at my carbon tax? Those things are impossible. Impossible. Do you want to grow food? Do you want us to be able to grow the economy? Do you want us to be able to feed the world? Do you want this industry to be successful? They have no way to reduce those things. It just doesn't exist. And that's some of the facts that they need to be aware of. But when you have the Prime Minister spending $95,000 on food and drinks on one international trip, 57 bottles of wine, 35 cans of beer, $50 million to MasterCard, $12 million to one of Canada's largest grocery stores for refrigerator retrofits, even though they had profits exceeding more than $800 million in one fiscal year. Just some other examples. $1.6 million of taxpayer dollars for the Prime Minister's photo ops, $14,000 on a TV, $8 million in an outdoor rink on Parliament Hill that lasted, just a few months, $200,000 in the cover design of the budget in 2017, $100,000 to operate one minister's Twitter account. And as the Ag Critic, I have to point this out, Mr. Speaker, that Agriculture Canada bought 100,000 cocktail napkins for close to $4,000. That's literally throwing taxpayers' dollars in the waste bin. When you have our producers right now struggling to find a way to remain successful or to remain even profitable, when you see those types of numbers, it just shows their frustration. And we had officials from Ag Canada at committee the other day, and I wanted to mention this as well, Mr. Speaker. When we have producers dealing with, the harvest from hell, illegal blockades, a carbon tax, lost trade markets, and now many of them can no longer even subscribe to programs that should be there to help them, like ag stability. It's unbankable, it's unaffordable, it's unreliable. And we asked the officials from Ag Canada, what are the administration costs for ag stability? For the total budget of ag stability, the Liberal government is paying bureaucrats 25% of the entire budget of ag stability is just on administering that program, close to $70 million. That is ridiculous. When administration for a program that farmers aren't even using anymore because carbon tax, trade disruption, illegal blockades makes it impossible for them to subscribe to that program, and when you've asked for changes to that program or other business risk management suites, they've said we're not going to do that. We've asked for extensions on the advanced payment program loans, waive interest, give agriculture some sort of assistance to get them through this very difficult time, and they refuse to do that. The Canadian budget deficit is billions of dollars more than they promised, and they are using Canadian taxpayers like a credit card with absolutely no way of paying it back. But when you have deficits of $60 billion more than they have promised, and they're certainly going to get higher, at some point you have to pay that back. And the question, as part of my intervention today, Mr. Speaker, is how do the Liberals expect to pay that back when you have decimated two of the most important pillars of our economy? You take a look at agriculture and energy. Because of trade disruption alone, just in trade disruption, lost markets in China, India, Peru, the United States, Italy, Japan, Canadian producers have lost more than $5 billion in revenue since 2017, thanks to the geopolitical mistakes of this government. Let's take a look at energy. We had Tech Mine walk away from a $20 billion oil sands project in Alberta. Warren Buffett announces he walks away from a $9 billion LNG project in Quebec. And energy is $15 billion a year in revenue for the government. $15 billion in royalty revenue for this government. When you start taking away these revenue streams, how do they possibly expect to pay back these massive deficits? What we are asking from this government, Mr. Speaker, is table the documents that show that you did any due diligence, that you did any economic impact analysis on the impacts that your decisions will have on the Canadian economy. And we want them to support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his intervention today. And in particular, I took note of his story about the grain farmer in his riding, or that he was speaking of. And of course, nobody wants to see anybody go through, losing such a valuable contract that grain farmer had with Qatar. But I guess, what I'm assuming then is that this grain farmer had the contract in place prior to the price on pollution coming in. So that's when Rachel Notley had another version of the tax in there. So is he saying, Mr. Speaker, that Rachel Notley's plan was a good plan because it did give the opportunity for this grain farmer to be competitive with Qatar? Is he saying that that was the preferred plan? And if so, why was Alberta in favor of getting rid of, or why was Alberta, when the Conservatives came along, in favor of scrapping Rachel Notley's plan?
Member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I think what my colleague is missing here is that these contracts come up on an annual basis. This was a contract that he could have had, but because of being now uncompetitive, he is no longer to be able to compete on the global market because the carbon tax is being passed on to agriculture, which is a price taker at the ground on farmers. They cannot pass that cost on to anyone else. They absorb it. And what we're asking the Liberals is, did you do any impact analysis on what this would cost Canadian taxpayer or Canadian agriculture producers? And it's clear that they haven't done that. And they don't understand the ramifications that this is going to have, not only here domestically and our ability to be able to do business here from province to province, but also the impact this is going to have internationally. Agriculture, more than 50% of what we produce is traded on the global market. We must be competitive. And programs like the carbon tax have made us uncompetitive.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. And of course, one of the key issues that's before us in terms of, I think, diversifying our economy. We know that Alberta has gone through a boom and bust cycle. It has been that way for a long, long time. Now, we are into a different phase, I think, in terms of where we are with respect to the climate crisis. And part of the issue, I would think, that we should be seized upon is to look at how we can ensure that the workers in Alberta and elsewhere have alternatives. So to that end, I wonder if the member would support and call on the government to embark on the new Green Deal and to actually do a just transition initiative for the workers in Alberta and elsewhere in the oil and gas sector.
Honourable member for Foothills.
I find, the question is really a root cause of where we see a problem within Canada, that they don't look at Alberta as already having one of the most diversified economies in this country. To say that we rely only on energy, I would invite the member to come to my riding where I have more than 500 wind turbines. I have 2 of the largest solar farms in the country. I have one of the richest agriculture areas in Canada. Alberta is one of the most diversified areas in this country, and Albertans don't want a handout. They want to work. They are risk takers, entrepreneurs, just like most other areas of this country. And to say that we're going to somehow transition to this green new economy, where is it? Where is it? I have 150,000 Albertans out of work. They've been out of work for close to 4 years. There are none of these magical jobs in the wind turbines and the solar farms. They just want to work and do what they do best, and that has world-class energy and world-class agriculture.
Hear, hear. Time for just one short question. The honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we saw today just how the Liberals are starting to spin this downturn in the economy and blame it on the COVID-19 virus, when in fact we saw slow growth in advance of this. We saw the blockades have significant impact on our supply chain. So I'm wondering if the honourable member buys into this Liberal spin that somehow the COVID-19 is the cause of all that ails us today.
For Foothills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think there's any question that this is not something that just occurred overnight. We have seen this slow erosion of Canada's economy for several years, and as I spoke about, in agriculture specifically, through trade disruptions and lost markets due to political bungling like the trip to India, has cost Canadian agriculture more than $5 billion in lost trade. We have seen $150 billion in capital investment in Canada's energy sector leave. These companies are investing in energy, just not in Canada. That money is somewhere else, but it's not here in Canada. So to blame this on the coronavirus, I think, is misleading. We have seen bad decisions lead to erosion in our economy for several years, not just several days.
Before resuming debate, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Courtenay-Alberni on the environment. The Honourable Member for Leeds, Granville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes on government appointments. And the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan on foreign affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, once upon a time, there was a young man who, like his father, wanted to become Prime Minister of Canada. He was elected as a Member of Parliament, and then he became a candidate as leader for his party. In 2015, he decided to make promises to Canadians. He promised small, tiny deficits. 10 billion the first year, 6 the third, and then a return to balance. He also promised Canadians to make sure that the money he borrowed would be used to build infrastructure, roads, bridges, in order to boost our economy. And Mr. Speaker, he used to say this: while the economy is going well, it's time to borrow, to invest in our infrastructure. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this story, this fable, this fairy tale didn't exactly unfold in that way for Canadians. They were very disappointed to see that these teeny tiny deficits became ballooning, huge, endless deficits. They were also disappointed to see that over the first 4 years of this government's mandate, the amount promised for infrastructure never actually happened. They never saw that money on the ground, Mr. Speaker. Canadians who were bitterly disappointed asked themselves where that money went. And now today, Mr. Speaker, there's a valiant, brave, vigilant Member of Parliament who tabled a motion in the House asking us to shed light on this money. Now, in this fairy tale, in this government's fairy tale, where there's this young man who wanted to become Prime Minister of a G7 country who thought that budgets just balance themselves, well, Mr. Speaker, did that young Member of Parliament leader decide to put money aside? Well, the member for Carleton tabled a motion that asked that any documents prepared by government bodies be tabled. so that we could find out what happened when we were told that everything would be fine. Because you see, there will always be the children of the children of the children who will have to pay off debts that Canadians have had to shoulder. Mr. Speaker, we see the end of the fairy tale today, and we don't live in fairyland. And not all stories are Disney stories. If you go and look at fairy tales, if you look at fables, if you look at the original Grimm brothers fables, well, then you'll know, like I do, that the ending is not always very nice. And unfortunately, this government doesn't seem to have realized the mess that it is throwing this government into through its frivolous approach to public spending. So, Mr. Speaker, the motion is that an order of the House to issue for any document prepared by any department, agency, and Crown Corporation since November 2015 discussing warnings or concerns of economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice or recommendations on how to deal with them, and that the documents be provided to the House within 45 days following the adoption of this motion. This is a realistic motion. Canadians have the right to know what this government, who has showed so little interest in public funds, did. What was it thinking in terms of bad days to come, which are not coming now? We are actually dealing with them now. Today we heard many remarks, many narratives, and our colleagues opposite said that COVID-19 and the rail blocks had harmed the economy, had caused a huge amount of harm. Well, that's true, but it didn't start with the blockades. And, Mr. Speaker, it didn't start with the coronavirus. It started well before that. Over the last quarter, we had the worst economic growth in this country in 4 years. The Liberals completely abandoned their budget targets. The debt-to-GDP ratio is going up. We have a deficit that's over $20 billion, and they've decided to drop the idea of balancing the budget. So at the end of the day, the debt will have increased by $100 billion when the economy was going well and when there was maximum job creation in all G7 countries. The unemployment is 3.6% in the States right now. In Canada, it's about 6%. So that's nothing really to brag about, Mr. Speaker. 4 countries, 4 G7 countries, so Japan, Germany, United Kingdom, their unemployment is significantly less than the unemployment rate in Canada. We have huge taxes imposed by the Prime Minister. We have spending out of control. And what that means is Canada is in a weak, vulnerable position. It has emptied the coffers during a period of growth, and now we have nothing left. The Liberals have wasted Canada's fortunes. And allow me just to speak about infrastructure. As I said earlier on, Mr. Speaker, we learned recently, the Parliamentary Budget Officer told us that they had a very ambitious plan, that's how they described it, in terms of infrastructure. So they had a $186 billion infrastructure program, but the PBO asked for the plan so that it could be shown to Canadians. What was the answer, Mr. Speaker? Well, the plan doesn't exist. Mr. Speaker, the plan does not exist. In a recent article in Canadian papers, the Minister of Infrastructure and Communities spoke about their mandate. That is to say, to invest in infrastructure as quickly as possible. Well, we've been waiting for 4 years. So why, in the mandate letter 4 years later, is the minister being told to make sure that the investments get to the regions? That's unacceptable. What that means is that the government is accepting that nothing, absolutely nothing was done over the past 4 years, and now they're trying to make it up. The problem, though, is that the money actually was spent. Where did it go? Well, after having looked at the government's numbers, we realize that we have the Prime Minister who has spent the most in Canadian history on programs. That has increased by $80 billion since 2015. They went from 273 to well over that in billions of dollars. So that's not money in communities, for example, for the internet, in Newfoundland, in Labrador, in various ridings in Quebec and northern ridings. No, that's not where the money went. That money was used to spend even more on government programs. And that's what people are going to remember them for, that this government has spent the most in Canadian history when the economy was going well, when it could have, with revenue through taxes, be able to invest. It could have created jobs everywhere without throwing future generations into debt. And that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. And here we have a crisis. And we have a deficit that will be about $30 billion at the end of the year. And if we're not careful, that could end up being $60 billion. And one day, someone's going to have to pay for that, and that is Canadians. And unfortunately, we won't be able to wait any longer. We won't be able to wait for our children to pay that, because if the deficit reaches that, there will be people paying. There's one Liberal who did understand that. Paul Martin, he understood this concept. He had to make cuts. He had to cut $25 billion in government spending. He had to reduce government jobs in Ottawa by 45,000. That was a 14% reduction in staff. Subsidies were reduced. Government activities were managed as if they were companies. In other words, those activities were reduced. So there is one Liberal who did understand that all things come to an end at some point, and public finances have to be managed well. And that's all we're asking for. What did this government do for bad times? I'm looking forward to hearing the answer. I'm looking forward to seeing how the government planned for these bad days, especially when we get these documents to look at. I have a feeling there's going to be a very, very thin pile of documents, actually, because if you look at what they've been doing since 2015, well, they never saw this coming, so they didn't set money aside for these kinds of days.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his intervention this afternoon. I just want to key in on a couple things. I was doing my best to keep up with his French as I learned the language myself. He mentioned infrastructure and hasn't happened, but will he recognize that there's been 4 times more projects built in the last 4 years than under the Harper government? He mentioned could have created jobs. Will he recognize that we've created 1.2 million jobs? And he talked about cuts under Paul Martin. Which cuts would he start with so he can tell Canadians where he would start? Those are the 3 questions. He can answer any one of the 3 that he wants.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his attempts to learn French. So I would ask him to listen very closely to my speeches and to listen very clearly to the principle underlying what I'm saying.
There will be just a little bit of those job who has been created by the infrastructure spending, just a little bit. That was supposed to be the big deal from this Liberal government. That didn't happen. C'est pas arrivé, monsieur.
It didn't happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that money for infrastructure was supposed to do so much more for the economy. Our GDP was supposed to climb exponentially. But unfortunately, only half of those expectations were met. And when you meet mayors and communities, what you see is that money didn't actually happen on the ground. And we want to know where that money went.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Foothills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his presentation. And he talked about when the Liberals were asked for their infrastructure plan and that plan didn't exist. And that sends, frightening ripples, not only through Canadians, but through global investors. And I want to just talk really briefly about the Teck $20 billion project and Warren Buffett pulling out of the Quebec LNG project. And they both commented that part of the reason why they've pulled out of those projects was political instability. Those are comments that one would hear about Mozambique or Venezuela. not a Western development country, a democracy like Canada. And I would like my colleague to ask, what ramifications do these types of comments and this lack of clarity and transparency, what is the impact that he has heard in his constituency in Quebec?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there were those projects that were abandoned in Alberta, Vancouver, in Quebec, and that all has an impact on all Canadians, Mr. Speaker. If the economy doesn't go well in one part of the country, whether it's Alberta, Quebec, or British Columbia, other economies don't do well. And we're a G7 country. We're supposed to be a prosperous country. And therefore, we should act accordingly. But unfortunately, the Liberals have made sure that no one trusts us when it comes to large projects in Canada. No one wants to invest in Canada. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. But they just seem to have their rose-colored glasses on. We want to find out what's behind those glasses. We want documents. And I hope that the Liberals have some, because if they don't, well, then Canadians are going to see the true face. They're going to see that this is just a grim fable. It's certainly not a Disney story.
Honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The member talked about this particular Prime Minister being amongst the highest spending, but would he also then, if he's going to go down that road, recognize the fact that we've also had one of the fastest growing economies in the world? Would he recognize the fact that we have amongst the lowest debt to GDP ratios amongst the G7 countries? Would he recognize at least the fact, Mr. Speaker, that we have the lowest unemployment rate in the last year? We've had the lowest unemployment rate that we've had since we started recording unemployment, Mr. Speaker. Would he at least recognize, Mr. Speaker, that spending and investing in people, when you do it properly, actually produces results?
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable.
Properly, I will. They didn't.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker.
By reassuring the honourable member that our government is addressing the concerns being raised by Canadians surrounding the ongoing COVID-19 outbreak. Just last Thursday, the Deputy Prime Minister convened a new Cabinet Committee on the federal response to the coronavirus, where they discussed in detail the measures taken by the government to limit the spread of the virus in Canada and in the area that I live in, York Region. At the committee meeting, the Minister of Health and Canada's Chief Public Officer, Dr. Theresa Tam, provided an update on the evolving situation and the ongoing collaborative engagement with provinces and territories, as well as our international partners, including the United States, to limit the spread of the virus. If I may do so, I'd like to, as a Canadian of Italian heritage, I do wish to express my thoughts and sympathies with the ongoing outbreak that is happening back home, where many of my relatives live still, and our prayers that it is controlled and the numbers start coming down in Italy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Finance Minister has also provided an update on the impact on the economy of this evolving situation. The impact of COVID-19 on the economy is of concern. I understand, and so do my colleagues, the challenges many companies and Canadians face, including those in Vaughan Woodbridge. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, I will be splitting my time for the honourable member and the esteemed colleague and friend from Kingston and the Islands. I want to assure honourable members, Canadians and my residents, that we have a sound fiscal and economic track record, and we will remain ready to respond to whatever may come our way. On
In 2015, we brought in a plan to invest in Canadians and to strengthen the middle class, and the plan worked. Canada is now in a good position to meet the challenge. Over the past 4.5 years, our government's plan has been clear: to invest in the middle class and all those working hard to join it. Canada's economy is healthy, and Canada is expected to rank second this year in the G7 countries in terms of economic growth. We are convinced that all Canadians should benefit from the economic success of this country, and that is why we are working so hard to grow the economy in a way that will be beneficial for all Canadians, lowering taxes for middle-class families and all those in greatest need with the exception of the wealthiest, is only the first step in our new mandate. Furthermore, we will ensure that people will be able to continue their studies more easily, buy their first home, and have access to daycare services for their children. Under our previous mandate, we lowered poverty throughout the country.
Lifted 1 million Canadians out of poverty. And nous poursuivrons.
And we will continue those essential investments, especially in terms of affordable housing. We will help workers enter the workforce, develop their skills, and be able to transition from one job to another. That is part of our government's responsible plan, which is to build a vigorous, modern economy, an economy that is buoyant. We will use the progress of the past 4 years and continue to truly change the lives of Canadians today and in the future. But we recognize that there is still a lot of work to be done. And that work will begin and will have to be done through corporate investment as well.
This is a key driver of Canada's economy, accounting for 70% of all private sector jobs. In the city of Vaughan, the city I'm proud to live and call home, where I'm raising our family with my wife, there are over 12,000 small businesses, and entrepreneurial spirit is strong and second to none. These very small businesses play a supporting role in the resource sector, supplying goods and services to larger resource companies. In support of my hardworking small business owners in Vaughan Woodbridge and all of those across Canada from coast to coast to coast, the government reduced the small business tax rate as of January 18, 2018 to 10%, and then reduce it to 9% as of January 2019. I believe, Mr. Speaker, if you'll check, that is $7,500 in lower taxes for small businesses across Canada, individual businesses. In addition, in the 2018 Fall Economic Statement, our government introduced 3 changes to Canada's tax system to attract investment and build the business confidence we need to succeed. This including allow businesses to immediately write off the full cost of specified clean energy equipment to spur new investments and the adoption of advanced clean technologies in the Canadian economy. It also included allowing businesses to immediately write off the full cost of machinery and equipment used for the manufacturing or processing of goods. Our government also introduced the Accelerated Investment Incentive, which allowed businesses of all sizes in all sectors of the economy to write off a larger share of the cost of the newly acquired assets in the year the investment is made. Taken together, the incentives make it more attractive for businesses to invest in assets that help drive business growth, thereby freeing up capital that businesses can use to create more good, well-paying jobs for Canadians and those hardworking residents in my riding of Vaughan Woodbridge.
Beyond the tax system, the government has done more to strengthen investment in key economic drivers by implementing new measures to boost confidence in Canada and to promote investment. In Budget 2018, the government underscored its commitment to the regulatory reform program, including reviews of federal regulations. As part of this review, we looked at what's working and what isn't. We bolstered this commitment with the announcement of a review of legislation to determine whether there are opportunities to modernize departmental mandates around regulation and to further integrate the importance of regulatory efficiency and economic growth. A bill to modernize regulations annually with a view to eliminating red tape or outdated regulations will help modernize our regulatory regime. Thanks to these steps, our government has taken a proactive approach with a view to helping Canadian businesses grow and remain competitive by reducing barriers both domestically and foreign.
Concerns surrounding COVID-19 outbreak, Canada is well positioned to continue to prosper from our unique strengths and advantages. I did work at a bond rating agency for many years. Canada's AAA credit rating across the board is solid, and our financial flexibility, according to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, is sound. We are going in the right direction in our country. Our foundation is strong, and being a son of a carpenter and a roofer, I can surely say that our roof is sound as well. We are building an international competitive environment for Canadian businesses, one that attracts investment, contributes to our economic growth, and creates jobs that support our families and communities, such as those in Vaughan Woodbridge. At the same time, our government is maintaining our steadfast commitment to a fair and inclusive society in which all Canadians can contribute to and benefit from. A strong and growing economy, economic growth must be for the benefit of all Canadians, not just the few. It must be inclusive, Mr. Speaker. We believe that our goal is not only a competitive economy, but also a fair and inclusive economy are fully complementary. They reinforce and strengthen one another. Giving people the chance to succeed isn't just the right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do for the economy, for Canadians, and for my residents of Vaughan Woodbridge. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if I had a chance to yet. I congratulate my colleague on his re-election. I know we had a good opportunity to debate during the election. I came all the way to Toronto just for the honour of debating against him, and it's great to have the chance to do so again. I want to just ask the member, at a basic level of philosophy, why is it right? Why does he believe it is right for us to enjoy benefits today that will have to be paid for with interest by future generations? It doesn't seem that in my own life it would be right for me to say to my kids, I'm going to spend more than we have today and you can pay it back for me later on. We would accept that that's not the sort of thing one should do in the private context of one's family. So why is it acceptable for us collectively to say we are going to spend so much more than we have today during good times and bad, and expect my kids, the members' children, their grandchildren, to pay back bankers with interest for the things that we're enjoying right now?
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Revenue.
I thank the honourable member and my friend from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I've had an opportunity to work with on the HoC Friendship Group, and had a number of chances to chat with on many different topics. I will say, if you look at our government's program over the last several years, and it's been balanced. It's been about investing in Canadians. It's been about returning money back into the pockets of Canadians. Our first middle-class tax cut when we first assumed power in 2015. Literally, if cumulatively over almost nearly $30 billion now, I think, has been returned to Canadians. Their money, they work hard. They know how to spend it, invest it, and put it to use for their families. And we're doing it again, Mr. Speaker. We are doing it again with nearly, when fully implemented, almost I think it's a roughly over $6 billion tax cut, which will benefit literally over 1 million Canadians, remove 700,000 Canadians from our tax rolls. As an economist, I'm very, very happy to see that. I'm also very happy to see that our fiscal anchors, our AAA credit rating, a stable and declining debt to GDP ratio over time, over the medium term, is what we need to do while we undertake the critical investments to fill the deficits that were left behind in the prior years, a social deficit, a cultural deficit, a transportation deficit, a green deficit, and we need to continue doing that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his comments. We're talking about a motion that speaks to transparency and openness and accountability, more information that needs to be provided to Canadians. So to that end, I'm particularly interested in where the government's going to get their money to support the Trans Mountain expansion project. We now know that the dollar figure is projected to $12.7 billion. Is that going to be off-book financing, or where's that money going to come from? And I wonder whether or not the member can speak to that and let that transparency, in the spirit of transparency, let Canadians know.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from British Columbia, where it is really my home province, where I grew up before I moved to Ontario, and my family lives in the Lower Mainland. I will say this, and I'm glad the honourable member, through you, Mr. Speaker, highlighted the fact of our support of the TMX pipeline. Mr. Speaker, I'm a supporter of energy workers in Alberta and across this country. Nearly 10% of our GDP comes from the energy sector. We need to support those hardworking families. These days, there's some uncertainty with the sector, and I would like to say that we need to show our support for those individuals working coast to coast to coast. Our millwrights, our oil drill workers, carpenters, and so forth. It's very important that we show support with regards to financing the project. We know that the existing pipeline does earn revenues and cash flow, which is helping build the second leg of the project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And it is an honour to rise today to talk about this opposition member's motion, or the opposition motion, sorry. But before I do, I just want to take the opportunity to thank all of the people out there, Mr. Speaker, who have been reaching out to me to express their concern over the fact that my parents are two of the 230 odd people that are stuck on a cruise ship off of the coast of California. I can say that they're doing well, they're healthy, they are suffering a little bit of cabin fever, but they're looking forward to getting back into Canadian hands and back home soon, and then being quarantined in Trenton for a while. But I do appreciate the opportunity to speak to this today, Mr. Speaker. The premise of the motion really wants to hit on the economic performance of the last government and the beginning of this one, and I'm very happy to talk about that. Of course, when I say last, I mean in the last session of Parliament. Because what we've seen is record amounts of success, Mr. Speaker. We've seen unemployment drop to the lowest that it had been in over 40 years since we started recording unemployment. We've seen the debt to GDP ratio be the best amongst the G7 countries and continue to remain low. We've been a leader of economic growth in the G7 countries and the Western world, Mr. Speaker. And this is a result of the hard work by Canadians and a government that supports them. And what we've seen through this, Mr. Speaker, is we've seen our poverty rates drop dramatically. 1 million fewer people are now in poverty compared to when the Liberals came into power in 2015. And, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that this has, just a little bit to do with policy and a lot to do with Canadians, how Canadians are investing and deciding to invest and making the decisions to be part of an economy that they believe in and that they trust. And that's where, in my opinion, Mr. Speaker, government comes in. Government comes in terms of putting the right policies in place to give that confidence so that Canadians can go out there and succeed and help to create an economy that we can be proud of, and an economy that produces results like dropping the unemployment rate and ending up with fewer people that are living in poverty. And so when we look at some of the things that were done over the last mandate, Mr. Speaker, we can talk about making investments in Canadians that actually matter. We strengthened the middle class. We brought in a tax cut that actually targeted the middle class based on how much people were making. We wanted to make sure that the middle class had a tax cut because we know that when the middle class is strong, the economy is better for everybody. The economy is better for people who are struggling. As we've seen, people were lifted out of poverty. The economy is better for people who are investing in the markets. We've seen the markets over the last 5 years continue to rise, and people's investments are doing well. We've seen job numbers go up. We've seen people, and in particular women, that I'll talk about a little bit more later on, Mr. Speaker, getting involved in the workforce that they previously weren't participating in. And this is because we're investing in the future, Mr. Speaker. We're deciding consciously that the 1% have to pay a little bit more so that we can give a break to the middle class. But guess what? When you do that, Mr. Speaker, the 1% will probably end up doing better off because we have a healthier economy and we have a healthier middle class. We also brought in the Canada Child Benefit, Mr. Speaker. And this was a benefit geared at individuals, parents who have children, but instead of rather than saying, hey, we're going to give the same amount to every child regardless of how much money you make, which is what unfortunately the universal child care plan did under the previous government, the Conservative government, this was an approach that actually said, hey, depending on how much money you make will be the result of how much you will get in this benefit. And of course, you know, the benefit of that, Mr. Speaker, is that when you give checks to millionaires, when you give a few $100 to a millionaire or a couple $1,000 over a year, what are they going to do with it? They're going to put it in a tax-free savings account. They're going to put it in an investment. They're not going to put it into something that necessarily helps to stimulate and work the economy. When you give that same money to people that are in the middle class, when you give that same money to people that are struggling, when you give that same money to a single mother, those people are going to go out there and spend that money, Mr. Speaker, and that helps to stimulate the economy. That helps to drive our economy forward, which again, as I indicated previously, is better off for everybody. And what are we talking about now? You know, I've talked a little bit about a couple of the things that we did previously in the previous session of Parliament. What are we talking about doing now to continue to invest in Canadians? Well, one of the things, Mr. Speaker, is reducing the basic personal income amount, or the allowance, to $15,000 by 2023. This will result in cutting taxes for almost 20 million Canadians, putting $3 billion back into the pockets of people in 2020 and up to $6 billion by 2023. And it will result in 1.1 million more Canadians who would pay zero federal income tax. And this is important, Mr. Speaker, because again, we're investing not in the 1%. We're investing not in people that don't need to be invested in. We're investing in the people that actually need it. And, you know, I thought, and I heard the question from one of the Conservative members a few minutes ago asking about, you know, why money is being spent and how the money was, you know, how we were preparing, we were spending more money that people would have to deal with later on. You know, this undercuts, this discussion, the question and the answer underscores the fundamental difference in fiscal policy between Conservatives and Liberals, Mr. Speaker. A Conservative believes that when you wait for a problem to arise and then you throw money at it and try to fix it. Liberals believe, Mr. Speaker, that the solution is to actually invest in people, to invest in people in the forefront. And I'll accept it as a nervous laugh coming from a couple of the members across the way, Mr. Speaker. But it is a reality. Conservatives refuse to actually invest in people, Mr. Speaker. What they want to do is wait for a problem to arise and then try to throw money at it. The Liberal approach is much different, Mr. Speaker. What we would rather do is invest in Canadians at the forefront, Mr. Speaker, give them the tools and the resources they need to help grow our economy so that everybody is better off. It's very simple. You know, it's this every person for themselves mentality that the Conservatives have historically liked to take. Now, I actually happen to come from a riding where we had an extremely progressive Conservative one day, Flora MacDonald. You could give her a round of applause if they wanted to. They're willing to make so much noise when I say other things. But again, there's a key difference here. And I know that Conservatives in this House, Mr. Speaker, like to invoke back to previous Conservative times, but those were genuinely a progressive Conservative party. And Flora MacDonald was somebody who even said, prior to, during the Stephen Harper years, that she no longer considered herself to be a Conservative because the Conservatives had lost the progressive way. And this is where I come back to the point that it is about investing in people. Progressives believe about investing in people. They don't believe in necessarily waiting till a problem presents itself and then trying to jump all over the problem as a reaction to that. So one of the things that I said I would touch on, Mr. Speaker, and I know my time is probably starting to run low, is the fact that where a lot of the impact and a lot of the growth has come in our economy over the last 5 years. Mr. Speaker, the increase in participation of women in the workforce accounts for 1/3 of our per capita economic growth. And if you think about that, Mr. Speaker, that suggests that there is a massive untapped ability there, or untapped resource there, to see people's abilities come forward and to be, in particular women, to become more vibrant and more pronounced in the workforce and to become part of that labor force in a way that we've never seen before. Whether we're talking about childcare or whether we're talking about investing in businesses and entrepreneurships that are led by women. These are the kind of investments that are going to see us lead to an untapped resource that exists right here within our country right now, and that's by investing in women. However, women still do have barriers, and these are barriers that we're going to have to overcome as a society, and that this House will be charged with doing. One of those is that they often earn less than men and more likely are subject to or finding part-time work. They want to see a world, we want to see a world, that women match men in participation and in their income. So these are amazing opportunities, Mr. Speaker, as we look forward to ways to continuing to build our economy, to ways to continuing to strengthen our middle class, and to make sure that we have the proper tools in place so that we have that economic resiliency to last well into the future, even when recessions come, as we likely know one will at some point. These are natural occurrences in the economic cycle, and we need to be able to deal with them. And what I'm suggesting today, Mr. Speaker, is that we have been putting those tools in place over the years so that we can properly deal with the economic uncertainties when they arise. We have the fiscal firepower, Mr. Speaker, to deal with this, and that's exactly what we'll do. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kingston for his discussion. But what we're talking about today is a motion that the government release documents, provide them to the House within 45 days about any warnings that the government has been given about how they're managing the economy on any potential economic downturns. So I'd just like to talk to my member briefly about the new CUSMA. And the government actually had economic impact studies that they started before 2017, and they didn't give the economic impact studies to committee like one day, 24 hours before the end of the shutdown of the study. Now, we all know before the election, the Liberal government said this new CUSMA was going to be a win-win-win, a great victory for Canada. They told auto workers it'd be a win-win-win for them, but their own studies are showing that this is going to be a $1.5 billion hit for the auto sector and decrease production by 1.7. So the government really doesn't have a strong record on transparency. So I'm wondering if the member will support the motion, because all we're asking for is documents the government has. Will you share them with Canadians, please?
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll go to the last part first, which is that I'm very much interested in listening to this. I've had an open mind about this the whole time while I've been participating in the debate today, and I will definitely come to a conclusion after I have the opportunity to hear everybody speak. But the member, specifically talked to Mr. Speaker about some of the economic impacts of this, and what the Conservatives are looking for specifically in this motion. You know that this is political gamesmanship, Mr. Speaker, when they're only asking for half of it. They didn't ask, Mr. Speaker, for what did the government do in response to any information they got. All they want to know is what the government got. I would expect, Mr. Speaker, that we always, in any business that we have, if I own a personal business and I get information that suggests my business might be hurt, or in this case the government, you would probably want to know, Mr. Speaker, what I'm also going to do in response to that. But of course, that wasn't asked for, was it? No, because all that they want, Mr. Speaker, is to know what the warnings were so that they can jump all over those in a political manner.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Yes. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to give my colleague a chance to expand a little bit on something he was saying, that being the difference between the approach taken by the Stephen Harper government and the approach our government has taken. We all know that during his time as Prime Minister, Mr. Harper rang up over $150 billion in additional debt. And at the end of it all, we were technically in recession in the summer of 2015. Contrary to that, and we had very, very low growth, very stagnant employer figures. Now we turn in contrast to investments as opposed to stimulus, and the results have been very much different. And I think I'd like my colleague to give us a sense of what those differences are.
For Kingston and the Islands.
Well, that's what I was trying to get at when I was being heckled, Mr. Speaker, which is that it's a fundamental difference between investing in people and waiting so that problems don't happen, or trying to react once problems do happen. And I would suggest, I was a municipal politician at the time, I saw the way that money from Ottawa was being cut for municipalities at the time, Mr. Speaker. I would suggest that this government has taken a completely different approach to investing in people. This government isn't necessarily waiting for all the problems to get there before they try to deal with them as the previous government did. This government has decided proactively to invest in people so that we can grow our economy now and not necessarily have to wait for a recession to grow our economy. So, if Conservatives want to compare the records, if they're going to be honest about it, they're going to look at the whole picture. And unfortunately, that's something that they're just not interested in doing, in my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Speaker, and I congratulate the member on his excellent comments and his bid at comedy. But in all seriousness, we are facing an economic crisis. The TSX dropped over 1,600 points today. It is serious, yes, and what's more is that the TSX dropped 31% more than the Dow. Our border to the south, their economy has been roaring. The Dow has been outperforming the TSX. They are a natural comparison in the United States. And in our stock exchange, the TSX dropped 30% more. Why is that? I ask every member in all seriousness to consider that. Why is our stock market bleeding a third more than the market to the south? So, but to begin with, to sort of carve through the demagoguery, to clarify the economic reality that the other side is desperately trying to obscure and obfuscate against, including the finance minister, who will not even comment whether we're heading into a recession or not. Our finance minister will not comment on the finances of our country. That, my friends, is a problem. And in order to go there, I think we have to start at the beginning to clarify it. Any capitalist economy is cyclical. This is true. It goes through a series of expansions and contractions. There are various different economic theories. There's a Keynesian theory that says when times are good, we should save more money. We should raise taxes and decrease spending. In bad times, we should spend more and cut taxes to give stimulus to the economy. However, there's more free market, laissez-faire attempts that say, you know what, just keep spending low, keep taxes low, the private sector will overcome and come to equilibrium. I also am just reminded I'm splitting my time with a member from Kootenay, Columbia. But the last 5 years hasn't borne resemblance to any economic theory known, which is to spend, tax more, and spend in the good times. The Liberal government's attack on businesses, the institution of the carbon tax, weak leadership, failure to address Canada's productivity gap, and reckless spending has left our country without many of the resources that are required to counteract the effects of a recession. Starting with small business. Small business is the very heart of our country. Nearly 70% of private sector employees come from small business. These individuals have had to deal with increasing regulations, increasing taxation, and worst of all, in my opinion, the finance minister had the chutzpah to call these individuals, who are some of the most honorable, hardworking people I've ever met, tax cheats. In my mind, that is utterly reprehensible. We have seen in my local riding the impact of the Liberal government's policy of taxation, which has meant the closure of the Western Bakery, the closure of Saputo in the riding next door to me. It's costing us real jobs, and it's having a real impact on the people in my riding. Another detrimental impact to our self-inflicted wound is the carbon tax. The carbon tax has been an unmitigated economic disaster. It has increased the cost of goods, our inputs into our businesses, making our businesses less and less competitive. Many of our foreign competitors do not have to pay a carbon tax, and so they have a competitive advantage, most notably the United States. I go back. The TSX dropped 30% more than the Dow. Could the carbon tax have something to do with it? I think so. It makes, you know what, the carbon tax has a negative, insidious multiplier effect. So what happens is that every product is, we add more carbon tax, we add more carbon tax, we add more carbon tax, which makes our products more and more expensive and our economy less competitive. In my riding of Northumberland, Peterborough South, which I think is the greatest riding in Canada, the agriculture sector is incredibly important. And in the agriculture sector, we have seen farmers lose 12% of their net income because of the carbon tax. Once again, the TSX is down 30% more. Why is that? It is self-evident that a more productive economy is a more stable economy. And so we need to pursue an economy that is more competitive and more productive. We've seen over the last 5 years, businesses have invested 20% less. We have seen Warren Buffett pull out of Canada. We have seen Tech Frontier not go ahead with their tar sands expansion. Over and over and again, we see less capital being invested into Canada. Could that have something to do why the Dow is ahead by 30% of the TSX today? At the heart of many of our economic problems is a serious structural competitive issue. In Canada, how we measure productivity globally is amount per worker, the amount the per worker contributes to GDP per hour. In Canada, it's a low $50. In the United States, it's 60. In Switzerland, it's 65. In Ireland, it's 84. Why does productivity matter? Why do any of these numbers? Is this just conservatives talking about numbers? No, this is real impact on human beings. It is for the people of our Canada that productivity matters. And the average wage earner in Canada earns $19 an hour. The average wage earner in the United States earns $23. In Switzerland, the average wage earner earns $33. Are these related? I think so. And when we look at the impact of government on the economy, looking at the productivity gap, the loss in our stock markets today, and we look at the broader picture, we see that Canada is falling behind. Could that also be related to the fact that now the average Canadian spends more on taxes, food, clothing, spends more on taxes than on food, clothing, and shelter combined? The idea of saving a rainy day, not only for our government has not done that for themselves, but they've also made it impossible for Canadians to do that. An average Canadian is $200 away from insolvency every month, 50% of them. The other major impact is a weak leadership that we have seen from the Prime Minister. Our weak economy is a direct result of the Prime Minister's weak leadership. His dithering and dialogue failed to effectively lead our country through the blockades and trade disputes. The economic impact of the blockades has yet to be determined, but it will no doubt be in millions of dollars. I know in my riding alone, I've had lots of conversation from business owners and individuals alike who have struggled with the impact of blockades. They can't get their goods to make other goods, and they can't ship their goods out. It is impacting all Canadians, and my folks in my riding are hurting. Some of the businesses will not be able to make payroll this month because of the blockade. Whereas if the Prime Minister had stood up 19 days before, has stood up with a vast majority of Wet'suwet'en people, has stood up with a vast majority of hardworking Canadians, and shut those blockades down, all of this hardship would have been avoided. When we look at this overall picture, there's no question that today is a bad day for the global economy, and we're looking straight down the barrel of a downturn in our economy. But this government did not take the actions, did not act with the due diligence that it should have. One of the key devices, according to Keynesian economics, is for a government to counteract deficits or economic downturn with deficit spending. Well, when you spend the cupboard bare, there isn't anything else to grab from there. The Prime Minister stated repeatedly during his 2015 campaign about the importance of maintaining a balanced budget. He was on record saying we need to have a balanced budget. Indeed, he famously said that the budget will balance itself. Well, of course, budgets do not balance themselves. And we are left with a $30 billion structural deficit, in addition to over $100 billion of deficit spending. My friends across the aisle like to say, well, Stephen Harper had a deficit. He had billions of dollars of deficit. We were going through the worst global recession in the last 50 years. And he had paid off the balanced budget before so that we could do that and so that we could outperform the rest of the G7. We took the steps necessary. So I stand by Prime Minister Harper's record, whereas we see the opposite. Times are good globally, economically, and what do? We sing, dance, spend, tax. Sing, dance, spend, tax, over and over again, leaving our cupboard bare. With the... okay. I feel as though we are watching the economy going over the edge. And our party is yelling, stop, hit the brakes, change direction. But you refuse, and we're going to go over the cliff. For goodness sakes, we need to change direction. We need to go forward with a more productive, efficient economy and not slide to a further...
I just want to let the member know, too, that he was, although his time is up, maybe he'll be able to use some of the questions and comments to get more of his points across. I also want to remind him that he should maybe not use the word you, because he should be going right through the speaker as opposed to individual members. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Etobicoke Centre, is it? Oh, King's Hand, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his intervention this evening. Towards the end of his speech, there's been a lot of conversation, I'll say, around cupboards, and I think that came from the member of Carleton that has used that analogy, so to speak. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has said that there is enough goods in the cupboards to be able to weather this economic storm related to coronavirus. Would the member opposite care to opine on whether or not the Parliamentary Budget Officer is not correct or somehow certainly doesn't have the right facts in front of them?
Honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Yeah. So when we look and we go towards the end of this year, we grew at 0.1, 0.3%. That will almost certainly put our debt to GDP ratio going up. We are spending billions of dollars, and so I don't think it's unreasonable to say that if in fact we did not have the sizable deficit we had, the $30 billion deficit, a declining GDP, we would be in a better position today to handle an economic downturn.
And comments, Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Comments. All conservatives have been talking about and speaking against government spending. So it's interesting, and I like to point this out and like to invite the members' comments. The Canada Development Investment Corporation, which is the parent company to TMX, admitted that in their second quarterly report that TMX is a risky project with no guaranteed economic returns. And in fact, if you account for items like interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, it would actually leave a net loss of $140 million annually. As we know, this project is now costing taxpayers to the tune of $12.7 billion for the construction of the expansion. And that means taxpayers would be on the hook. So if the Conservatives are against government spending, could the member please comment, and could he actually tell this House that he's against the TMX project as is being purchased by taxpayers' money and now being spent by taxpayers' money for that expansion?
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Speaker. And to the member's comment, no, I will not be making CBC News tonight in talking out against the TMX. But what I will agree with the member, and I will agree wholeheartedly, Madam Speaker, is that it was a foolish move for the government to purchase it. When the government selects winners and losers in the economy, it's been proven over and over again that we're all losers.
Comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I I listened to the member's speech, and he talked about how investment was fleeing Canada. The facts are global investment in 2018 was up 60% year over year. 2019, it was up 19% year over year. And in fact, in 2019, we had $66.8 billion of investment in Canada from global firms. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member could perhaps correct what he was saying and speak about the fact that companies are in fact investing in Canada because they see it as a good place to put their money.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. And the facts are clear here. Canada's economy has grind to a halt. At the end of Q4, before the effects of blockades, COVID-19, we were at 0.1 to 0.3% growth. The Canadian economy is suffering. $200 billion has been left out in projects from Alberta. Alberta is struggling, Canada is struggling, and it's no doubt the actions of the Liberal government that has created this.
Question, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my colleague talked about the Prime Minister's weak leadership. I want to bring it back to transparency, because I'm on the committee. We just finished CUSMA, and the Liberal government knew back in 2017 that this was not a good deal, but they said it was a win-win-win. It actually, their own numbers, this is going to be a $1.5 billion hit to the auto industry, decrease production by 1.7%. Why is it so important we get the information from this government, especially now with the economic downturn?
For Northumberland, Peterborough South, 30 seconds.
We are in a minority government, and information has never heard anything. And it's been said before that sunlight is the world's best disinfectant. So why not have a little bit of sunlight come back to the reports that the governments have heard about the upcoming economic downturn, or potential one?
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to stand and speak in the House today. I stand on behalf of all Kootenay Columbians who are struggling to get by and looking for some meaningful action from this government that will help make their lives better. I must begin by bringing up this government's attention to a dire economic situation in the village of Radium Hot Springs. This community is a wonderful gem within my riding. It's uniquely located at the edge of Kootenay National Park and overlooks the beautiful headwaters of the Columbia River. Madam Speaker, the good people of this village and businesses within it depend heavily on tourism dollars generated by the hot pools located in Kootenay National Park. These pools were closed on January 11, 2020 until further notice by structural safety concern, and they remain closed today. The economic impact on the village of Radium Hot Springs as a result of the closure continues to be severe, with job losses expected. Timely repairs and upgrades are needed and they need to be a priority for the government, and they must take action to expedite the process of repair, which is delayed by the procurement process. Madam Speaker, the end result of the delay is a severe economic hardship on the people and the economy of Radium Hot Springs. My constituents are wondering when the minister responsible will create an expedited solution that will lead to the reopening and stabilization of the local economy. We have been elected to represent our constituents, and there is a need to acknowledge the hard work and diligence of all members of the House. Each of us, and those currently serving and those who have come before, are passionate Canadians possessing a desire to create a better future for those who call this country home. Madam Speaker, I naturally gravitate to the constructive dialogue and positive action stemming from good discussion. However, today requires something different. The role of Her Majesty's official opposition must create room for constructive criticism. Discussion about the economy, recessions, wasteful spending are at the top of my mind for my constituents, and so I'm here on their behalf with questions for this government. My riding, Kootenay Columbia, depends on both industry and tourism, and with its proximity to Alberta, we have felt the economic difficulties created by this government. The Prime Minister cannot blame the current economic position on the coronavirus. Our country's economic growth slowed to 0.3% in the fourth quarter, the worst performance in almost 4 years. And that was all before the impact of illegal blockades or coronavirus. This government's lack of accountability has weakened the Canadian economy. Investments are falling, jobs are leaving Canada. Madam Speaker, in some cases it is a blatant lack of leadership on the part of the Prime Minister, who places a higher value on a UN seat than leading our country through a blockade crisis. In other cases, this government's willful dismissal of the West resource sector. In either case, Canadians deserve more from their government. Investments in plant and equipment by Canadian businesses has dropped 20% over the last 5 years, the worst performance in more than 5 decades. Since 2017, over $192 billion of investment in the energy sector has been cancelled. Madam Speaker, in a recent meeting with the Cranbrook Chamber of Commerce, they expressed a genuine concern we are blindly moving into a recession, similar to 2008. The Chamber is reporting that foreign investment in Kootenay region is dwindling and that there is a general drop in confidence within the business community. These issues are directly tied to the government's approach to dealing with small business owners, who the Prime Minister has referred to as tax cheats. Tax rules for small businesses implemented by this government makes it impossible for them to operate. Thousands of businesses across Canada, including those in my riding of Kootenay, Columbia, will no longer qualify for the small business tax rate or will see it reduced. With new carbon taxes, increased CPP, EI premiums, businesses are facing difficulties. These tough new rules will also raise taxes on compensation paid within family businesses, which will have a devastating impact on families within my riding. Madam Speaker, former CEO of Bank of England has warned that we are sleepwalking into a financial crisis, and this government is both blind to it and willfully unprepared. When will the government begin to listen and act for the best interests of Canadians? We now have some of the most burdensome regulations on earth that is strangling the energy industry and making it impossible to move the country forward in a way where we can make meaningful contributions. Through the export of LNG, for example, to reduce the impacts of climate change. The government has implemented a taxation strategy that takes more from the paychecks of hardworking Canadians and then pickpockets the very same families through cancelled tax cuts such as cancelled family tax of $2,000 per household, cancelled art and fitness tax credits of $225 per child, and a cancelled tax credit up to for the education tax credit for $720 per student. The list is too long, Madam Speaker. As a result, 48% of Canadians are within $200 of not being able to pay their bills and debt obligations. 10% of Canadians are with $100. 33% have no money at the end of the month and are unable to cover their payments. My constituents are barely making it by these increases, and it makes it impossible to cover the bills. Madam Speaker, Canadians are falling further and further into debt. During the recent election, I was asked by constituents for tangible solutions that this government could provide to make things a little easier. They were hopeful for any action that would help them to obtain a more affordable life. Conservatives are committed, if elected to govern, to do more than just helping them get by. I made this promise to Kootenay Columbians and look forward to the next election, Madam Speaker, when the Canadians will have an opportunity to choose a different path forward, one that will deliver tangible results and solutions that will actually help Canadians get ahead. What this Liberal government could have done would be to build a world-class infrastructure that would improve Canada's competitiveness and our quality of life. Instead, they squandered billions in an infrastructure plan that did not exist, according to the PBO. The Prime Minister's billions of spending did not result in any additional infrastructure built in Canada. The government could have chosen to improve Canada's innovation programs, to refocus on research and development, on commercializing products, but instead they created subsidy programs that haven't created any growth. My constituents are wondering why this government has created financial roadblocks for their families, while at the same time shelling out massive corporate welfare checks such as $50 billion for MasterCard, $12 million for Loblaws, $40 million for BlackBerry. That's $102 million, Madam Speaker, handed out to profitable multi-billion-dollar companies for projects these organizations would have undertaken anyway. In the case of BlackBerry, the CEO candidly admitted they didn't even need the money. Imagine from the perspective of a hardworking Kootenay Columbia family the news that the Prime Minister gave $40 million to an organization whose CEO said they didn't need the money. Madam Speaker, Justin Trudeau's, the Prime Minister's sky-high taxes, wasteful spending, and massive deficits have put Canada in an incredibly weak position. The possibility of a made in Canada recession is becoming more and more real. Despite a healthy Canadian economy boosted by a booming southern neighbour, soaring real estate prices, record low interest rates, the government still managed to add $72 billion to the national debt during their first 4 years in power. What's worse, Madam Speaker, is that so much of the money has been wasted. There's no evidence there is any increase in growth. There's little to show for it. Never before in Canadian history has so much been spent to achieve so little. It is unprecedented for government to have a $187 billion infrastructure program that the Parliamentary Budget Officer said resulted in zero increase in infrastructure built in Canada and no increase in GDP growth. because the infrastructure plan did not exist. Imagine spending $1.6 million renovating the minister's offices, $23 million buying cars for G7 summit, $8 million for a skating rink. Imagine promising to spend $150 million on subsidies to help people go camping. Well, let me be clear, Madam Speaker. I love the idea of investing in the outdoors and fostering the reality of spending more time enjoying the great outdoors. However, practically speaking, imagine telling a family barely making ends meet that you'll give them $2,000 if they go camping in the Laurentians. This government is out of touch financially, and they're out of touch with Canadian families. When the recession hits, deficits soar, and as the economy automatic stabilizers kick in, the government revenues fall because people are earning less and paying less in taxes while spending surges on unemployment insurance and other programs. If you start a $30 billion deficit, Canada goes into a significant recession like we saw in 2008, the deficit can grow to $60–70 million. That is before the government has to spend the money to stimulate the economy to get us out of the recession. In the lead up to the global recession from 2006 to 8, the Conservative government paid down $37 billion in debt. This gave Canada more financial resources to navigate the storm. Canada came out of the crisis faster and with a stronger growth than any other G7 country. Madam Speaker, that is a true example of leadership, and that is what Canadians and those in my riding of Kootenay-Columbia are expecting from this government. To be open and transparent and provide the documents to shed light on public spending that the taxpayers have spent. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the things that I've found in listening to Conservatives speak is that they tend to have forgotten the global economic meltdown that had taken place in 2008. And in fact, if you take a look at the November Stephen Harper economic update in November of that year, well, you'll find it was completely ignored. Not a word in regards to what was happening to the economy. In fact, Madam Speaker, you'll find if it were not for the opposition and the diligence of the opposition, that we never would have had the opportunity to have Stephen Harper even acknowledge that there was a recession that was taking place. And I'm wondering if my friend and his colleague could explain why it is there seems to be a double standard when the Conservatives were in government, where they completely ignored the responsibility to this House compared to what we are doing in terms of providing transparency and accountability on a daily basis.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Honourable Member. At that time, it was a minority government, and the other parties were pushing the minority government, and that's why what you're talking about, there was no leadership at that time.
Remind the member, I wasn't talking about that, so I just want to remind the member he's to address the question to the chairs and not to the individual members. Questions and comments? The questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to ask my colleague here if he remembers, because I've heard the Parliamentary Secretary get up a few times today. On one hand, he's recalling about how the previous Harper government wanted to keep a line on spending back in the fall of 2008 after the election. But on the other hand, the Liberals like to remind this House about the deficits that the government had to incur after 2008. And it was in December of 2008, I was here, when the leader of the Liberal Party, the leader of the Bloc Québécois, the leader of the NDP all signed an agreement forcing the government of the day in a minority to spend billions of dollars. In fact, there was Liberal MPs basically on their knees begging for deficits of the government. And, oh, that's exactly how it went down. So can my colleague please speak to why we should be saving for during the good times so that we can invest during the tough times?
Kootenay-Columbia.
Madam Speaker, thanks very much for the question. And yes, we should be. We should be saving at this time for what's coming ahead. Like I said earlier, we're sleepwalking into a crisis, and the government is not aware of that.
Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask the member this question because on the issue around transparency and accountability, of course, is related.
I'm sorry, I have to interrupt because other people are interrupting you while you're speaking, and I just want to remind members that when someone has the floor, to be respectful and allow that person to speak. And I remind members on both sides of the House, The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I know the Conservatives like to think of themselves as a group who aspire to be transparent and accountable to Canadian taxpayers with respect to their money. However, on the question around the TMX project, what we do know is that it is financed by Canadian taxpayers and is managed by the Export Development Canada, which is used only for high-risk projects. And so, because they don't actually qualify for normal commercial financing or typical commercial financing. The government is, this is what the Liberal government's doing with the TMX project. And so to that end, wouldn't it make sense for the government to be open and transparent and to ensure that all of their business plan, if there is one, because I believe there isn't one on the TMX project, for that to be tabled in the House? And would that be something that they would support in the spirit of this motion?
The honourable member for Kootenay-Columbia.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we fully support the TMX pipeline. We believe that it didn't need to be purchased by the government, but we do fully support that. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, l'honorable député de la Prairie.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The honourable member for La Prairie. Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that we agree with the motion. There are two components to it. And before I start, Madam Speaker, I'd like to say that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques, and I apologize for not mentioning that from the outset. So I'd like to go back to what I was saying. We see two trends in this motion. The transparency, that's something that's important. The member for Laurentides-Labelle focused his remarks on the importance of transparency. The Bloc Québécois is always transparent when it comes to these issues. And secondly, when it comes to talking about the government's deficit. Now, it's quite a feat to run a federal deficit during times of economic prosperity, Madam Speaker. It makes no sense whatsoever. And why do I say that? Well, because historically speaking, in the Canadian Federation, there is a duty for Canada. And what happens is there is a fiscal imbalance that has an adverse effect on the province's budgets. And the needs are in the provinces, Quebec, for example, but the money is held in Ottawa. And as a result, the provincial governments, the government of Quebec, have ongoing deficits because the federal government had extremely high revenues through taxation, but not many expenditures. And so people who are interested in studying the fiscal imbalance, they would realize that we discovered the situation in 2003. We had discovered it in Quebec. We were the leaders. We've discovered many things, including how dysfunctional Canada is. And we realized it. And now the other provinces have said, yes, that's true, and the parliamentary budget officer has continually repeated that fact. There is a fiscal imbalance between the federal government and the provinces and Quebec. I am right, Madam Speaker, to such an extent that the first time we talked about fiscal imbalance, Madam Speaker, wasn't in 2003. It was in 1867. Canadian provinces identified that there was a problem. There is a problem in the Canadian Federation. Despite the fact that there's a fiscal imbalance, the federal government is running deficits, and that is quite extraordinary. Now, the example that I've given you with respect to the fiscal imbalance is, an example is regarding healthcare and the amount that is being spent there. If they wanted to spend recklessly without counting, well, what they do at the same time then is they tighten the screws on the provinces. So There are reports, like the Thompson report that was tabled in 2014 in Quebec. According to the Thompson report, because of the aging population and demographics, there are more people. Because of technology and inflation, health costs were going up by 5.2% per year, and that was just to maintain services at the same level, 5.2%. What did they transfer? 3%. That's what's created the fiscal imbalance. And despite that, Madam Speaker, they're still running deficits. Now, look, it's quite extraordinary to see this. It's like inviting some kind of spray for insects. Now, my colleague, the member for Joliette, is an economist, and he talked about the current economic situation. In 1936, John Maynard Keynes prepared a theory and talked about stabilizing the economy, talked about, during times of economic crisis, more had to be spent. Now, and how do you end up with zero debt, Madam Speaker? By spending on the crisis, and then when, during periods of expansion, expenditures had to be cut because the economy didn't need the funds. We needed to collect up the surpluses to pay down the expenditures and the debt. Now, imagine a situation. During a recession, deficits are created. If they were paid down during good economic times, that would be good. But they're running a deficit during good economic times. Now, this is a decision made by the current government, the federal government. So on the one hand, because of the nature of the Canadian Federation, we have a deficit. And these facts have been proven by the parliamentary budget officer. But what they're doing is running deficits during good times. And so I have to say hats off, Madam Speaker. I'm very impressed, in fact, by this management of public finances. And you can see that I'm being extremely sarcastic when I say this. So what they promised in 2015 then, Madam Speaker, was Justin, and I apologize, the Prime Minister said, the future Prime Minister at the time in 2015, said we're going to be running some deficits in order to improve infrastructure because interest rates are low. We're going to rebuild Canada. We're going to offer services to Canadians based on the money that we've saved there. And in addition, he said we're going to be running a deficit, but then we're going to eliminate them. And that's fine. But what happened, Madam Speaker, is that we've seen one deficit after the other, and there are holes, deficits that they've run at the end of their mandate. And instead of paying down or eliminating these deficits, they came back with an even bigger deficit, and the following election, they promised that that would continue. Well, isn't that going well, Madam Speaker? So they're building one on each deficit, and those were back in the good days. Now, what we're seeing is that the problems that are arriving now hadn't arrived yet, and when you look at the quality of a good government, it's all about one that can predict things that happen. And what we've seen with the rail crisis is that this government isn't very good at predicting situations. And now look at what's happening today. They're facing a situation with chronic deficits, expenditures that are, again, chronic. So instead of having put money into infrastructure and then saying, well, we have to stop to pay down the deficit, they keep spending chronically. And so what does that mean? Year after year, we've got this hole, and we're digging ourselves in deeper.
So the stock market is plunging. There's the threat of a new virus. There's a serious crisis with the railway blockades, and no progress is being made. So these are problems that are piling up, and we have a government that's incapable of standing up and responding. This government is incapable of telling us when they're going to stop racking up deficits and when things are going to go better. That's a problem. So there's no transparency. The Bank of Canada has lowered its prime lending rate and will continue to do so to help in order to avoid getting into an even deeper crisis. That's where we're at with this government. And when you look at them, you get the feeling that they don't even realize that they're a bunch of amateurs. And that's what's really too bad. And all Quebecers are paying for that, and the rest of Canada as well. So there you have it, Madam Speaker. We'll be voting in favor of this motion, and we will hope to get some answers to our questions so that we can attempt to understand how they're managing the public finances. But, Madam Speaker, you don't ask someone who's lost for directions. All they're doing is making it clear that their lack of vision is a true feature of the Liberal Party and always has been. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable secrétaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Supply. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened carefully to my colleague, and the Bloc doomsayers are very active today. What he neglected to mention was the tens of millions of dollars in each of the Quebec ridings that are paid out to parents in the form of benefits to support their children, and an unemployment rate that has never been seen before. 4.5, almost 300,000 jobs have been created in Quebec since our election. So I would ask my colleague opposite and all of those doomsayers in the Bloc Québécois, can he confirm that he left out some of the good news that has arrived in Quebec since 2015? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Madam Speaker, usually people call me Pollyanna. Now I'm being called doomsayer. It just doesn't make sense. It can't be both. When we're talking about money being paid out to Quebecers in the form of benefits, well, if you try to get health care in Quebec, you will see that the federal transfers should have been much higher than they currently are. And people who need health care are paying the price for this government's inaction because this government is not listening to the provinces. They don't get it that the healthcare system is increasingly fragile because of the lower amounts of money being transferred into the healthcare system. The member may be right about the unemployment rate, but I'm older than he thinks I am. I've seen lower unemployment rates because I was born in 1966. So that's my answer to that, because the unemployment rates were lower in the early 60s. In fact, Madam Speaker. The member is cutting into time available for other questions, so...
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague from La Prairie for his great speech and his comments about the disaster that this government is doing to this country. He mentioned a bit about how they promised that they would only run a $10 billion deficit in 2015 and that by 2019 they would have balanced the budget, and yet they haven't. And they continue to skyrocket that. But one of the other things he talked about was very briefly was about the rail blockades. And I know in Quebec they've had big challenges with the rail blockades and how they've reduced the amount of propane that's been able to get to help their farmers in drying their grain, and the big impact that it is having upon the Quebec farmers. And I'd be interested to hear how he sees that piling up for further and further deficits.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Look, I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments and question. What I would say is he's right. The railway crisis is an extraordinary situation. Some members opposite actually boasted about how they were handling the crisis. Can you imagine that? They found a way to boast about their handling of the situation. They said they were patient. They weren't patient. They did nothing. It's not the same thing. It took 20 days for them to wake up and do something. The Prime Minister was on vacation. He said, "Don't bother me. I'm on vacation." And what else did they say? They said, well, we don't really know what to do, so we're going to leave it up to the provinces. And finally, the Bloc Québécois had been saying for days that here are some suggestions, but it was 20 days too late before anything was done. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I mean, just on that issue, the truth of the matter is the Conservatives have failed to address the issue. Have they actually listened to the court decision, the Supreme Court of Canada's decision on Delgamuukw, in engaging with the Indigenous communities and the leadership about a path forward on the question around land and title and governance? We might actually not find ourselves in this situation. So both the Conservatives and Liberals have failed Canadians on that score. But to this motion, Madam Speaker, I'd just like to ask very quickly to the member, does he not think that the government should be providing all the information that they have with respect to the TMX expansion so that Canadians will know what is happening in terms of their tax dollars and also provide the business plan so that we actually know whether or not there really is a business case for the TMX expansion?
A brief answer from the member for La Prairie. Clearly, Trans Mountain is problematic, highly problematic, and this government is going to have to be accountable to the public. We want to know the numbers, how much are the subsidies, and how much is being paid by Quebec taxpayers to support an industry that is from a century gone by.
Prise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Madam Speaker, I have the honour to take the floor today in response to a motion put forward by the Conservative Party in relation to the business of supply. As you know, the agenda of the House could be affected by the outcome of the vote to be held this evening on whether or not to adopt the motion that our Conservative colleagues put before the House on Friday, February 28th. I must commend the Conservative staffers for their particularly high level of expertise in mastering the most subtle technicalities of parliamentary procedure, which guides our work. Unfortunately, these maneuvers by the official opposition don't always reflect the will of the people as expressed on October 21st and the anticipated impact of the general cooperation of all parties in a minority government here in this place. For the benefit of my colleagues and especially the thousands of individuals who are following our work on various platforms, I will repeat the exact wording of the motion as context for the arguments I will make to explain how this motion is inappropriate. The motion reads as follows, that an order of the House do issue for any document prepared by any department, agency, or Crown Corporation since November 4th, 2015, discussing warnings or concerns of economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice or recommendations on how to deal with them, and that the documents be provided to the House within 45 days following the adoption of this motion." Unquote. Honestly, if we could have imagined a better fishing trip, Mr. Speaker, you and I would have rushed in with our best equipment. Oh, what fun we could have shared. And allow me an aside here, and justifiably so. Most of the gains by the Bloc since the latest election have been quite simply phenomenal. Our leader has been going to bat for the best interests of Quebecers, and the Bloc has been quickly identified as the real driving force behind the opposition to the Liberal government, without even wanting to make dubious puns about the Prime Minister's disastrous leadership in recent weeks. Among the most influential and distinguished commentators from the most prestigious media outlets in Quebec and Canada, it's clear that they are almost unanimous in their support for the enlightened and thoughtful positions taken by the Bloc Québécois. Moreover, some people would not be able to point out that at times the leader of the Bloc Québécois has been considered the true Prime Minister of Canada because of his calm and sincere approach, reflecting the attitude Quebec has been advocating for decades with respect to First Nations. That's the end of my aside. Thanks for your indulgence, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, Please forgive my overwhelming enthusiasm, because when I talk about the Bloc's role in Ottawa, my pride and passion outweigh the modest nature of my interventions in this august place. Clearly, the vigilance of parliamentarians must be focused, like a target, on apprehending and reacting to the fragile economic indicators that punctuate the financial markets, rather than on a blatant attempt to distract attention away from partisan politics, as our colleagues on the right are doing. Under false pretenses, the Conservative Party is hiding behind a motion whose sole purpose is to draw general attention to an outdated issue. I would invite my Conservative colleagues to analyze all the initiatives developed by Quebec over the past 60 years to diversify its economy and its unparalleled ways of doing things, which, even before the deadline, will bring Quebec headlong into the economy of the 21st century. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Oh, the honourable member for Calgary, Midnapore? No, sorry. South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I find it very interesting that my colleague describes the Prime Minister and this Liberal government's leadership as disastrous, and he says we should be focused like a laser targeted on financial markets, and yet has no particular interest in how we got where we are, whether there were warning signs, whether there are steps that could have been taken by the disastrous leadership of this government. I'm not understanding how he's reconciling his 2 points, other than to say how wonderful the Bloc is. So I would just like to know from this member, if he really believes the leadership of the federal government has been so disastrous, then how is it that we are to determine how disastrous it is?
The honourable member for Rimouski, Neigette, Témiscouata, Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. Clearly, we've condemned the lack of leadership coming from the Liberal government repeatedly. And they tried to pass the buck to Quebec and the other provinces since the very outset of the crisis. We in the Bloc were making concrete suggestions and proposals to resolve the crisis. So as we've said before, we'll be voting in favour of the motion tabled today, and the government will have to answer our questions. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Procurement. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I listened closely to my colleague, his little history lesson about the financial crisis in 2008, and the Conservative response to his speech to that crisis was to cut and to fire public servants, to cut at all costs, and they tried to redeem themselves with Liberal support subsequently. But our approach today has been to strike out on a totally new path. And my question is, which path is the one that we should be following? A very brief answer, the member for Rimouski. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague opposite for his question. The Liberal Party has racked up huge deficits in recent years, and instead of giving money to the banks, the approach should be changed, and maybe if we get some answers today with our motion, with the Conservative motion, we might be able to find a better path.
Being 6:15, and this being the final supply day of the period ending March 26, 2020, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of the supply. La question est la suivante, Monsieur.
The question is the following. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Upal, moves that an order of the House do issue for any document prepared by any department, agency, and Crown Corporation since November 4th, 2015, discussing warnings or concerns of economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice or recommendations on how to deal with them, and that the documents be provided to the House within 45 days following the adoption of this motion.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
No. Why would you vote no?
All those in favor of the motion will please say yay. Yay. All those opposed will please say nay.
No. Oh, that's horrible. Why would you guys be...
In my opinions, the nays have it. Je déclare la motion convoquer les députés.
Call in the members.
question est la suite.
The question is as follows.
Seconded by Mr. Upal, moved that an order of the House do issue for any document prepared, any department, agency, or Crown Corporation since November 4th, 2015, discussing warnings or concerns of economic downturns, their potential impact on the fiscal framework, or advice or recommendations on how to deal with them, and that the document be provided to the House within 45 days following the adoption of this motion.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer. Ms. Finney Haldeman Norfolk. Mr. McColman. Mr. McColman. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Motts. Mr. Motts. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mr. Leroux. Mr. Leroux. Mr. Bertol. Mr. Bertol. Mr. General. Mr. General. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal. Mr. Hobach. Mr. Hobach. Mrs. Kuzi. Mrs. Kuzi. Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock. Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Morant. Mr. Morant. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Janis. Mr. Janis. Mrs. Gallant. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Ms. Dancho. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Aboultaïf. Mr. Aboultaïf. Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster. Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloyd Minster. Mr. D'Entremont. Mr. D'Entremont. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Fass. Mr. Fass. Mr. Godin. Mr. Godin. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Ms. Rude. Ms. Rude. Mr. Halan. Mr. Halan. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Shue. Mr. Shue. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mrs. Wagenthal. Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview. Ms. Sahota, Calgary Skyview. Mr. Yordega. Mr. Yordega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Benson. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Aitchison. Ms. Shin. Ms. Shin. Mrs. Jensen. Mrs. Jensen. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dowdall. Mr. Dowdall. Mr. Duncan Stormont South Glengarry. Mr. Duncan Stormont South Glengarry. Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram. Mr. Couric. Mr. Couric. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Mazer. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Malillo. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Reddycop. Mr. Reddycop. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Viss. Mr. Viss. Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan. Monsieur Blanchette. Monsieur Blanchette. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Thérien. Monsieur Thérien. Madame Normandin. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Barsalou du...
Wake up! Wake up!
Monsieur Barsalou Duval. Monsieur Barsalou Duval. Madame Gill. Madame Gill. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Madame Michaud. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Vignola. Madame Vignola. Madame Michaud. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. De retour à Madame Chabot. Madame Chabot. Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Trudel. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Madame Charbonneau. Madame Charbonneau. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Trudeau. Monsieur Trudeau. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Tanzi.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Groh.
Ms. Groh.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Dugan.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Damoff.
Ms. Damoff.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Nanda Sangari.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Fergus.
Monsieur Fergus.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Spangeman.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Iacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Mrs. O'Connell.
Mr. O'Connell.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Ms. Sahota, Brampton North.
Mr. Hoda, Brampton North.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Kuzmerichuk.
Kuzmerichuk.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Seekland.
Mr. Seekland.
Mr. Tabera.
Mr. Tabara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yap.
Ms. Yep.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Bessette.
Madame Bissett.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Jazek.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Zan.
Ms. Zan.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. McCanning.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Miss Collins.
Ms. Collins.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Mate, Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Yeas, 4, 313, 315. Nays, contre, 0, aucun.
Je déclare la motion.
I declare the motion carried.
à l'article 80.
Pursuant to Standing Order 8117, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion of Ms. Bergen relating to the business of supply. The question is as follows.
By Mr. Nader moved that notwithstanding Standing Order 81 for the supply period ending March 26, 2020, 3 additional allotted days shall be added for a total of 10, provided that one of the additional days is allotted to the Conservative Party, one of the additional day is allotted to the Bloc Québécois, and one of the additional days is allotted to the New Democratic Party, and, if necessary, to accommodate these additional days, the supply period may be extended to April 2nd, 2020, and no allotted days shall fall on a Wednesday or a Friday.
All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Finley, Alderman Norfolk. Mr. Finley, Alderman Norfolk. Mr. McColeman. Mr. McColeman. Mr. Pulis. Mr. Pulis. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Albus. Mr. Albus. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Barlow. Mrs. Block. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Reyes. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Bergen. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Deltel. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. Stubbs. Mrs. Stubbs. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore. Mr. Kent. Mr. Kent. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Carey. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lake. Mr. Lake. Mr. Motz. Mr. Motz. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Arnold. Mr. Martel. Mr. Martel. Mr. Lou. Mr. Lou. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Berthold. Mr. General. Mr. General. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Warkington. Mr. Nader. Mr. Nader. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Strahl. Mr. Upal. Mr. Upal. Mr. Hobach. Mr. Hobach. Mrs. Kuzi. Mrs. Kuzi. Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock. Ms. Finley, South Surrey, White Rock. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Vidal. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Williamson. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Cumming. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Généreux. Mr. Chung. Mr. Chung. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Gray. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Barrett. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Jennis. Mrs. Gallen. Mrs. Gallen. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Broussard. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Vecchio. Mr. Richards. Mr. Richards. Ms. Harder. Ms. Harder. Ms. Dancho. Ms. Dancho. Mr. Aboutaif. Mr. Aboutaif. Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster. Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster. Mr. d'Entremont. Mr. d'Entremont. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Allison. Mr. Allison. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Fass. Mr. Fass. Mr. Godin. Mr. Godin. Mr. Gould. Mr. Gould. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. Falk Provencher. Mr. McGuire. Mr. McGuire. Ms. Rood. Ms. Rood. Mr. Halland. Mr. Halland. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Seaback. Mr. Shue. Mr. Shue. Mrs. Wagentall. Mrs. Wagentall. Mr. Hotel Calgary Skyview. Mr. Hotel Calgary Skyview. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Yurdega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Diot. Mr. Shields. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Weber. Mr. Weber. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Benson. Mr. Benson. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Lloyd. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Davidson. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Baldinelli. Mr. Aitchison. Mr. Aitchison. Ms. Shin. Ms. Shin. Mrs. Jensen. Mrs. Jensen. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dalton. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Dowdle. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Sutton Gary. Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas Sutton Gary. Mr. Epp. Mr. Epp. Mr. Cram. Mr. Cram. Mr. Currick. Mr. Currick. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lawrence. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Lewis Essex. Mr. Mazer. Mr. Mazer. Mr. McLean. Mr. McLean. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Melillo. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Morrison. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Patzer. Mr. Reddycop. Mr. Reddycop. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Ruff. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Soroka. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Steinley. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Van Popta. Mr. Viss. Mr. Viss. Mr. Sloan. Mr. Sloan. Monsieur Blanchette. Monsieur Blanchette. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Monsieur Thérien. Monsieur Thérien. Madame Normandin. Madame Normandin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Bergeron. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Madame Guillaume. Madame Guillaume. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame de Bellefeuille. Madame Michaud. Madame Michaud. Madame Posé. Madame Posé. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Thériault. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Vignola. Madame Vignola. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Gaudreau. Madame Larouche. Madame Larouche. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Perron. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Beaulieu. Monsieur Boudria. Monsieur Boudria. Madame Chabot. Madame Chabot. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Monsieur Savard-Tremblay. Madame Desbiens. Madame Desbiens. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Champoux. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Lemire. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Simard. Monsieur Trudel. Monsieur Trudel. Madame Bérubé. Madame Bérubé. Madame Charbonneau. Madame Charbonneau. Monsieur Désilet. Monsieur Désilet. Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. Mr. Massey. Mr. Massey. Mr. Julian. Mr. Julian. Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Ms. Kazan.
Ms. Kazan.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Harris.
Mr. Harris.
Ms. Collins.
Ms. Collins.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Island.
Mr. Manley.
Mr. Manley.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Trudeau.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajan.
Mr. Sajan.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Mr. Morneau.
Mr. Mona.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Ms. Bennett.
Ms. Bennett.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Ms. Chigger.
Ms. Chigger.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. Tassie.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Grove.
Ms. Grove.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Regan.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Guilbeault.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Petpa Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat Taylor.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke-North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke-North.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Virani.
Mr. Virani.
Ms. Damoth.
Mr. Moth.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Shifke.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Ms. Zerwitz.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Fraser.
Mr. Fraser.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Vancouverden.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Yakono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Hota Brampton North.
Mr. Brampton North.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Sassi.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Kuzmerichek.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Seri.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Tibera.
Mr. Tibera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Yep.
Mrs. Yep.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Madame Bissett.
Madame Bissett.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Blois.
Mr. Dong.
Mr. Dong.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Callaway.
Mr. Callaway.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Pulaski.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Sand.
Ms. Sand.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Yeas pour 169, 169. Nays contre 146, 140.
I declare the motion carried. Therefore, the study of the motion to concur in the Supplementary Estimates B for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2020, and interim supply for the fiscal year ending on March 31st, 2021, scheduled for later this day, is postponed to a later date. Let it calm down a bit. Order. À l'ordre. If you can hear my voice, please say shh. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
For Courtney Alberni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as you know, marine pollution is increasingly becoming an urgent global problem, impacting marine animals, millions of seabirds, impacting even salmon on the west coast of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, we had a spill, Madam Speaker, now, who's in the chair, we had a spill, as you know, on the west coast of British Columbia 4 years ago, where 35 shipping containers spilled. The Government of Canada had no action plan to address this problem. In fact, those marine cargo shipment containers spread all up and down the coast, and it was left up to local people to deal with this very difficult challenge. We know that we're shipping plastic and debris to the Philippines, and it's become a diplomatic problem for us, as we know. And finally, after our pressure, that pollution and that waste was shipped back to us, Madam Speaker. We know that in Malaysia, they're concerned about the first world shipping their problem to developing nations. Madam Speaker.
The honourable member, but there seems to be people in here that believe that the House is not sitting. Contrary to that, the House continues to sit at this moment for the late show, and I would ask members to take their conversations outside. Once again, I ask members to exit the lobby if they're not staying in here for the business that we are hosting right now. The honourable member for Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, can I start again? Thank you so much. Madam Speaker, we know that we're facing a global crisis right now when it comes to marine plastic pollution, the impact it's having on our oceans right now. We're seeing over 8 million tons of plastic pollution entering our oceans every year globally. This plastic pollution is killing thousands, hundreds of thousands of marine animals and millions of seabirds. It's a huge problem, not just globally, but certainly here at home. And Madam Speaker, when we talk about the state of our ocean and our duty to protect it, this is for the species that don't have a voice, Madam Speaker. We had a spill off the west coast of British Columbia, as you may recall, 4 years ago. 35 large shipping containers spilled on our waters, and the Government of Canada was nowhere to be seen. It was fell on the backs of local communities and local stakeholder groups like Clayoquot Cleanup, which is now called the Clayoquot Restoration Society, Surfrider, Pacific Rim, local stakeholders that took on this challenge of cleaning up this marine debris that spread throughout our coast. We're also hearing about our garbage ending up in places like the Philippines, Madam Speaker. As you may recall, the Philippines, declared war on Canada because our inability and the government's inability to deal with a problem that grew into a diplomatic relationship issue because they didn't want our garbage, and it sat in their harbor for several years. We're hearing that our garbage is ending up in Malaysia. Children are living in plastic garbage slums, and it's our plastic, Madam Speaker, our garbage. It's disgraceful and embarrassing for all Canadians. Children shouldn't be living amongst our garbage in developing nations, and it needs to stop, and it can stop, Madam Speaker. The Government of Canada has signed a part of the Basel Convention where they have to get permission from developing countries to stop shipping their garbage to developing nations. But, Madam Speaker, what we want is the government to not even seek permission, to actually stop shipping our garbage to developing nations. It needs to stop, Madam Speaker. It's the responsible thing to do. I do want to applaud the government for, hearing our voices, the pressure from us, and calling on the government to take on this huge issue. We worked with the government. We worked with the Minister of Environment when he was the Parliamentary Secretary. He came to Victoria with a meeting and myself and the former member of Victoria, Murray Rankin, and we met with the University of Victoria Environmental Law Centre, and they had produced a report on the 7 ways to address marine plastic pollution. And citing those recommendations, the government did encapsulate some of them. They've taken some action when it comes to dealing with ghost and derelict fishing gear. When they've talked a great bunch about single-use plastics, but we still haven't seen any action or commitments, Madam Speaker, despite the fact that nations and jurisdictions around the world have taken action. This is still falling on the backs of local governments and on provincial governments. So, Madam Speaker, the environment and the species in our environment can't wait any longer. And we're calling on this government to make their announcements about their single-use plastic commitments and commit to dealing with industrial-use plastics. And so, Madam Speaker, I look forward to hearing from the Parliamentary Secretary, look forward to continue to work with the government and the urgency on delivering on this urgent matter.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his remarks and say it's been a pleasure discussing this with him on numerous occasions. He's working hard on this, and I appreciate that greatly. Madam Speaker, Canadians want us to address plastic pollution. We agree and are doing our due diligence to advance the best solutions for Canada in a timely manner. The Government of Canada has made getting zero plastic waste one of its environmental priorities. To do so, we're taking action through a comprehensive approach. Since the motion was approved, I'm very happy to report that progress has indeed been made. On February 1st, we published the draft science assessment on plastic pollution for public comment. This report will guide future research and inform our decisions as we follow through on our commitment to ban harmful single-use plastic where warranted and supported by science as early as 2021 and take other actions to reduce plastic pollution. This is the first step in accessing our regulatory tools under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. We don't take lightly, Madam Speaker, the decisions around the role government should play in the management of single-use plastics and other plastic products. The development of any regulatory measure, including which products will be targeted, will be informed by science and socioeconomic considerations. We will also continue to engage and consult with stakeholders throughout the development, management, and review of potential regulations or other measures. These efforts are part of a comprehensive agenda to reduce plastic waste and pollution. We're developing a range of complementary actions, which include encouraging better product design for longer product life, recyclability and recycled content, increasing the collection of plastic waste, and making producers responsible for the waste their products generate. We're also greening our federal operations by eliminating unnecessary single-use plastics, procuring sustainable plastic products, and working towards our commitment to divert 75% of our plastic waste by 2030. In 2018, Canada launched the Canadian Plastics Innovation Challenge to help small and medium-sized businesses find new ways to reduce plastic waste and turn waste into a valuable resource. 8 challenges were completed in 2018-2019, providing over $11.8 million to 18 Canadian small and medium-sized entrepreneurs. 3 finalists for 2019-2020 were announced this February, Madam Speaker. The Federal Leadership Towards Zero Plastic Waste initiative includes grant funding of $2.6 million for Environment and Climate Change Canada to undertake new Canadian Plastics Innovation Challenges over the next 3 years, beginning in fiscal 2019-2020. Madam Speaker, we are also investing in science, innovation, and deployable solutions, such as through Environment and Climate Change Canada's recently launched funding opportunities, one for advancing science and other targeting community-level solutions. The Government of Canada is providing grants and other supports for community activities such as shoreline cleanups and to accelerate research along the life cycle of plastics and on the impacts of plastic pollutions on humans, wildlife, and the environment, Madam Speaker. This complements the investments by Fisheries and Oceans Canada to support projects that help prevent and retrieve lost fishing gear. We've also worked with provinces and territories and launched the Canada-wide strategy, Zero Waste Plastic and Phase 1 Action Plan. We are working together to implement these commitments, including a roadmap to address single-use plastics, guidance for consistent policies to make companies and manufacturers sell products responsible for their end-of-life management, and national targets for standards for plastic products and packaging. Madam Speaker, we are taking action. Internationally, we've garnered support from 26 governments and 67 businesses and organizations that have endorsed the Ocean Plastics Charter, committing to take action along the life cycle of plastics. We're committed to taking action on this. We've already started, Madam Speaker. We're going to get it done. Thank you.
The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his words, and I want to thank the government and all parties in this House for supporting my motion M151 to tackle marine plastic pollution. Madam Speaker, they need to take action. They need to make announcements of what they're going to ban when it comes to single-use plastics, take real action when it comes to industrial-use plastics. I know my colleague from the Conservative Party from York Simcoe tabled a bill to ban the certain export of plastics to developing countries. I applaud him for that, Madam Speaker. But all the government needs to do is tick a box at the Basel Convention to stop it now. So they don't even need to wait for this bill. It's something that they could address. Right now we need urgent investments for marine debris cleanups, to work with Indigenous guardians and their programs, salmon restoration projects that could help protect our wild salmon in the salmon emergency we're in. So we look forward to working with the government. We want to hear concrete commitments and timelines and when they're going to address these issues. Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In regards to the movement of waste internationally, Canada is party to 3 international agreements that outline the requirement for exports, imports, and transit of hazardous waste and hazardous recyclable materials. And we take its obligations under these agreements very seriously. In May of 2019, Canada actively supported the negotiation and adoption of amendments to the Basel Convention, which my honourable colleague mentioned, to strengthen controls on the transboundary movement of plastic waste. Domestically, Canada has a comprehensive regulatory regime in place to control exports of hazardous waste and comply with international obligations. We are taking action to improve compliance with this regulatory regime through measures such as communicating requirements to Canadian companies. We are also setting up an ad hoc committee that will work to prevent illegal waste exports, Madam Speaker. Canada respects the regulatory decisions of other countries to control waste imports. As such, seeks their consent before allowing waste exports from Canada to be shipped to those countries. I'd like to just further state I appreciate all the work that my honourable colleagues done on this, and I look forward to collaborating with them further.
The honourable member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Wheeler Lakes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. How do you become a judge in Canada? Well, one would think that you take your LSAT, go to law school, get a good job, establish a career that demonstrates your ability, your merit, year after year, and maybe you'll be deemed fit to be appointed to the bench. Well, ideally, that would be the process that a young person with judicial ambitions sets to undertake. Under this Liberal government, however, the reality is that if you want to become a judge, you'd better be a Liberal. Want to expedite the process? Being related to a Liberal member or being a max donor sure help. The Liberal record on partisan judicial appointments is horrendous and completely does away with the government's claims that, quote, all judicial appointments follow our new, open, independent, transparent, and merit-based process. The way it works with this government is that prospective candidates are recommended by Liberal members or other members of the Liberal elite, like the wife of a currently sitting member of Parliament, and she sits on the Queen's Bench in Manitoba. They're then checked against their score in Liberalist, a Liberal database, to make sure they're Liberal enough to make the cut and that their donation records are up to date. If the fact that a sitting judge is telling ministerial staff who should be appointed to the bench and where doesn't raise red flags, then the fact that they are being graded on their partisanship should. Madam Speaker, it's no secret that the Liberals always put their friends before the rest of Canadians. No clearer example of this can be found than that the President of the Queen's Privy Council, the member for Beauce-Joux, now we know the member does not mind letting his family and friends jump the queue, as we saw with Clam Scam, where the member awarded a lucrative fishing contract to family when he was the Minister of Fisheries. with that track record, it's no surprise that 5 of 6 recent judicial appointments in New Brunswick have personal connections to that member. A neighbor, a family relation, and 3 lawyers who helped retire debts from his unsuccessful 2008 leadership bid, all appointed to the bench in New Brunswick. Again, raising red flags that the Liberals' merit-based appointment process might not be so merit-based after all, and that they are indeed partisan patronage appointments. It really comes down to ethics, Madam Speaker. We have seen that this government seems to throw ethical considerations to the wayside and step over the ethical line repeatedly. So again, it's no surprise that the Liberal appointment process is certainly not merit-based, but in fact is an exercise in partisanship, and that's exactly why Canadians are losing faith in public institutions that they pay for and they expect to operate at the highest ethical level. We've witnessed a steady degradation of the public trust over the last 5 years, and Canadians are left with a feeling that 2 sets of rules exist in Canada. One for the governing class and one for those that they govern. Madam Speaker, Canadians deserve to have confidence in their public institutions and deserve to have a government that upholds those institutions. When will this government realize that very thing and put everyday Canadians ahead of their friends?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
So thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his contributions in the past Parliament to the Justice Committee and for raising this important issue this evening. Devoting time to considering judicial appointments in the judicial appointment process is important. It's critically important. A high-quality Superior Court judiciary is essential to the fair and effective functioning of our justice system. We are very proud on this side of the House of the merit-based diverse appointments that we have made. Since taking office, we have made 350 outstanding individuals who reflect the face of Canada eligible to serve on our superior courts, either through direct appointments or through elevations. Comme tous les députés de cette Chambre,
like all members in the House, we recognize that we are fortunate in Canada to be able to rely on an independent judiciary. Canadians know they can trust the courts to adjudicate their disputes and respect our rights and freedoms. They know that judges are not accountable to another power or interest group, however powerful that interest group may be. But we can't take this situation for granted. Day after day, Madam Speaker, we need to ensure respect for our values and institutions which allow us to live in a free and fair society. This ensures public confidence in the justice system.
Ensuring the public has confidence in the administration of justice. That's actually outlined in the Constitution itself, Madam Speaker. It is such a fundamental precept. What is also important, à cet égard, il faut d'abord que les
people have to have confidence in the judicial appointment system. And to that end, this government brought significant reforms to improve the process for judicial appointments to the superior courts.
Speaker, we overhauled that process, and we did it deliberately because we wanted to ensure that the bench reflected the Canadians that the bench serves. What we have done in elevating 357 judges, 293 who are new appointments, and 64 elevations, is that we have appointed 53% female appointments. By contrast, the previous government appointed 32% women to Canada's superior courts. Of the judges appointed under our process, 3% are Indigenous, 8% are racialized Canadians, 5% identify as LGBTQ2, and 33% are functionally bilingual. Why is this important, Madam Speaker? Why am I listing these records and putting them into the record for tonight's discussion? Because I agree with the member opposite. You need to have confidence in the administration of justice as Canadians, for the Canadians watching tonight, and for Canadians right around the country. How do you ensure that confidence? You make sure that litigants who appear before our courts see themselves reflected in those courts. And that means the Canadians of all backgrounds, all races, all religions, regardless of their sexual orientation, they should be able to see themselves in front of that bench. That is what we are doing with these appointments. To state that they better be liberal in order to get appointed is patently false and does not denote the actual record, which is that we've appointed people who have been involved in political affiliations, political donations, or political partisan activities from all major parties in this country. We're proud of that record because what we're doing is ensuring that we have a qualified bench, meritorious bench that continues the tradition of fine judge-making in this country, which we are known for around the world. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much.
Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the honourable gentleman for his response. I would say this, that it is admirable, it's laudable that the government does endeavour to have a judiciary that reflects the face of the people that are served by the judiciary. But you can do that without just picking Liberals. And we know it's a matter of public record that they vet their appointments through their database, through their partisan database, their fundraising database, their volunteer database. Madam Speaker, that is not in the best interests of democracy. It's not in the best interest of an independent and unbiased judiciary. And so that's what we're talking about. So what we're looking for from the Liberals is nonpartisan appointments. When are they going to put Canadians ahead of their friends?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General, I'm sure, is able to answer that question without assistance.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and indeed I am. And what I would put to the member opposite, and indeed to all parliamentarians, is the track record of the previous government's appointments when previous elected officials to this chamber were elevated to spots on the Superior Court versus what we have done. And what we have done is we've put in place 17 judicial appointments committees around the country. And what we do with those appointments committees is we ensure that they are diverse in terms of their composition. There are representatives from law societies, from the superior courts themselves, from the chief justices of the various provinces, and they make recommendations, either not recommended, recommended, or highly recommended. And what this Minister of Justice has done is exactly what the previous Minister of Justice did, which is only appoint from the pool of recommended or highly recommended officials. And I'll say what I said earlier, and I'll say it again. Are there people that have been involved in political activities by being engaged in their communities? Yes, there are. And there are those that have touched all of the parties in this country. That involvement is a good thing. What we want is fine jurists, and that's whom we are appointing. Merci.
Thank you.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm following up on a question I asked to the Prime Minister earlier, in which I raised two distinct issues. I spoke a little bit about Canadian participation in the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and I also spoke about the fact that the Prime Minister had 4 years ago announced that Canada was in the beginnings of extradition discussions with the government of China. So I want to follow up and highlight both of those issues again, very important issues, and I look forward to the feedback of the government on them. So first of all, I pointed out at the time that the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank is part of a colonial project to expand Chinese government control and influence throughout Asia. And in spite of the very clear objectives, the fact that briefing documents sent to the government by the public services pointed out that this is part of a Belt and Road initiative which promotes values, economic security ideas of human rights that are contrary to Canadian values and principles. In spite of that, the Liberal government chose to bring Canada into the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which means that we put over $400 million of hard-earned taxpayer dollars into this bank, which is a vehicle for expanding the strategic influence of the Chinese government, and through which the Chinese government promotes models of governance, ideas about human rights, economic security that are contrary to our values. Now, why in the world would Canada participate in this? Why would Canadians want to see their dollars go into this type of a development bank? We've heard a couple different responses from the government on that. Sometimes we hear the government saying that this is about creating opportunities for Canadian companies, that maybe Canadian companies could get contracts with the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank if we put taxpayers' money into it. Even if that were true, I don't think that this sort of backdoor corporate subsidy through the Chinese government is a very effective way of supporting Canadian businesses. But in any event, it's not true. Because as I was able to establish when I visited the headquarters of the AIIB in Beijing, they have an open procurement policy, so Canadian companies are welcome to bid on projects whether or not Canada is a member of the bank. Then they say, well, it's important for us to be promoting development, participating in multilateral institutions and so forth.
yes, it's important for us to be participating in multilateral institutions that reflect and that promote our values, not ones that are seeking to promote strategic interests, a model of government which is contrary to our values. Like I say, it's very sad to see how the Chinese government today is replicating colonial techniques in other parts of Asia that were tragically and wrongly used against China in the 19th century. That they are inflicting the same humiliation on other countries. And I think everyone could understand that A, that's not right, and B, Canada should not participate. And the Prime Minister, in the exchange that took place previously in the House, just completely mischaracterized our participation in the AIIB. I also raised the issue of extradition. 4 years ago, the Prime Minister had announced the beginning of extradition discussions. And at the time when I asked the question in the House in the last month, the Prime Minister responded to say that China doesn't meet the criteria for an extradition treaty. And it is heartening because, frankly, it's fairly obvious that the Chinese government doesn't meet the criteria for an extradition treaty. They didn't 4 years ago, and they don't today. But I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, why is it that any discussions took place? Because at the Canada-China Committee, our public servants confirmed that discussions did take place. So why, when it was as obvious then as it is today that the criteria aren't there, why was the door even open? I think Canadians deserve an answer on that as well. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And through you, I want to thank the honourable member for his questions, particularly regarding the extradition discussions with China. And let me be perfectly clear. Canada is not considering an extradition agreement with China. Canadian and Chinese officials have routinely discussed legal cooperation issues, including as part of the Canada-China National Security and Rule of Law dialogue. During previous dialogues, Canadian and Chinese officials have held discussions on many issues of mutual interest in the area of legal cooperation, rule of law matters. This has included counterterrorism, cybersecurity, combating transnational organized crime, international and regional security challenges. In the course of this dialogue, China did express its interest in exploring an extradition agreement with Canada. That's not unusual, Madam Speaker. Canada is a popular destination for travel and immigration. As such, we are regularly approached by foreign countries interested in joining the ranks of the 80 countries with which we have bilateral extradition agreements. If a treaty with a particular country is assessed to be in Canada's interest, this can lead to a formal negotiation process, and eventually a new extradition treaty could be undertaken. Other times, when Canada does not feel a treaty with a given country is necessary or possible or in Canada's best interest, extradition treaty proposals do not move past an exploratory phase and are not, therefore, acted upon. In accordance with our values and laws, Canada expects its extradition partners to uphold the highest standards of due process, fair treatment in their judicial and correctional systems. These are the key elements of any extradition treaty agreement. In the case of China's expression of interest, while early discussions did take place, no decision was ever made to engage further to the point of formal negotiations. Nevertheless, China continues to be an important partner for Canada. China is Canada's third largest merchandise trading partner, an important market for Canadian businesses. China is an important source of foreign students and tourists who make important contributions to the Canadian economy. Canada and China have many differences. Of that, it is perfectly clear. However, where there are differences, we will continue to have appropriate engagement. Canada places great importance on our relations with China. We will engage continually in a way that is in Canada's best interest with the government of China, all the time defending Canadian values, advancing our interests. With respect to the Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank, I would simply say that our government is a pro-business government that looks for opportunities for Canadian businesses to engage in projects around the world in every way we can. The Asia Infrastructure Investment Bank is one such opportunity, and we will continue to support Canadian businesses so they can grow, expand, and create prosperity in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, three brief points of follow-up to the Parliamentary Secretary. I pointed out explicitly about the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank that those opportunities already existed for Canadian business because the AIIB has an open procurement policy. We still haven't heard from the government why we joined the AIIB, why we spent over $400 million of taxpayers' money doing this when businesses had the opportunity to apply for contracts already. Was the government unaware of the open procurement policy of the AIIB? Did they not do their due diligence at that basic level? Why did we put $400 million plus into this? On engagement, we heard some great testimony today at the Canada-China Committee about how engagement is important and engagement must be a means to an end, not an end in and of itself. That is, we engage with other countries in order to advance our values and our interests, but we do not see engagement as an end in and of itself, and I think that's very important. On the issue of extradition, there was a communique issued, a joint communique, which said the two sides determined the short-term objectives for Canada-China cooperation, security and rule of law are to start discussions on an extradition treaty and a transfer of offenders as well as other related matters. Again, I'd like to know why that joint communique was sent, given what the Parliamentary Secretary said.
Mr. Secretary, the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, let me be clear. Canada is not negotiating an extradition agreement with China. Canada is an independent, sovereign nation. We recognize that China is and will continue to be a major player in international affairs. It's in Canada's best interest to engage appropriately with China. Canadians have decided who is best to engage with China as a government, and Canadians have elected this government to do that and have put their trust in us to do that, to do it in a way that protects Canadian values, assures that we will be engaged in human rights and those activities that Canadians value. And despite our differences, we will continue to have a meaningful relationship that is in Canada's best interest and in the best interest of Canadian businesses at the same time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. The House stands adjourned accordingly until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.